Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the fourth part of What If Luffy Got Harem in Time Travel with Godlike Powers. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The warlords, Foxy sat on his iron throne, where two beautiful women fed him some grapes. Currently a group of pirates stands guilty of interfering with his work, all of which were to be judged by the mighty Foxy. He'll attend their little gathering, for the fate of the world rests upon this war. Luffy's time travel affected Foxy by making him edgier in this timeline. More ruthless, something close to what Doflamingo was. With his slow fruit, the applicability was endless. Olympus remained at sea, glad that the war never came into fruition. Though something else was brewing, for the Marines have summoned the entire warlord forces without exception. If they decline, they will be killed, no exemption. So here he was, bringing his entire grand fleet to Marineford. Alvida made a deal with Eustace Kid, though the stupid idiot lost out in his attempt to overtake Mugiwara. Their deal was that they would attack in unison, but Kid was impatient. Too bad for that. Oh well, not a big deal. Now Alvida made herself a drink as she admired herself in the mirror. She was the fairest in all the land, everyone should know that. With the hole that Big Mom left in the world, it well looks like there was an opening for Iron Mace Alvida to fulfill. The way that Luffy's travels affected Alvida was she was never really challenged from her superiority complex, and once she obtained her fruit, she had never been touched since. Even Buggy, who openly went after her for bad-mouthing the memory of Luffy, lost and was sent to impel down for it. Weevil continued to hunt down the allies of the Whitebeard pirates, as his father had now joined the Straw Hats, so his target had now shifted, but he still needed to clean up the remains of the allies. Yet Weevil listened to his mother, so whatever she says he does. He was not affected by the time travel of Luffy. Only now, his apparent father is alive and stronger than ever. Kuma transferred data to the Revolutionary Army, though that will be his last as he was turned into the perfect cyborg by Vegapunk. Kuma's life was changed by Luffy because due to his absence and the absence of the war, Kuma was not turned into a full cyborg until recently. Ace arrived in Marineford earlier than everyone else. He currently resides in Garp's office as the two allies of the Straw Hats exchange stories of the current events. Garp truly cares about his grandson and will do anything for him, anything. And of course Law was no longer a member of the Royal Shichibukai, for his betrayal in the Straw Hats' escape from Impel Down. He was currently in Wano, Atlantis. Damn it, take care of these damn monsters. Burgess punched a Sea King straight out of the sky as it tried to eat Blackbeard. Turns of Poseidon was here, which means that he was one step closer to his true goal. Teach was ignoring the incoming threat of the Sea Kings as he continued to make his way to Shirahoshi, swallowing the several merpeople through his darkness and keeping them within his darkness. He had one goal in mind, and that was to get Poseidon. Shiryu cut a sea leviathan right down the middle with one swing of his sword, while San Juan Wolf had no problem with the giant Sea Kings, grabbing them with his hands and tossing them against each other. Van Augur sniped Neptune's army and hit everyone he aimed for in their head. He was an accuracy machine who never misses. Lafitte and Avalo Pizarro were massacring the fishmen and human as they pleased. Atlantis was where Queen Autoheim's dream was realized, and now Blackbeard was destroying everything they built up. Fisher Tiger could only do so much as he was locked in a heated battle with Vasco Shot. Even just this one man was a handful for the powerful warrior. Meanwhile, Katarina Devon was burning different fishmans, though funny enough, her fire did not burn, it just appeared like it did. Teach took note of this in confusion, but never mind that he had a bigger fish to fry. Their situation was becoming desperate as Neptune found that his wife's life was in jeopardy. Not only her but his children and his people. It would take a miracle for them to get out of this situation. The revolutionaries are fucking here, exclaimed Burgess as in the distance a whirlwind was swiftly making its way to Atlantis. And that miracle did happen. How the hell did they know we were here? Exclaimed Blackbeard, only to find himself enveloped in thick orange and yellow flame. The same flame that a certain firefox manifested. Checkmate Teach. Katarina Devon had revealed her true allegiance. Or to be more precise, this was not Katarina Devon but a person impersonating the former Titanic captain. Who the hell are you? What have you done with Katarina? I killed her obviously, and I took her fruit. The appearance of Katarina Devon suddenly shifted to a certain muscular blonde-haired wonder, for this man was successful in infiltrating and blending within the forces of Blackbeard. Sabo, isn't it? Teach suffered tremendously from the foxfire of Sabo as the second in command of the Revolutionary Army was not messing around. This was the man that has been tormenting his brother. How did he know? Well, thanks to Ace, of course. Too bad he could not prevent the death of the others, but he did what he could with what he had and saved Baccarat and Gem from dying. He was with the Blackbeard pirate posed as Katarina Devon when they attacked the Straw Hat HQ. He was also in Hachinasu Island as a front for a clone created by his new ability. This was to not raise suspicion. He wished he was able to move quickly enough. But now, Sabo was the wielder of the Fox mythical zone. Then the whirlwind had arrived, providing a surge of new hope for the fish folks. "Dragon!" exclaimed King Neptune as he was battered and bruised from defending his land. Monkey D. Dragon had arrived to stop the progress of Blackbeard, and with him were the entire forces of the Revolutionary Army. Hack, Koala, Ivankov, Sabo, Karasu, Lindbergh, Belobetti, and Morley amongst other people. Blackbeard grit his teeth together. He wasn't supposed to show anyone this power quiet yet until he absolutely needed it. But in this desperate is a very desperate situation, he had to escape. So Blackbeard opened his palm and slammed it together. His darkness suddenly exploded outwards, swallowing the people he chose within them. His titanic captains, crew members, and himself disappeared in a swift wave of darkness. Though more notably, someone was gone within the citizens of Atlantis. Princess Shirahoshi, otherwise known as Poseidon, was also swallowed in the darkness explosion. "Gone? No," exclaimed King Neptune, while Dragon gripped his fist. "He got away. Again ... that slippery bastard. Wano, flower capital. For my father, carry the wool of Odin in your backs and press on. Lady Hiyori has successfully brought the prisoners of Udon to the flower capital." As Shiradoji came crashing down on a soldier that nearly pierced the struggling Kindman. "Been some time, kin. You look as young as ever." "Thank you, my friend. It is only some days ago that I last saw you." Kindman was helped to his feet, as he had been weakened severely from his bondage. He needed some rest, but this was no time to do so. "Kenjiro is a traitor. I know, we have him locked where Kawamatsu was once held. We can deal with him later." Speaking of Kawamatsu, the self-proclaimed Kappa was going all out on the helpless samurais of Orochi, for he had been imprisoned for too long. Speaking of prison, Kenjiro was able to get free, and he was now making his way to rejoin with his lord Orochi. Speaking of the snake bastard, he transformed into his 8-headed form but retreated as the Straw Hats made their way to the castle. He fended off both Reizo and Kikunojo. Eventually Aizo reunited with his brother, advancing through the hole which the vanguard unit created. "Kikunojo, you're as young as ever." Aizo blocked ahead of Orochi, which came close to slamming down on the tired Kikunojo. "Brother, I have missed you," replied the weakened samurai, who eventually passed out from exhaustion. "Good to see you, Aizo," said Nekomamushi as he too collapsed face first. Inuarashi was being helped to his feet by Wanda and Carrot, but no luck. Usopp rushed to catch his beloved Kaya, who had been strung up for being associated with the Straw Hats. "Sorry I'm late." With those words, Kaya passed out in his arms, exhausted from the earlier battle with the beast pirates. Usopp could feel his blood boil as he unleashed a wave of observation haki to pinpoint all of his enemies. It was hunting time. "You can rest now." Law arrived in front of Beppo, who was tending to his brother Zippo. Beppo smiled at the arrival of Law and passed out. Law cut horizontally in his anger with how his friend was mistreated. "Come now, Galdino, we are safe now." Pedro had Galdino over his shoulder, while Kabaji went for his friend, Moji. Ohm was saved by the arrival of Enel along with Shura and Jidatsu. "Where is Satori?" Ohm asked, wondering where the big man was. Then Enel shook his head and Ohm immediately knew what it meant. Hyuna was looking around and helping any and all allies that she could. The epic blade, Yoru, came down on some unfortunate samurais as they were put away in an instant. Mihawk-san, it had been years since they last spoke with one another, but who can forget the word strongest swordsman? Shimatsuki Kiwana. Mihawk then crossed his arms as suddenly a pair of strong arms covered her in a tight embrace, swallowing her within his arms. His scent was ever so familiar as the memory of him never left her, not even once. "Kiwana, you owe me a rematch," said a certain moss-haired swordsman. "Stupid," replied Kiwana, with tears welling up in her eyes, sinking into his arm for just a moment but realizing that they were in a battlefield. Sanji smirked to himself at the stupid swordsman finally getting with the girl. Meanwhile, he kicked several samurais clear from the path of the cuisine unit. "Where the fuck is Odin?" Jazu plowed through a set of enemies, knocking them out with a single shoulder tackle. For a place filled with beauty, this is truly a depressing sight. Vista referred to the many factories that sprouted out in the once beautiful land. "Lord Odin is dead," said Shinobu the man-killer, a loyal subject of the late Kazuki Odin. Both Vista and Jazu immediately stopped what they were doing, looking at Shinobu with confusion and grief. All this time, as for the remaining two All-Stars, Black Maria was immediately locked in a duel with the newest wielder of the Soul Fruit, Nami, while X-Drake was face-to-face with Corazon. For the silent killer knew something about X-Drake. The Onowabashu backed up their Lord Orochi as he made his swift retreat. "Hurry, men. We need to establish a base." Dead set in the center of the flower capital, the Oven and Marco set up a tent for their patients and food to filter through. The Giants set up a perimeter, while the Weapon and Research Division began to set up traps to their HQ. The Straw Hats have successfully set up a base in the flower capital of Wano. Meanwhile, Luffy was openly challenged by the All-Stars, with Jack, Queen, and King surrounding the Emperor of the New World. He simply smirked as he twirled his black staff, transforming his body into his bound man form. Surrender now, Mugiwara. You will not stand a chance against us. King covered himself in his own brand of flame. Meanwhile, the funkiest of the bunch began to dance around the current Yonko while Jack just stared at Luffy. If you were going to challenge me. He then disappeared before their eyes, quicker than any of them could anticipate. He then appeared above Jack, slamming his haki-infused fist into the head of the All-Star, knocking him out with a single punch. Queen tried to move forward, but Luffy pinned him straight to the ground with the long staff, extending and expanding as it pressed its weight into Queen. The All-Star tried to get up, but Luffy appeared above him, and with Enma still pinning him down, Luffy delivered a jet stamp to knock out the second of the All-Stars. King blazed through the sky in his ancient Zoan form, Pteranodon. He was able to get within inches of delivering a strike at Luffy, but the Emperor was able to slam both of his fists on the head of the dinosaur and slam him straight into the ground. You should have brought your entire forces. He stood the 3 calamities, which he easily handled, but they'll be back up sooner rather than later. The Vanguard unit was able to pierce through the middle as planned as the Straw Hats were finally filtering in, pushing Orochi's forces back. This countermeasure was enough for Orochi to retreat backwards, forcing his Yamada no Orochi form to take its full form. The aged Momonosuke led the samurais in providing the much-needed morale boost. Now if only the cuisine unit and medical team can heal the wounded and provide the nutrients needed for the soldiers of this war. It's a good look, brother, said Lady Hiyori. Let's win this for father, replied Lord Momonosuke, with fire blazing in his eyes. This was not the true challenge quite yet, for in the distance, Luffy could feel it, for the Beast Pirates were busy preparing in their voyage to the Flower Capital. The entire Beast Pirates were coming, and that includes the remaining group of the Flying Six. Orochi currently hid in his castle, waiting for an opportunity to strike once the chance arises. More importantly, Kaido was definitely going to come, it's just a matter of time when. Wano, Edward Newgate Whitebeard versus Strongest Beast Kaido. The strongest man in the sea was 10 years older than his absolute prime. But he was still stronger than ever, for Edward Newgate has taken care of his health, focusing on his well-being rather than drinking and fighting like before. Instead, he focused his energy on maintaining a discipline like no one had seen before. Something is different about you, Newgate. Kaido delivered Thunder Bongo, which Whitebeard met with his Quake by Sento. Hirara, it must be my dashing good looks. Whitebeard returned the favor with a Quake-infused punch, which Kaido met with his haki-infused forehead. No, Newgate ... You are as I remembered you when I was in my younger years in the Rocks Pirates. Kaido took a step back and prepared his club. Handiwork of the age user, she does wonders with her powers, and all under Mugiwara. Say Kaido, do you still consider yourself the strongest? Whitebeard also prepared his Bisento, knowing full well what's coming. Remember this, Newgate. As Kaido delivered his devastating Thunder Bagua, the impact was enough to go through the Bisento of Whitebeard, knocking it out of his hands. Not once in your life did you ever make me fall on my back. With this declaration, Whitebeard fell on one knee, absorbing the entirety of Kaido's thunderous strike. It was enough of a shock to cause the dragon to transform. It was true, as even in the days within the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard never won against Kaido. For Whitebeard cared so much in bond that he was never able to overcome the beast. Looks like old habits die hard. Now Whitebeard was back on his feet, though not able to recover quickly enough to chase after the fleeing dragon. For the dragon was headed to the Flower Capital, to face who he believes will finally give him a challenge. Mugiwara, show me what Odin was able to show me back then. Wano, Onigashima, damn it, we have to go back. Sasaki looked towards the direction of the capital, finding a bunch of action in the area. But we just got here. Ulti complained, climbing on the back of Page 1. But they had to do it, for they were being invaded. Page 1 deadpanned at his sister's attics. All Beast Pirate personnel, we are headed to the capital, exclaimed Who's Who, taking control of the situation. Sasaki didn't like being ordered around, but he will deal with him later. The literal animal kingdom screamed in glee as they were being summoned for war. From different species of elephants, giraffes, feline family, canine family, bugs, and sea creatures who are unable to swim due to being fruit users, the Beast Pirates were filled with Zoans. The 10 numbers turned back to the Flower Capital, setting their sights on the giants within the Straw Hat forces. What about red-haired? Asked Page 1, asking the important question. He's not going anywhere, or so they thought. Water dripped in the cell of one red-haired Shanks. Above them, they could hear people moving around and rushing to go somewhere. But it did not matter to the 2 people in the dungeon, as Shanks remained in his metallic bondage while Yamato listened to his story. So ... The true history is as follows. Begun Shanks, who learned of the Void Century in his dealings with the world government, for they kept him alive because he knew too much, and he traded information in order to keep himself and his people alive. More prominently of said information was the location or Pluton. At the beginning of time, there was Uranus, the creator of all things, the ruler of the sky. As Shanks began his recollection of the true history, Yamato sat down in front of him, showing her true face. Her beauty was a surprise, yet Shanks cared not for her beauty, for all he cared for was Makino. Uranus grew bored of his solitude and decided to create his siblings. Poseidon, who was his sea-loving sister. Then there was Pluton, his earthbound brother, whose obsession with creating new things jump-started the creation of humankind. 20 pairs of men and women were created by Pluton to satiate his hunger for discovery. Though Uranus, who believed his superiority complex far surpassed that of his creation, decided to hunt down Pluton for creating such disgusting creatures, Uranus created 7 stars from his vision, and these stars were used as a weapon in the war against his own brother. Pluton caught wind of this and decided to instill a secret tree filled with wondrous powers, a gift to the mortals to give them an edge against Uranus and his 7 stars. Now where was Poseidon in all this? She wants no part of such conflict. Thus the fruit of the devil shall never enter the domain of the sea monarch. Is that so? Yamato never heard of such a tale, and yet here she was humoring the idea of this tale. Was this the true history? She'll decide after the fact. The 20 kings promised to help Pluton in the war against Uranus, consuming the fruit of the devil. But then 19 out of the 20 kings were secretly working with Uranus behind their creator's back. Only one king remained loyal to Pluton, and thus on his deathbed, before Uranus slayed him, Pluton gave the loyal king a weapon that could reach the skies and destroy his tyrannical brother, but the blueprint was instead hidden, for the king feared for the life of his family. Meanwhile, the 19 kings who helped Uranus in killing Pluton were raised within a red wall, near the heavens, close enough for Uranus to toy with their desire and greed. Though Uranus never expected one his own creation, a boy, one of the star, his most precious joy. In order for Pluton to survive long enough to pass on his blueprint, Joy Boy held off Uranus long enough, but he too perished, living in his wake a dream that one day Uranus' tyrannical rule will be put to an end. It was enough to allow for his resurrection every 100 of years to attempt to kill his creator. Joy Boy. She had more questions to this revelation. What happened to Poseidon? Yamato was starting to believe the story. Little by little, it was all fitting together. She continued to rule in her domain, passing her lineage to the first female-born mermaid of the royal family. She feared for her people, so she did not interfere with the war of her siblings. So Poseidon is a mermaid, Pluton is a weapon, and Uranus is a person? Asked Yamato, to which Shanks could only smile as she was finally sold on his recollection of the true history. Then what happened during the Void Century? What is the Wool of D and these people running around with D in their name? That part I do not know. But that information will most likely be in Laugh Tale, where Luffy will be headed. What about you? Yamato's ears perked up at the thought of needing to go to Laugh Tale to truly understand what happened during the Void Century. I feel as if Wano will be my final call, declared Shanks, feeling his scar burn on his face. For he is coming. Suddenly darkness enveloped Onigashima just as the beast pirates had made their way to the flower capital. All that remained in the island were the red-haired pirates who continued to look for their captain, Shanks, and Yamato. From out the darkness was Blackbeard, along with his entire forces. San Juan Wolf held a passed-out Shirahoshi over his giant shoulders. Dragon showing up at a time like this was truly detrimental, commented Lafitte. So Katarina actually died and that bastard Sabo took his place. For how long? Asked Doc Q. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter, we have what we came for. We have to continue with the final phase of the plan to go to the Holy Land and meet the man who sits on the empty throne. But first there's a certain red-haired bastard that needs to go. Take care of the others. He was referring to the other members of the red-haired pirates, which caused a smile to form on his Titanic captain's faces. Teach made his way to the dungeon. Free me, daughter of Kaido. I must fight this monster to the death. As you wish. Yamato released Shanks from his binding, and his weapon was given to him by Yamato. For the information that I gave you on the true history of our world, I wish for you to aid Luffy in bringing in a new age of peace. Consider it done. With that, Yamato disappeared in a puff of smoke, honoring Shanks' final wish. In learning the true history, Yamato had found a new purpose. No longer will she be blind of her father's hunger for power. Now she was going to do things for herself. And that starts with meeting Straw Hat Luffy. Zahaha red-haired. Teach finally reveals his face, with Shanks sitting on the group as to gather a little bit of energy for his climactic battle. Teach. He touched his face scar as it burned tremendously at the sight. He finally got on both feet and unleashed a heavy wave of his conqueror's haki. This will be a war to the death, and Shanks was going to kill Teach no matter what it takes. World Government. You're kidding, right? The World Government Commander-in-Chief Kong currently resides in the company of the 5 Elder Stars, all of which were bothered by the same issue at hand. You're telling me that we have Mugiwara, who killed Linlin, mind you, free to do as he pleases in Wano. Let me remind you that Wano is the place where most of our weapons come from, and the material necessary for building the pacifistas. Shut your mouth, Kong. Don't you think we argued these points? The Elder Swordsman quickly shut down Kong's outburst, leaving him to grit his teeth. We don't know what could possess him to let this pass. but his word is supreme," commented the eldest of the 5 elder stars. Meanwhile, on the empty throne at the peak of the Holy Land, one man with the true power of this world, controlling everything in the shadow. He looks at the posters of 7 emperors of the sea. A red cross was placed on Dogtooth, Whitebeard, and Big Mom. Only 3 remained unmarked, which were Red-haired, Blackbeard, and Kaido. Then there was one poster of a certain straw hat-wearing pirate emperor that him had taken particular interest in. He held the wanted poster over his view and plastered his face with a smile. Mujiwara ... You have found that traitorous monkey I see ... Now the fox is with dragon. He then dropped the poster and moved on to the poster of the Soul King out of 20 that defied him. Nefertari Cobra ... You have inherited the wool of Pluton ... It seems that now is the time to enact a second cleansing. A time for the second void century. He then proceeded to retreat to his sleeping chamber, where a tree rested in the dead center of it. Within his massive bed chamber was the tree known as Adam, the same tree that produces all of the devil fruit in the world, the same tree that Pluton gifted to humankind to openly challenge Uranus' rule. For him was no ordinary mortal, for he was pure evil personified resting in his sky domain. He was the creator of this world. Poseidon, I will finally see you once more. And was Uranus. Wano, flower capital. Tension rang high as both Zoro and Kuina worked in tandem in disposing any and all who stood against them. Their bond transcends even the time lost between them, as despite their current predicament, they exchange stories of their time apart. You are a Shimitsuki, an important part of Wano's history. Zoro delivered a cut through a Orochi loyalist. Yes, this is why I had to go, to fulfill my familial duties. Otherwise, my father would have been sent out in my place. Kuina twisted through 2 enemies, slicing them in their core with 1 slice. You could have told me, I would have gone with you. Zoro was still confused. Different emotions ran through him as seeing her back. It was surreal. That's what I was afraid of, Zoro. If we both went to Wano, then who would fulfill our dream of becoming the strongest swordsman? To this, Zoro finally realized what her reasoning was on leaving him behind. So instead of pushing on with that subject, he instead selected something else to talk about. Sorry, Kuina, but I am only the 2nd strongest swordsman. Mihawk is something else. Stop being so weak-minded. I believe in a straight-out battle. You will be able to challenge for the title, assured Kuina with a smile. Oh, that deadly, beautiful smile. This caused Zoro to lose focus for just a second, enough so that a Wano samurai was mere inches from cutting through his throat. Lucky for him, Kuina was there and pierced through the skull of the enemy. Focus, young boy, she teased, causing Zoro to blush feverishly. Only Kuina could make him feel like this. Close by the couple, a seething smoothie who took out her frustration in the enemy samurais. She kicked and punched the fluid out of all her opponents while looking directly at Zoro and Kuina. She was very jealous of their exchange and now found herself in a predicament. Her pursuit of the moss-haired swordsman started when he said hello to her without trembling on his feet. For in her time with the Big Mom pirates, all the men who could stand up to her were her own siblings, while those who were not feared her power. Zoro was not scared of her, so that's why she fell hard. While they were all busy with the forces of Wano, a group of people broke away and made their way to the castle of the cowardly shogun. Are you going to drool there, dear sister? From beside her, Deifuku had appeared, bringing along his genie to wipe the floor out of the samurais. The genie then proceeded to mow through several of the Wano samurais. What an intense situation we found ourselves in. Cracker proceeded to go inside his pretzel armor, ensuring that he was protected while dishing out some serious damage. Yeah, this is pretty normal for the Straw Hats, to be honest. Sanji kicked a samurai straight through his other opponent, swiftly making his way to the docks. Something was coming, and he was tasked to intercept the incoming enemies. He was joined by his former captain, Boa Hancock, along with Ryuju and Jinbei. Don't stagger, we have to win this one, ordered Hancock to her party. Aye, responded Jinbei as behind him were the Beast Pirates' interception party. For the Animal Kingdom was coming, and they needed all the muscle they could get. Kaku, Raisin, Khalifa, Bluno, Brook, Cavendish, Vista, Lily and Stomach, Dory, Brogy, Blamingco, Nougat, and Virgo to name a few. Then the 2 Toby Rappo who remained in the flower capital were having troubles of their own. Straw Hat Pirates Infiltration Division Commander Corazon versus Beast Pirates Flying 6X Drake. How's the SSG? Corazon had locked X Drake within his sound bubble. They were having a conversation despite exchanging heavy blows with one another. Growing slowly, I'm glad you are alive, Commander. X Drake drove his claws forward, attempting to stab Corazon. It was all for a show. I'm no longer your commander, but I'm glad. Are you mad at me for running with the pirates? Being X Drake's former commander, Corazon had a mentor relationship to the ancient Zoan. Knowing you, Commander, this Straw Hat guy must be special. You were deep into your brother's operation, but you never turned despite being with family. The respect was evident. HM, I guess you can say that. So how should we go about this? We have to exchange punches for a show while I fill you in on the Beast Pirates' operations. Drake transformed into his hybrid form, which was much stronger than before. Yet Corazon could handle him as he was holding back slightly. Go on then. Straw Hat Grand Armada Strategic Division Nami vs. Beast Pirates Flying 6 Black Maria. Begone, you damn pest. Black Maria was quick despite her size. But Nami zoomed past her strikes with ease as Zeus flew through her slow strikes. What Nami did not expect was Black Maria using a literal parasol as her weapon, and even more surprising was her fruit ability. Black Maria unleashed a breath attack which caused Nami to spiral for a moment. She then transformed herself, gowing 8 limbs and a massive dorsal form on her butt, and her top half remained human. Her eyes were 2, now they were 6. For Black Maria was not just any Zoan, for she had the mythical Zoan, Arak. Then her dorsal cavity began to literally shoot out spiderlings, all of which were eager to kill Nami. I hate spiders. Nami set the spawns on fire as Black Maria continued to produce tiny spiders that continued to pursue Nami. She brought out her right hand to manifest some fireballs, thanks to the help of Prometheus. She then began to throw said fireballs at the spiders as Black Maria swatted at her with her parasol. This has become a very difficult situation, but Nami was the new wielder of the damn soul fruit, the fruit of an emperor. But her downfall could come down to her inexperience, as Black Maria was a seasoned warrior, while she only obtained her fruit recently. You'll die eventually, and we'll see who the real bug is. Black Maria screeched as she crawled after Nami. She was quick for her size and creepy looking at the same time. Her 8 legs moved in unison as she pursued the annoying little girl that dared oppose her. This is so gross. In her despair on the horrid situation. Bruley, what's my play here? Nami had zoomed past the spiders and was now playing cat and mouse from the Spider Queen. On the other end of the communication mirror, Bruley was busy, for she had been fending off the samurais from entering her mirror dimension, and by her side was Arlong, who helped her out of his personal request, for he finally decided to man up and own up for lost time. It was his fault, and both of them knew it. Go away, Arlong. Bruley had unleashed light beams from her mirror reflection, 2 of which were the size of pocket mirrors and floated right by her head. No, was the short response of the fishman as he smashed 2 samurais' heads into the other. What were they guarding that was so important? Mirror dimension. Now little Pez, rest as Papa has to do what he needs to. This is for your benefit in the future. Vijay gave his son to his wife, ensuring that the little one was calm before turning his way to a mirror portal. The family of those of the Straw Hat Pirates, along with allies and friends, were placed in the safety of Bruley's mirror world. Luffy did not want the incident to happen again. This was the extra precaution he needed to take to ensure that it does not. Sinner, better take care of people, especially the kids. Civilian wives and husbands also hid in the mirror dimension. Funny enough, even the young members of the former Big Mom hid in the dimension as well. Count on it. Senator Pink was tasked with staying with the children. He, along with Sugar, Gem, and Baby 5, were left in the mirror dimension. This was just in case someone gets through, which would be a near impossibility as Arlong was guarding Bruley. Hush now, little one, Papa will be back. Chiffin also stayed behind with her baby. And where Chiffin went, Lola was there as well. Beautiful boy, I have one on my own. The wife of Yasop, Banchina, approached Chiffin and admired the young lad. But that little man is all grown up now. He even has his own girlfriend now. Oh my, I didn't think my Usopp could confess to his crush. Boys are such a pain, aren't they? Praline approached the group as she carried her own child, the father being Aladdin, of course. To this the mothers laugh, understanding full well the trouble with boys. Flower Capital. A massive kraken attempted to thwart the arrival of the beast pirates, and yet a tiny, agile Pachycephalosaurus. The ancient Zoan smashed Surum with a single headbutt. Why don't you all shut the hell up? Ulti yelled from the top of her lungs as she quickly disposed of Surum all on her own. Page 1 stood close by while Sasaki and Who remained glued to their spot. The beast pirates have arrived, thus sealing the Straw Hats in the center of the Flower Capital, with Orochi's forces coming from the castle, while the beast pirates came from the port. Stop your blabbering, little girl. All around the beast pirates were the arrival of the Straw Hats, and in front of Ulti was Ryuju, staring her down as if she was nothing but an ant. Jinbei stood before Page 1, with the matchup surprisingly not going as the beast pirates expected. Sasaki thought he was going to fight the second strongest fishman. It wasn't, for Sasaki was faced off against Sanji. Last was the queen of the Straw Hat Grand Armada, Boa Hancock, not even paying attention to who is to insult him. She did not even find him worthy of her time. A smirk from a distance, as one of the strategic mind of the Straw Hat was glad that their plan came into fruition. As planned, Hiro said with a smile, but more importantly, he had to get to Lucci. Some vital information needs to go to him. Go now, Kuro, we are nearly finished here. Frankie gave him a reassuring thumbs up, to which Kuro nodded his head. For in the center of the flower capital, the Straw Hats have set up a home base with a steady flow of supplies and nourishment. But where were the numbers? Those giant creatures that exceed even the height of the likes of Hadrudin. Those 10 creatures stood unmoving as certain individuals stood in their path. The former member of the Rogers Pirates who was stashed in Impel Down for a very long time, Douglas Bullet. I'm a bit pissed off. The former emperor of the old world, Shiki the Golden Lion. As soon as we deal with these jokers, the sooner we can return to HQ. The leader of the giant pirates, Hadrudin. Let me through, I got a bone to pick with Blackbeard. Of course, Hadrudin noticed San Juan Wolf, which meant that Blackbeard was crawling around. The former 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Jazu. I'm going to rip all of your limbs off, exclaimed the Diamond Man at the numbers, to which the creatures just laughed at his absurd claims. Apparent absurd claims. The former ruler of Thriller Bark, and current member of the Straw Hat Grand Armada, Gecko Moria. I wanted to take the shadow of Kaido and kill him slowly, but this will do, I'll kill his monster puppets instead. The current #1 fan of the Luffy, Bartolomeo. You're all going to die. Magellan joined him on his war cry. Then the user of the Snow Fruit and one of the queens of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monet. And surprising the numbers, was a bone-cracking strike from the Mad Monk, as Uruj took a firm grasp of the leg of the mighty giant and squeezed until the giant's bones collapsed on itself. Let us obtain a fruitful victory over these creatures. The numbers had met their match. Usopp provide a cover. We need to get back to HQ. Law sliced down an enemy. Bippo held up his brother Zippo while Carrot and Wanda provided cover. Got it. Usopp provided the much-needed cover as Kaya stood behind him. The rest of the minks provided the perfect group to retrieve the injured, but for the life of them, they could not find their Lord Nekomamushi and Lord Inuarashi. Where were they? The stakes were becoming more and more troubling as back within the plaza of the flower capital, the resilient beast pirates all-star began to stir from their slumber ... and the captain was not there to stop them again. No problem, as Crocodile, Marco, and Mihawk were there to meet the groggy all-stars. About fucking time, exclaimed Crocodile, and by the luck of the draw, he was left to fight with Jack. I'll get the strongest. Mihawk had his arms crossed as he looked down on King. Fine by me, Marco responded with a smile, sizing up Queen Onigashima. Above the cold dungeon, the red-haired pirates were engaged in battles against the Blackbeard pirates. San Juan Wolf stood over the crowd and carried the sleeping form of Shirahoshi. Amazing how the massive continent puller was able to hold the already gigantic mermaid with one hand. Yes, San Juan Wolf was in the race of continent pullers, though only partly. Yasopp had been exchanging some well-timed strikes with Van Augur, neither man gaining an advantage of the other. Ben had successfully scared Shiryu, but he was a long way from gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Rockstar was caught by the powerhouse known as Avalo Pizarro, as he tried to choke the life out of the red-haired pirate. It was becoming bleak for the red-haired pirates as San Juan Wolf was back on his feet. Avalo Pizarro held Rockstar by his throat. Shiryu and Ben Beckman were stuck in a duel. Yasopp and Van Augur were not hitting each other, and the Blackbeard pirates overwhelmed the red-haired pirates by a lot. There was a lot of noise here. What are you bastards up to? Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, had arrived to aid the red-haired pirates. He was going to pursue Kaido, but he knew that Luffy wanted the dragon badly. So instead, he opted to go to Onigashima, where he found that Princess Shirahoshi was held hostage. He had a good relationship with King Neptune, and the princess was like a daughter to him, so there was no way he was going to stand pat. So he did what any logical man would do, crashing into the knees of San Juan Wolf with his quake abilities covering the entirety of his body. The impact was enough to cause the giant monster to scream in agony, causing him to drop Shirahoshi from his grasp. Young one, wake up. You must escape from here. Whitebeard jumped midair using mild quakes to position himself to be right by her ear, jolting her to her senses. What is happening? She panicked as she was falling from high in the sky, but she quickly recovered and took a dive into the treacherous sea below. Poseidon has escaped the grasp of Teach, and now Whitebeard stood with the red-haired pirates against the crew of the traitorous bastard. Well, boys, care to dance with me? He jumped beside Ben Beckman, along with Lucky Roo, Rockstar, and Yasopp. He came to aid them, and eventually, he will get the satisfaction of watching Blackbeard bleed by the hands of Shanks. But the arrival of Whitebeard was not the most surprising part of the battle in Onigashima. From out of nowhere, Avalo Pizarro felt a bullet go straight through his hands, causing him to drop the choking Rockstar. What the fuck? Then from out of nowhere, the recovering San Juan Wolf had found himself without his left arm, for a certain silver-haired individual had cut it clean off. Avalo Pizarro tried to go after the shooter but found himself surrounded by floating limbs of a certain red-nosed pirate. San Juan Wolf fell face first, passing out once more from losing his arm. Then on his back stood three people, who were finally here to join the war. I heard that you were all messing with our boy, Shanks. Care to explain? His appearance was enough to cause a shift in the Blackbeard pirates. Even Shiryu was unsure of the outcome of this war, because with the appearance of more and more of these strong fuckers, more likely than not, they are all going to end up like San Juan Wolf. Beside the gray-haired swordsman was a woman who carried a sniper over her shoulders. Then on his other side was the red-nosed pirate who stood against Avalo Pizarro. Hirara, if it isn't the Dark King and our little Miss Dark Queen. Of course, Whitebeard was referring to his rival's first mate, Rayleigh. Then as far as the Dark Queen, well, that was his former crewmate, Shakayaku. Hey, Whitebeard, been some time, responded Shaki as she annihilated 2 incoming Blackbeard pirates with a single bullet. As deadly as ever, said Whitebeard with a massive smile over his face. Meanwhile, Buggy looked around frantically, as not a single person acknowledged his arrival. I'm here too, you bastards. But all he heard were whispers from the Blackbeard pirates, pointing at him and laughing. Isn't he the guy that lost to Alvida? What a loser. Such a fucking clown. Nerd. The insults were a bit much and Buggy had enough. And to unleash his fury on this unsuspecting Blackbeard pirate grunts, Buggy released his newest, most improved Buggy Bomb. And the result was magnificent, destroying the very ground that the naysayers stood on. In fact, the impact was so great that both sides had to separate or risk getting caught in the explosion. After the explosion finally subsided, a clear view could be seen in the dungeons of Onigashima. It was so deep that not even Buggy could comprehend the power of his new bomb. Below, on the very core of the dungeon, an annoyed Blackbeard looked up, staring daggers into the eyes of Buggy. While on the other hand, Shanks was laughing hysterically, finding the entire situation funny. Even Rayleigh, Whitebeard, and Shaki could not hold their snickers, while the Blackbeard pirates were too shocked to move. Leave it to Buggy to lighten the mood, even just slightly. Meanwhile, on the outer edge of Onigashima, 2 people arrived on the shore of the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, and these 2 people happened to meet the one person they were not expecting to see. Who the hell are you? A man, wearing his signature scarf that imposes fear through those who oppose him. Beside him was a woman who instinctively crossed her arms, sprouting limbs all around her. And yet she did not fear them. In fact, she met their aura with her own. No, who the hell are you and what do you want? Asked the woman who was garbed with an Oni mask. They were Katakuri and Robin. And they were after the road poneglyph that Kaido hid in the core of Onigashima. She was Yamato, and she was heading out to go to the mainland to see Mugiwara for herself. Orochi's castle. Despite their fatigue, despite their pain, their anger far exceeded that of any other emotion they had at the moment. 9 warriors stood before the castle of the murderer who killed their beloved master. The entire castle was shut closed as the current shogun of Wano, along with the traitorous Kenjuro, currently resided within the tall walls of the castle. Orochi also had his Onuwabanchu. 2 rightful heirs to the throne stood in front of the group as they each carried the blade of their father. Momonosuke was now an adult, complete with aim no habakiri in his hands. Meanwhile, Hiyori carried the weight of Enma. Let's end this. Hiyori had brought the samurai of Wano to the castle of the Cowardly Snake. She led the stride forward to the castle of the shogun, and the rest of the scabbards followed her. Momonosuke ran beside her. Then they were followed by Kainman, Reizo, Kikinojo, Denjiro, Ashuradoji, Kawamatsu, Nekomamushi, Inuarashi, and finally Shinobu. For Lord Odin, exclaimed Kainman, letting his blade become ablaze. HHH, exclaimed everyone. Funny enough, Orochi actually opened the main gate, but out came the samurais of Orochi, attempting to drown them in numbers. Kainman immediately went past the lackeys and collided with Kenjuro. His old friend turned out to be the spy who infiltrated their family. He had to kill this man, no matter how much it pained him. Denjiro let anger seep through his body as he channeled all the years of his pain through the guard of Fukurokuju. But he had to do more than that to get through the guard of the ninja. For all the years that you've tortured my people while carrying out your passion. Ashuradoji stood in front of Daikoku, not allowing him to get to his master, and Inuarashi unleashed his cat fury against Bishamon. Nekomamushi did the same with his dog tenacity against Hanzo. Reizo then looked at Chrome, knowing full well of her abilities. This was going to be dangerous. Kikinojo had to fight the quick-moving Fujin. Kawamatsu faced off against Reijin. Shinobu was faced off against the fair-skinned Jigoku Benton. She noted that she used to be as beautiful on her younger days, but it was time to show the young lady that she fought for the wrong team. Finally, both Momonosuke and Hiyori got through the remaining Oniwabanshu and entered the chambers of Koruzumi Orochi. I'll kill you all. I'll kill you all. A massive hydra filled the room, each head threatening the life of the siblings. But the siblings had no fear. This was their destiny. Wano, outside the flower capital, on another part of the battlefield, away from most of the battles, was Luffy. He stood over a mountain as he was quick to dispose of the All-Stars. They'll be up soon, and they are going to be met with Luffy's own powerhouses. Come then, bastard. Luffy looked up in the sky, and immediately spotted the dragon of his nightmare, the same bastard who killed all of his friends in his original timeline. For back then, he was careless and severely outnumbered. Now he was not. For Monkey D. Luffy has been waiting for this moment since the day that Lady Toki sent him back in time. Kaido approached him swiftly, diving into Luffy head-on. But just like before in the previous timeline, Luffy jumped up in the air, covered his fist in armament haki, then he activated Gear 3rd and unleashed a powerful blow to the head of the strongest beast, sending him straight to the ground. Kaido transformed into his Oni form and laughed as he had finally found a worthy opponent, one that can possibly grant him his wish. His wish of death. Though surprising the beast was the outstretched arm of the Straw Hat Emperor, grabbing him from the back of the head. Before Kaido could react, Luffy slung himself forward, slamming his hardened knee straight to the face of the monster. Then as he stumbled backwards, Luffy delivered a bazooka, then a Gear 3rd stomp, then a series of Gatling until finally he unleashed a Red Hawk straight to the guts of Kaido. Funny enough, he fell backwards from the onslaught. The monster fell on his back by the works of Monkey D. Luffy. Morgan saw this whole event transpire as he detached himself from the mainland and followed the battle to document everything that was transpiring. He announced immediately that Mugiwara had won, but the call of the albatross was a bit too premature, for the beast was quick to get back up on both feet, and upon seeing Morgans, Kaido unleashed a powerful beam from his horns into the unsuspecting news reporter. Lucky for Morgans, Montdor was there to block the beam with his books. "Thanks, buddy," said Morgans to his news partner. "Don't mention it. But damn, this is crazy. And fucking scary." The two continued to sit pat as they documented the titanic, world-changing class of two powerful beings. Luffy knew that Kaido would not fall for such a simple combination, so he took his staff from his back and prepared to fight the beast with Enma, the long staff. I know of that staff. It was said to have been an entity from the early life of this world. But you see, Mugiwara, I too wield an ability that was there in the time of this long staff. Kaido kicked the ground and several clutters of rocks erupted from the ground. Then with his club, he unleashed the clutter straight to the face of Luffy. "This is true, King. The Western Dragon was the reason why I rested in the deepest part of the earth. For in our battle, I lost, and the Western Dragon drove me down until I could not fight anymore. I only awoke recently for your call, as you are the true king, the one that will eliminate my creator from this world. Once and for all." It was easy work for Luffy to demolish the incoming projectile, but what followed the dust was a motivated Kaido, whose speed was not expected with his size. Luffy had to bring Enma in between the club and his skull as he was driven several steps back. "Come now, Mugiwara, this can't be all. For a man who killed Linlin, subdued Shiki and Newgate, and employed the likes of Katakuri and Marco. You must be stronger than what you are letting off. You have no idea." Luffy was then covered in smoke, enveloping himself in his own air. Then from out came the dramatic transformation. Was Luffy, but this time Enma was no longer in his hands. For Enma and Luffy had combined their spirit, with Luffy commanding Enma as his commander. Luffy's arm extended as it did before, but now he could expand his size at his will, with no limits. Luffy had finally reached his true awakening. Kaido doubled over in pain as he received a hardened punch straight to his guts. It was quick to reach him, but it was also deadly as it expanded instantaneously into a large fist, slamming the beast through several mountains. Those who could stop for a moment to watch were in awe. Those who were busy with their own battles could only smile at the shockwaves that escaped the air. Luffy retracted his fist and pursued the dragon before he could recover. Each fist was harder than the last, as if getting hit by pure pain. Kaido could only smile as he finally met his true adversary, someone who can help him use his true power. And so Kaido unleashed a powerful breath to create some space between himself and Luffy. Then as the space was created, Kaido screamed into the air, transforming himself into his hybrid form. For he had become an anthropomorphic dragon-man hybrid, with his blue scales more compact to cover the entirety of his body. His head was a combination of his imposing eyes along with the snout of his dragon form and, of course, his horns, which represented his supremacy within his animal kingdom. And Luffy immediately knew that this was not the same monster he fought earlier. This was Kaido at his finest. "I'll make you realize that you are weak, Mugiwara." Kaido bounded forward to clash with Straw Hat Luffy. "I am the strongest," roared the mighty beast. "Funny, I was going to say the same thing, Kaido." And Luffy responded by meeting him down the middle for an epic clash for the ages, with the Western Dragon meeting the Rubber Monkey King. Wenakuni War, outside Onigashima. Emperor Mugiwara Monkey D. Luffy vs. Emperor Thousand Beast Kaido. Morgans W. Montdor present to document. Flower Capital. Dracula Hawkeye Mihawk vs. King. Marco the Phoenix vs. Queen. Sir Crocodile vs. Jack. Boa Hancock vs. Who's Who. Sanji vs. Sasaki. Jinbei vs. Page 1. Ryuju vs. Ulti. Nami vs. Black Maria. Corazon vs. X Drake. Zoro W. Shimitsuki Kuina vs. Orochi's Samurais. Broly W. Arlong guarding Mirror Dimension. The rest in Straw Hat HQ. Port of Wano. Shiki the Golden Lion vs. Ikai W. Sichinana. Douglas Bullet vs. Nai. Magellan W. Santo. Hadrudin vs. Yanchi. Moria vs. Go. Monet W. Bartolomeo vs. Roku. Jazu vs. Hacha, Yaruj vs. Juabel, Kyuku, Kaku, Raisin, Califa, Bluno, Brook, Cavendish, Vista, Lillian Stomach, Dory, Brogy, Blamenco, Nougat, and Virgo vs. thousands of Zoan Beast Pirates, Arachi's Castle, Kazuki Momonosuke W, Kazuki Hiyori vs. Kurazumi Arachi, Kainman vs. Kurazumi Kenjuro, Denjiro vs. Fukurokuju, Ashura Doji vs. Daikoku, Inuarashi vs. Bishaman, Nekamamushi vs. Hanzo, Reizo vs. Chrome, Kikanojo vs. Fujin, Kawamatsu vs. Raijin, Onigashima, Red-Haired Shanks vs. Marshall D. Teach Blackbeard, Edward Newgate Whitebeard, Dark King Rayleigh, Dark Queen Shaki W, Red-Haired Pirates vs. thousands of Blackbeard Pirates, Ben Beckman vs. Shuryu, Yasop vs. Van Augur, Buggy the Clown W, Rockstar vs. Avalo Pizarro, Katakuri W, Robin Yamato, Onigashima, Day 2, Emperor Red-Haired Shanks vs. Emperor Marshall D. Teach Blackbeard. How long has it been since they started fighting? No news on the mainland as they had no idea what was happening in the Flower Capital. But here he was, using all the energy he could muster against the bastard named Marshall D. Teach. Black and red lightning collided with pure darkness as a weakened Shanks exchanged strikes with the well-rested Blackbeard. How long can you keep up, Shanks? Blackbeard slammed down his cutlass on the tired Emperor, continuously pounding him with powerful strikes from all angles. As long as it takes, Teach. Shanks pushed on despite gaining an unfair disadvantage. He had to repay the scars that Teach etched in his face. Tell me, dog, did you fetch for your master? Shanks knew that this was a sensitive topic for Teach, for the man fought completely against his destiny. Teach had a duty to uphold, but it was ultimately his own ambition and dream that rocketed him to achieve his desire. Marshall D. Teach was tasked with upholding the law of Uranus, for that was the role of Cerberus. But having the will of D, he opposed his master's commands and obtained his own ambition and goals. Funny how fate seems to look down upon him, as once he obtained his darkness fruit, most of his long-term game plan were foiled by, in extension, Mujiwara. He wanted to gain the service of the Quake fruit, but Whitebeard was restored to his prime. He wanted to kill the child of Roger, but somehow the kid was able to join the warlord and now work with the Straw Hats. Another nuisance for another day. He too wanted to become king to ultimately become the ruler of this world. And to achieve that, he had to kill his creator. But just like every plan, there was a roadblock. And it was this red-haired bastard who keeps getting in his way. Someone had to die today. They both thought in unison. So Teach unleashed a river of darkness, surrounding Shanks with the emptiness. Yet the swordsman simply closed his eyes and felt the environment. For the darkness was merely visual. He could use his observation to locate the coward. In all my life, Teach began to speak. His voice echoed in several directions, causing Shanks to grab hold of his ears. The sly bastard was trying to overwhelm his senses. I have never encountered anyone so fucking stubborn. Yeah, I learned for the best. He was referring to his late captain, of course. From the time that you took the scar on your face from me way back when you were still starting your journey while I was with the Whitebeard Pirates, until now giving the location of Pluton to HIM... You are a pest that needs to be eliminated. A darkness spear zoomed right past the head of Shanks. If he had moved an inch, he would be dead. I wish that I did not show you mercy back then. A memory of a younger Shanks. Standing over the cowering Teach began to play in the mind of Blackbeard. Please, Teach begged to be brought his blade straight to the sky, seemingly putting an end to Teach's miserable life. But instead, he hid his blade. Instead, he offered him a hand. Big mistake, as Teach did take the hand that was outstretched to him. And just like the bastard he was, Teach revealed his claws, attempting to puncture the neck of Shanks. Good thing Shanks was paying attention, as he was able to step back on time. The claws etching their mark over his eyes. Teach fled, hiding once more behind the coat of the strongest man. Ever since then, their fates seemed to be intertwined, with one man meant to kill the other. You should have killed me when you had the chance. Now I'm far stronger than I was. Teach revealed cutlass made completely out of his darkness. It danced along the form of the cutlass as Teach twirled and played with it. That's why I won't this moment pass like before. Shanks brought down his sword and collided with the darkness. Rather than metal hitting one another, the darkness instead surrounded the red-haired man once more. This time, though, Teach was more brutal, not electing to toy with Shanks as he did on his initial attempt to surround the man in darkness. This time, darkness spikes flew from different directions, all of which were aimed to kill, but Shanks did not plan on dying, for he had something worth fighting for. Love. If he died here, he would not be able to go on the promised date with Makino. Maybe it was for the best that their date never came into fruition, for now Shanks had something to strive for. A life after all this craziness, a time to settle down. A spike penetrated the core of Shanks, surprising not only himself, but Teach. Time seemed to have slowed, as nobody expected such a simple trick to actually injure Shanks. But alas, there he was, covering his open wound with his hands. Blood continued to gush out as Teach finally found his perfect opportunity. He drew back his darkness cutlass, aiming for the neck of the injured Shanks. Looks like I won't be able to keep my promise for that date, Makino. Never get to see you become King Luffy. Then just as Teach's blade was swiftly making its way to the neck of Shanks, rumbling began from all around them. And instinctively, Teach was able to lean back, as a powerful Bicento came down on him from out of nowhere. For within seconds, a towering powerhouse had traveled from the surface floor of Onigashima straight down to the depths of the dungeon. Their eyes met for a moment. Shanks could only look on in surprise as the man himself, Edward Newgate, interfered with what would have been certain death. Blackbeard had already jumped backwards while Whitebeard had remained beside Shanks, protecting him. I got this now, Brad. You should rest. Whitebeard looked at his counterpart, anger seething through his veins at what the little fucker did to his family. He noticed that something was off with Shanks, for the red-haired bastard was miles stronger than what he was giving out. Thanks. With the simple phrase, Shanks fell flat on his face. Days of torture, malnourishment, and exhaustion had finally caught up with him. He currently laid on his own pool of blood. But breathing ... for now. You fucking piece of shit. This here will be your graveyard, for I will make it so. Whitebeard would not let up on the man who murdered his family, the man who took advantage of their lowest point and killed them like nothing. The man who killed Thatch. The man who killed everyone. Teach was going to die no matter what. Zahaha, old man. Teach simply jumped backwards, avoiding the powerful quake-infused punch. Not only did he avoid the punches with ease, but also took the strikes from the Bicento like they were nothing. This wasn't the same Teach that followed around Thatch. This was some kind of monster. Doesn't matter if you got younger, or if you were cured from the poison that I was giving you. You still have no chance to defeat me. Whitebeard was going to lash out in anger, but his chest began to feel tight and he fell back on his bed. Maybe it was really his age. Marco and Jazu remained with the captain, but Thatch left the room. Though in the shadow of the hallway of the hospital ward of the Moby Dick, a smile formed in the face of the culprit on the sudden weakness of the health of Whitebeard. Teach began to walk away, hiding a small black bottle with a red skull on it, laughing to himself as his plan went into play ... not yet ... and oh no ... not quite yet. This was supposed to be Whitebeard's conquest for the One Piece ... but one member of his own crew was unknowingly the reason for his sudden decline in health. Teach. Thatch had caught Teach walking outside of the hospital ward. Teach immediately turned around with a smile on his face. You worried too, huh? Well, nothing we can do about it ... all we can do is make some magic with our hands. Thatch gave Teach a smile. Yeah, Teach responded and followed Teach to the kitchen of the Moby Dick. Not yet. No, not quite yet. Zahaha. Chapter 16. Suddenly, Whitebeard's eyes were wide open. Upon hearing him confess to it, there was no doubt in his mind now. At first he blamed it on his poor drinking habit. Then his life choices ... but it was Teach who poisoned him ... all along with was the bastard. You piece of... In his anger, the entire island of Onigashima began to tremble violently, and those who experienced it could only fear for their life as Whitebeard was angry beyond measure. Emperor Edward Newgate Whitebeard versus Emperor Marshall D. Teach Blackbeard was underway. Above the grounds, where the Titanic captains met their match in the red-haired pirates, Shaki, Buggy, and Rayleigh, they began to tremble at their current predicament, knowing full well that they needed to get out of this somehow, or they would be dead. Though there was one man that did not fear death, as he decided to cross blades with Rayleigh. Shiryu of the Rain was the former jailer of Impel Down, now assigned as one of Blackbeard's most powerful crewmates. He jumped away from Ben Beckman to engage the former vice-captain of the Pirate King. Still as sharp as ever, Shiryu, Rayleigh never let the smile fade from his face as they exchanged blows. His confidence was overwhelming. But I'm not your opponent. Rayleigh then pushed back Shiryu mid-strike, and the Titanic captain found himself in a war against Ben once more. Where do you think you're going, you bastard? Turns out, Ben was a lot stronger when he was serious, and his blade was heavier with each strike. Why don't you die already, Beckman? Shiryu said from under his breath, though not one was gaining the advantage over the other. Meanwhile, Rayleigh returned to his battle, killing and dismembering any and all pirates who came close to him or Shaki. Sorry about that. Shiryu is as determined as ever. Rayleigh slammed the enemy pirate against another, more brutal than ever. Playtime was over. Red-haired pirate vice-captain Ben Beckman versus second ship captain, Blackbeard pirate Shiryu of the Rain. On the first day they fought in an endless flurry of exchange. And now on the second day Shiryu grew bored and went after Rayleigh, pissing off Ben Beckman. Their flurry intensified, and just like before, they were not gaining any grounds against each other. Ben's blade was heavier than before, but Shiryu had a trick up his sleeve. Shiryu decided to reveal his small dagger, one in which he pulled from his waist belt. It was a tiny dagger, but it came with a caveat, for it was a blade that consumed the Scorpio Logia, and therefore it could transform into the Scorpion dagger. Without knowledge of this, Ben could only dodge what he perceived was the trajectory of the blade strike. He did not account for the Scorpion stinger. As the stinger hit him, Ben collapsed on the ground. This was enough for Shiryu to feel confident to deliver a decapitating blow. Now die. It was a millisecond of opening, but it was enough for Shiryu to feel confident in delivering a fatal blow. But this wide swing was enough for Ben to take advantage of, for as Shiryu brought his arms in the air to attempt to decapitate Ben, the first mate of Shanks took his blade and pierced him straight through his guts. The strike came out of nowhere. From a disadvantageous position, Ben was able to pull out a powerful counter. Ben had let his blade linger within the chest of the former Marine jailer standing on both feet as he pushed in deeper. He let the man suffer slowly, letting him choke in his own blood. Good riddance. Then, as life escaped the eyes of Shiryu, Ben withdrew his blade, letting his enemy's body fall on the ground. Red-haired pirate Yasopp versus third ship captain, Blackbeard pirates Van Augur. It was a magnificent sight. Their exchange at least. Bullet flew at a rapid rate, despite having a single-barrel rifle. Their battle has taken them to the entranceway of Onigashima, where they were currently climbing the stairwell that led to the main hall of the island. The stairs were symmetrical on either side of a glorious waterfall, and both men unleashed a rain of bullets against one another. It was a sight to behold as the duo were climbing the stairs while launching bullets at one another. The Blackbeard sniper decided to double down on his shot, using his sniper to launch the first bullet, and quickly pulling out his flintlock pistol to hide behind the bullet of the sniper. Lucky for Van Augur, his bullet was quick. Unlucky for him, Yasopp was quicker. The bullet of Van Augur collapsed within the mighty force of Yasopp's own bullet. Then the bullet traveled through one another, with Yasopp traveling the distance and surprising Van Augur. Yasopp's bullet met the trigger arm of Van Augur, swiftly knocking him on the ground. Just like that, Yasopp of the red-haired pirate stopped running up the flight of stairs, walked toward his enemy and placed his gun over the head of Van Augur. Fuck you. Blood flowed from the mouth of Van Augur as he remained defiant in his death. There's only one Sniper King in all of this damn world, and he is not on this island today. He fired the shot, then Yasopp looked onto the main island, where the man he was referring to was currently located. A person sneezed in the flower capital. "Bless you," said Kaya. "Thank you," replied Usopp as he wiped his snot. Someone must be talking about him. Straw Hat Pirate Grand Armada Weapons Unit Commander Buggy the Clown W. Red-haired Pirate Rockstar vs. 4th Ship Captain, Blackbeard Pirates Avalo Pizarro. I've never been defeated by a clown. For my skin is impenetrable from attacks. My body can even withstand Garp's punches. Avalo had a sickening smile on his face, truly meaning what he was saying. And little did he know that his aggressive form of combat would be his downfall, as when he charged forward, he was caught immediately within the world of Buggy. For the clown had activated the Bara Bara Festival, completely with sharpened metal all over his chopped-up body parts. Avalo Pizarro was competent enough to punch the air and produce enough force to knock back the rotating body parts. But in this instance, Buggy would send his other body parts to make small cuts all over Avalo Pizarro. It was the slow game, but it was enough for Buggy to come out on top. Little by little he was able to chip away the armor of the level 6 prisoner. And little by little, Buggy was drawing blood. And eventually he was able to use this mini opening to insert his Bara Bara bladed festival within the body of Avalo Pizarro and cut him from within his body, literally killing him from the inside. Just like that, Buggy had successfully penetrated the unbreakable skill of the blue-haired menace. He then proceeded to stab him multiple times from within, and eventually, a gruesome image emerged of the hand of Buggy reassembling within the body of Avalo Pizarro and escaping from his chest cavity. This caused the unbreakable man to break, falling flat on his back. Buggy then began to walk towards his opponent. The battle-hardened clown was no longer the goofball he once was in the original, stood over the fallen Avalo Pizarro, victorious in his battle. While you're stronger than Captain Shanks makes you to be. Rockstar had sat up and watched as Buggy unleashed his knife festival, impressed by the outcome. "I'm Buggy the fucking clown bitch." And with that, he took a knife with his bare hands. Attaching all of his limbs back, he pinned it straight through the skull of the fallen Titanic captain. Onigashima shores. This all occurred on the first day of the war. Katakuri and Yamato continued to size up one another. Robin then found this intense stare down as a chance to slip away. With her beloved Luffy having 3 of the 4 road poneglyph, this would be the last one to laugh tail. Yamato noticed Robin's attempt to slip away, dashing toward her with her club ready at hand. Robin could stand on her own, but she had a more important mission to attend to. Therefore Katakuri had to interfere. He appeared above Yamato, surprising her with his speed. He then brought down his Machai hammer straight down on her club. Her weapon collided with the ground as Katakuri stood over it, Robin leaving the exchange with a smile on her face. Katakuri, with his scarf over his pelican jaw, looked down on Yamato, recognizing that she was strong, but Katakuri was stronger. "You dare oppose me, mortal? I am the daughter of a monster." Her attire was a mere loincloth, barely hiding her womanly assets. Although she was not inclined to any primal needs, for all she cared about was strength, and the admiration of her father. But now her curiosity for true history had diverted her path to pursue Mugiwara. She pulled her club back, covering it with haki. She then brought it over her head to slam down on Katakuri. And so, Katakuri caught it with a Machai shield that he manifested in an instant. He absorbed the strike like it was nothing, surprising Yamato on how strong the Machai user was. Then in the depths of Onigashima, way into the belly of the island, Robin had found what she was looking for. Etched within the walls of the island itself, the solid formation was a sight to behold. She slowly approached it, passing the empty throne which must belong to Kaido. Then she touched the magnificent road poneglyph and immediately felt relief. This will do it. They got one in Fishman Island, one from Tado Land, and a rubbing from Zoo. Now it was time to complete the map. It was time to make her Luffy king. Robin has found the last road poneglyph. Emperor Edward Newgate Whitebeard versus Emperor Marshall D. Teach Blackbeard. Newgate's quakes were being absorbed into the void. Teach's darkness was endless, swallowing everything it came in contact with. Thus his pain level is always at its peak, and therefore his pain tolerance is absolutely insane. But what Teach didn't account for was that Newgate was far stronger than he remembered him. He was no longer the sick man that he once was. No, this Newgate had trained countless hours, amongst the very best that the world can offer. He was no longer bound by his health concerns nor age limitation. This was Super Prime Whitebeard. Whitebeard took his Bicento and tried to cut the head of Blackbeard straight out of his body. The slice was enough to cut the horns from the massive skull of Onigashima, but it was not enough to cut Blackbear. For Teach unleashed a world of darkness, similar to what he used to inflict a deadly wound within Shanks. He thought he had Whitebeard in the corner, and similar to Shanks' predicament, Whitebeard was rained with thousands of solid arrows. This time it wasn't made out of darkness. This time it was solid cold hard metal. And Whitebeard would know this firsthand, as several were able to get through his guard, as without the use of his eyes, he had to adjust for the new darkness around him. But as the arrow continuously pierced his skin, Whitebeard was finally able to locate the rat bastard, and in one leap, he was able to cover the distance, grabbing the face of Teach with his bare hands. Found you. He then slammed the face of Teach straight on the ground, dragging him along the earth. This went on for a solid minute before Teach unleashed a wave of darkness that forced Whitebeard to release his grip. Teach stumbled backwards, cowering within his darkness as he did it again, unleashing the world of darkness as he recovered from the strike. Though this time, Newgate was ready. His senses had already adjusted into the emptiness. Instead, Teach found himself at the end of the signature Bicento of the great Whitebeard deep within his core. How did Whitebeard find him so quickly? What did he do wrong? Memories of his life flashed before his eyes. Obtaining the fruit of the Cerberus, learning late into his life that he was bound by his duties to Uranus, not being able to sleep ever since then, defying Uranus and forging his own path, defiance, joining Whitebeard and hiding in his coat, poisoning Whitebeard in order to stop him from pursuing the One Piece, obtaining his darkness fruit by killing Thatch, setting up a deal with the beast pirates for devil fruits for weapons, obtaining a massive fleet filled with notorious pirates, breaking out the level 6 prisoners and obtaining his Titanic captains, collecting powerful devil fruits, killing the Straw Hats, capturing Shanks, dying. I told you I would kill you, Teach. Good riddance. May your soul be restless in the eternal suffering you deserve. Life escaped the eyes of the eccentric bastard. Finally he was dead. With that, Whitebeard placed his Bicento diagonally on the ground, letting the lifeless form of Blackbeard slide along the blade of his Bicento straight down to the other end. The ultimate disrespect of the most despicable man. That day in Onigashima, Newgate had successfully killed Teach. His body laid lifeless within the erect Bicento of Whitebeard, his blood continuously dripping along the handle. For his family, friends, and everyone this man had ever heard in his life. The ultimate revenge had finally paid off. Despite his death, Blackbeard had the wool of D, therefore, dying with a smile on his face. Whitebeard could only look angrily at the fallen emperor. He deserved more, so much more. And at the surface level of Onigashima, the red-haired pirates have suffered their own loss, but the Blackbeard pirates were eradicated from the face of the planet. Those who survive, fled. Lafitte, Doc Q, and Vasco Shot were nowhere to be found. Hey Whitebeard, you still got some juice in you. Captain is going to need our help. Buggy called down on the kneeling Newgate. A smile formed on his face as his exhaustion left him. That's right, there are still the beast pirates they had to deal with. It's been a while since I've seen the brat. Rayleigh stretched his muscles as he walked towards the group. There was a pile of Blackbeard pirates behind him. Do you think he is taking care of Hancock? Shaki walked beside her husband, loading up her rifle as she equally contributed to the pile of bodies. Catch your breath, red hair. We'll take care of this. Whitebeard was speaking with red-haired, who remained conscious but unmoving. All he could do was give a thumbs up as those who survived in his crew were immediately by his side. Captain, Ben, Yasopp, Rockstar, Lucky Roo, and so on were immediately by their captain's side. Whitebeard got on both feet, then took one massive leap to rejoin Rayleigh, Shaki, and Buggy in the top level of Onigashima. Let's go. and onto the flower capital they went. A sudden flash covered the entire island of Onigashima as soon as Whitebeard and company had left. Then as the flash ended, the body of Teach Used was gone. Where the hell did he go? Asked Shanks, while remaining exhausted. A massive part of the skull of the monster was destroyed, and out came Yamato and Katakuri, fighting one another. Orochi's castle, Day 6. Hiyori and Momonosuke stood by one another, each wielding the blade of their father, with Hiyori barely holding Enma on her right hand and Momonosuke holding onto Aim no Habakiri on his left hand with all his might. Blood dripped from their blade hand as neither one of the Kazuki heirs were moving, completely depleted from the endless battle with the monster. And before them, the 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi began to dance around in glee. What had happened in the castle? Wano, outside of the flower capital, Day 7. A straw hat laid beside a fallen man, blood was splattered everywhere, and before the fallen man was a vicious dragon, human hybrid, snarling at the fallen figure. Oh no, Montdor dropped the book which he had been using to record the battle. His last written text on the page was ... and Mugiwara fell hard, covered in his own blood. Morgans could only look away, not believing what he was seeing. He grabbed his feathered head and pulled as he could not believe what was happening. What had happened to Straw Hat Luffy? More importantly, somewhere far, far away, in the domain of the literal god of the world, Uranus sat on his supposed empty throne. Then before him was the fallen figure of Teach, who looked peaceful in his slumber, for he had not slept in a while. Arise, my beast. Then as Uranus commands it, Teach's body was covered in dark flames, and from the darkness emerged a 3-headed monster. It was a 3-headed dog, with each head having its own lethal fangs. As a fruit of the devil consumed by Marshal D. Teach, you have defied me. But as Cerberus you shall obey my sole command once more. And a mighty roar escaped the 3-headed terror, causing a tremor to erupt in the Holy Land. Then the beast shrunk back down, retaining the form who was once Marshal D. Teach. But not it was a vessel, merely holding onto the form of the mortal. Now Cerberus was in command, and Uranus was the supreme ruler of the creature. Day 8 Wano, Flower Capital Plaza's Straw Hat headquarters. Where it ended was where we began, with the forces of the Straw Hats facing off against the combined forces of Orochi's samurai along with the beast pirates. It was a dance in the Flower Capital, a dance of death. Neither side was falling behind as the Wano samurais outnumbered the Straw Hat Grand Armada, Mink, Kazuki alliance. The battle was endless, with momentary breaks in between. Oven worked tirelessly along with Law to provide nourishment and proper rest for their fighters. Countless members of the Straw Hats were out in the field, but many are also resting to fight another day. As far as what was happening on the enemy's side, who cares? They were the enemy pirates after all. How long has it been? Could be days, maybe even a week. How long has it been since this war began? Yahaha. Excellent work, Oven. With this we shall have enough supply until the grand finale. Enel saw through the arrival of their food supply and medical supply. No way was their route going to be broken with the guardianship of Enel. Good work to Enel. Without you, our supplies could have not arrived on time, but will this really be the last supply run? Oven asked Enel. Guild approached the duo with a massive calculator. Finally, I was pulling berries from multiple accounts to fund this war. Good thing it's coming to an end soon. Yes, brother Guild, as the dawn of time has arrived. The Grand Armada is coming out on top on this 8th day. Straw Hat Grand Armada Queen Boa Hancock versus Beast Pirate Flying 6 Who's Who. I only care for strength. Who's Who was a strong individual, but it did not take long for Hancock to clearly outmatch that strongest of the Flying 6. For Hancock had Who's Who on his knees, and this was without needing her Devil Fruit ability. It is clear that I am severely outmatched here, so I forfeit. Be on your way then, creature, for I do not turn my back on my enemies. She looked down on him so much that she was arched all the way back. She pointed at Who's Who as if to banish him from existence. The ever-so-opportunistic creature knew his place and so transformed into his ancient Zoan form, Ornheim Galanix, and the creature was big enough to carry his entire crew on his back. See you again, for this is not the last time our paths will cross. Who's Who and everyone in his crew knew that Boa Hancock exuded the aura of an emperor, a true fearsome creature. And if that was the queen of the king, then Kaido, who he believed to be the supreme being of this world, was in for a rude awakening. With the departure of the giant owl, Hancock took a heavy sigh, disappointed that she had not found a worthy opponent yet. For all her training with the Straw Hat Grand Armada's finest, and even her own dearly beloved, has sharpened her to be one of the most fearsome warriors of the group. Straw Hat Grand Armada Cuisine Division Sanji versus Beast Pirate Flying 6 Sasaki. Do you know the best way to serve sharks? Sanji had been dodging Sasaki's attack with ease, hopping off walls, jumping from building to building, and overall using his superior physical abilities to outperform the Flying 6 member. You fucking bastard. I'll kill you. The duo had found themselves midair, with Sanji having the outstanding advantage. Sasaki was crawling back to gain the upper hand, but the distance between them was growing and growing. As the old man would say it, with soup. Sanji's inflamed limbs were the end of Sasaki as Sanji was able to connect on his abdomen, causing blood to splutter all over the place. The Flying Six member was no match for a pained and angry Sanji, for our beloved chef continued to grieve at the loss of his mentor, and Sasaki just happened to be on the receiving end of his pent-up emotions. Even without the added emotional stakes, Sanji would have won easily. It just so happened that the unlucky Flying Six member met his match at the hands of the cook. As Sasaki collided with the ground, he was met with a violent thud, and Sanji gracefully fell right beside his motionless body. He immediately went for a cigar, putting it in his mouth and lighting it. Despite looking weak for that moment, Sanji let the tears flow as he remembered Seth. "Thank you for everything, old man." And Sanji grasped his face in agony as the tears would not stop. "Thank you." Straw Hat Grand Armada Sea Division Jinbei vs. Beast Pirate Flying Six page 1. He stood firm on both feet, both arms outstretched as pain continued to seep through his entire body. Yet he did not fall as his pride would not allow him so. His goal was always to be strong, and now he met another wall. This world was huge, maybe he could get stronger, but in a different life. "I respect your will, but you are severely outmatched." Jinbei stood with his back turned on the barely alive page 1, his hands outstretched as he delivered a devastating blow. "In a different time you could have been a powerful friend. Maybe, just maybe ... HMM up to the captain to decide. But for now rest easy page 1, for you have been defeated." With those words, his legs finally gave in. Page 1 fell flat on his face. Jinbei had beaten page 1 after an intense endurance battle. Straw Hat Grand Armada Queen, Infiltration Division Ryuju vs. Beast Pirate Flying Six Ult. "I said get off me. Get off me, bitch." Ulti struggled as Ryuju sat on top of Ulti, for she had tied her down with sea prism ropes. Courtesy of the weapon division, of course. "Why should I, little girl?" Of course, this made her angrier as she began to violently rock. "I am not a little girl, you old hag," retorted Ulti. Her behavior could be explained through her powerful stature and lack of guidance growing up. Her and her brother were monsters of the New World until they met the wall that is Kaido. They were not challenged since. That was until she faced Ryuju that day, losing in such a quick manner. Funny enough, the poison butterfly did not drown in the water. She was not a fruit user then. What the hell was she? "I'm definitely not letting you go now, stupid." Despite the struggling Ulti under her buttocks, Ryuju was not moving an inch as she contemplated on what to do with the member of the Flying Six. Straw Hat Grand Armada Queen, Financial Division Nami vs. Beast Pirate Flying Six Black Maria. She continued to fly around the Queen of Spiders, zapping and burning the hell spawns of the giant spider creature. Black Maria was a pain in her sides, but with her newfound ability, one that once belonged to the former Emperor of the Sea, there was no fear from her side. Nami zoomed past the head of the scary creature, holding Prometheus on one hand and unleashing a stream of soul-fueled flamethrowers. AHHH. Her voice screeched painfully throughout the air, as the flames were enough to bother Black Maria, but it wasn't a deciding factor on the match. "This is all you got, girl." She pointed her giant spinner in the air and unleashed a rain of sticky spider webs. No problem for Nami as she placed Prometheus on her head and let the flaming ball of fire expand in a giant fireball, burning every string that even attempts to bind Nami. Zeus continued to fly around gleefully dodging any and all hell spawns from the back of a rack. "Nami, look." Zeus had spotted an opening, bringing it to the attention of his creator. Nami took notice and shifted her gaze to the opening, the back of Black Maria, where her multiple eyes would not expect an attack. It was Arachne's blind spot. And remembering her experience from Whole Cake Island, Nami decided to use one of Big Mom's ultimate moves, the one where she went high into the sky, then suddenly crashing down with the back burner of Prometheus and Zeus as her base. The meteoric downfall was unexpected, as her speed was incomprehensible for the mythical Zoan user. Nami crashed directly in the back of Black Maria. The impact could be heard for miles. The new wielder of the Soul Fruit had single-handedly annihilated Black Maria. "Hey, we won!" exclaimed Zeus and Prometheus as they danced around one another, letting Nami observe her victory. From the strong-minded little girl from Kakuyashi village, to now one of the strongest within a Grand Armada ... How times have changed. Straw Hat Grand Armada Vanguard Division Sir Crocodile vs. Beast Pirate All-Star Jack the Drought. Crocodile held a withered body of the beast, Jack. He held him with his non-hook hand by his neck. Tusk. This is the extent of the so-called beast pirates. The beast was a perfect punching bag, receiving his sand saber with ease and his sand tornado without a problem. But what the creature lacked was the intelligence of the former warlord. For Crocodile was crafty, and he timed it so that the beast was worn out from his barrage, and he drained him from all his fluid. Now Jack was mummified, barely alive from getting dried of his fluids. Crocodile then tossed him to the side like a ragged doll. Jack the Drought was ironically dried by the sand user. There was no doubt at all. Go figure. Straw Hat Grand Armada Medical Division Commander Marco the Phoenix vs. Beast Pirate All-Star Queen the Play. Marco stood above the queen, with the beast seething in tremendous pain. It had been 8 days since the start of their battle, with Marco timing his attacks perfectly to wither down the creature. Eventually, Queen's strikes were getting weaker and weaker by the day. Then finally, Marco pulled out a powerful strike, one that Queen could not defend on time. And that would be it for the creature. This is not the limit of Kaido's beast, is it, Yoi? Yet the beast was struggling to get up. The barrage of the phoenix was too much, even for the awakened ancient Zoan. But to make matters worse for the Queen, a female monster literally shot from the sky and landed on his stomach, causing him to pass out in tremendous pain. Marco looked at the new arrival curiously, gauging whether she was an enemy or an ally. I am Yamato, the daughter of Kaido. I wish to meet Straw Hat Luffy. Instead, she announced herself, like the alpha female that she was. Oh, Marco leaned against his legs and observed the new arrival. She did deliver a devastating blow to Queen. Maybe she was all right. It will have to wait. He is busy with your father. Sure. With that, Yameo sat in front of the Phoenix commander. I'll wait. She sat with her right leg up as she curved her left leg inward. Her pose was very strong, and yet she was defiant. What a strange person this Yamato was. Straw Hat Grand Armada Sword Division Commander Dracula Hawkeye Mihawk versus Beast Pirate All-Star King the Conflagration. Who would have thought a duel would erupt between Dracula Mihawk and King of the Beast Pirates? The Titans, who could compete with the best of them, were causing craters to form as Yoru met the blade of King. For the world's supposed strongest, you disappoint me, Hawkeye. King pushed forward as Mihawk returned his strikes. They have been evenly matched for the past 6 days, approaching the 7th day of their duel. Not a blink of sleep between the two, not even a time for either to relax. But on the morning of the 7th day, and going forward to the following morning, something had changed. For suddenly, King was falling behind. Mihawk was a different monster in his own right, and in order to persevere and live another day, King had to retreat. So King transformed into his ancient Zoan, and he did what nobody would have expected from him. King fled. Mihawk watched as the dinosaur flew away, preparing his legs to bound after King. But he would not get a chance to chase after the Zoan, as a spear went through the core of King. Gah! He yelled in pain as he came tumbling down on the ground. Mihawk was in pursuit, finding King passed out with a trident straight through his chest. Where have you been? Mihawk looked up and found the man who delivered the sphere. Oh, you know, here and there. Katakuri appeared before Mihawk and the fallen King, the man responsible for pinning down the escaping enemy commander. I had him, Mihawk said with a smirk as he placed Yoru in his back, knowing full well that the end of the war was nearing its peak. I know, replied Katakuri as he joined the swordsman for a stroll back to HQ. Did you get the road poneglyph? Yeah, we got it. Robin is in the process of excavating it with some people. It was amazing how casually they spoke to one another, despite the massive war that was reaching its conclusion all around them. Wano, shores of the flower capital? There was no question in the minds of the Straw Hats, as the 9 members of the Straw Hat Grand Armada remained standing, while the larger creatures known as the Beast Pirate numbers were on their back, defeated handily by the group. See, wasn't even a challenge. Shiki was eating some nuts as he floated above the group. Monet flew beside Shiji, flying with her snow wings. She had a smile on her face as she had frozen a giant with her abilities. She was getting closer and closer to her goals, and that was to be strong enough to fight alongside the captain. Yeah, but look at the shadows I am able to collect. So many shadows. Moria was having a feast of shadows, collecting the shadows of the giant creatures. It could come in handy later. That is, if the giants hide from the sunlight. I can't believe you got as big as me, brother. Hadrudin walked alongside Urush, who maintained the smile on his face. My abilities allow me to store hits. The stronger the blow, the stronger I get, replied the mad monk. Well done, Jazu. You were such a brat in your younger days. Bullet walked alongside Jazu as they made their way back. You're one to talk to. You were deeged by Bonnie, weren't you? Yep, feels good to be in my prime. I'm barely breaking a sweat with these small fry. Why don't you do it too? Yeah, I'll see about that, replied Jazu. Isn't the Straw Hat so cool? Bartolomeo was seemingly floating around Magellan as they walked back to HQ. Instead of being annoyed, Magellan had a smile on his face as a trail of his poison followed him from the passed-out body of his opponent. They are, and with a smile on his face, the former head jailer and the #1 fanboy of the Straw Hat Pirates joined the rest of the group that dealt with the numbers, returning to the HQ for further instructions. Though truthfully, there wasn't much that needs to be done, for the Straw Hats were steamrolling the Beast Pirates. Like clockwork, though it took some time to defeat the awakened beast, it was not a problem at all. Warno Azoro W, Shimitsuki Kuina. It was already the 8th day of the battle. Constant arrival of enemies continued to flow as the Beast Pirates and Samurai of Orachas were numerous in numbers. They were also employing a play for the long game, resting some of their forces and alternating shifts. They weren't supposed to do this. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. Zoro and Kuina were relieved from grunt duty for a moment to catch their breath and get some supplements in their body. As they let their body relax for a moment, enjoying their food in silence, Zoro was caught staring. She had grown so much since the last time he saw her. He realized that she had filled her curves, her body was divine, and he could possibly be drooling. Of course Kuina noticed this, and she blushed feverishly at his gaze. What was going on in his green-haired head? She wondered if he thought of her as a woman ... or was she still only a swordswoman to him? Her questions would be answered as they sat at an empty room, one that was surprisingly empty despite the busy event in Wano. As morning came, the two exhausted individuals completely missed their shift. They were supposed to be back in the battlefield 12 hours ago. But exhaustion caught up, and it was their strategy to let their personnel rest for as long as they need. This was a long war. Go on now. Smoothie and Cracker stood in front of the duo, blocking off the Wano samurais who tried to stop them from joining the war in Orochi's castle. Zoro gave Smoothie a smile while Kuina gave her a thoughtful embrace. The duo then proceeded to head for the castle. They felt that something was wrong. Their journey to the castle was uneventful, with minor threats blocking their path. The entranceway of the castle was littered with weapons and people alike, all of which were busy fighting one another. They immediately went to the chamber of Orochi, knowing full well he was in there, hiding. Upon entering the chamber they found the bloody Momonosuke barely standing on his 2 feet, despite being aged by Bonnie. His body was not ready for a fight with an 8-headed monster. Then there was Hiyori, who remained defiant against the monster, but she too was meeting her limit, falling into one knee. For it had been 8 days since they battled the monster, and they have not had a moment to rest. Lady Hiyori, Lord Momonosuke, Kuina got in between her masters, defying the Yamada no Orochi before them. The creature laughed at the little woman, trying to protect her master. Futile efforts, die humans, Orochi mocked. All 8 heads danced around the group where one of the heads went to smash down on Kuina, who had all of her focus with her Lady Hiyori. But you know who was free? Zoro traveled the distance, using his 3-sword style to repel the incoming head of the massive snake creature. How dare you strike my lady? Zoro's eye glowed, and surprisingly, his scarred left eye was opened. It revealed a pattern of red and black substance circulating within its socket. Flames of hell emerged from his eyes as his anger was in full effect. Little did he know, Zoro had picked up Enma and aimed no Habakiri. Then he had Shisui in his mouth to complete a set of powerful blades on hand. Feel the wrath of Ashura. Within a blink of an eye, the Yamada no Orochi was down to 7 heads as one came flying off from where it once was attached. The limbs would burn a black flame that did not allow for the heads to regrow once more. What? Orochi panicked, retreating slightly. But a blur emerged before him, and 2 more heads were sliced off. No stop. He was too fast. As the aura of the demon Ashura was unleashed by Zoro, Orochi was losing all of his heads until finally he was down to his main head. The other 7 were discarded like they were nothing all over the room. Please spare me. The slithering creature shrunk down into his normal form, a little man who wet himself from fear. But it was not Zoro to strike the finishing blow. As the young master, Momonosuke was able to limp to where the person who ruined his life currently sat in a puddle of his own mess. Momo then extended his hand, with Zoro giving him aim no Habakiri. Momo then proceeds to limp to Orochi, piercing him straight through the chest, causing Orochi to gag out blood. But it did not end there. For my father, said Momonosuke weakly, staring deep into the eyes of the snake. Hiyori brought herself on both feet, with Kuina unable to muster any words as her lady was pushing herself past her limits. She slowly made her way to Orochi, with Zoro giving her Enma. Momo fell backwards as aim no Habakiri continued to rest in the chest of Orochi, blood splattering everywhere. For my father. And with one slice of her sword, Hiyori decapitated the last head of Orochi, causing the lifeless body to collapse on the ground. Zoro and Kuina watched as the siblings were finally able to fulfill their destiny. They had finally killed Kirizumi Orochi, thus breaking the cycle of hatred built by the unjust descent of the snake known as Orochi. Somewhere, somehow, they knew ... They knew that Lady Kazuki Toki and Lord Kazuki Oden was proud of them. Proud of their children, Kazuki Momonosuke and Kazuki Hiyori. Behind the 2 heirs to Wano, Kushina stood right beside Zoro. Years of the fight finally reaching its pinnacle. Her whole purpose for leaving Shimitsuki village was to serve the Kazuki in place of her father. She trained endlessly night and day with Denjiro, all for this moment. And finally, the threat of the Korizumi was finally done. Her burden was finally lifted, with her body collapsing in the arms of Roronoa Zoro. She let her soul rest in his arms as the Ashura demon receded from control of Zoro. His left eye shut close once more as he held his beloved with both arms. Zoro was able to calm the demon by his love, outweighing the hate. Rest now, Kushina, we won. Little did he know that Orochi was only a minor domino in this massive war. Kainman, Denjiro, Ashura Doji, Shinobu, Kikunojo, Reizo, Kawamatsu, Nekomamushi, and Inuyarashi appeared in the hall, all of which were bloodied from their battle. Kainman had fresh tears from his eyes as he put an end to the traitor, who he once called his friend. They were witness to the end of the tyrant which sold out the beautiful country of Wano. They witnessed the final slice which ended the bastard for good. On the 8th day of the war in Wano, Kurizumi Orochi was slain. Straw Hat Grand Armada Infiltration Division Commander Corazon vs. Beast Pirate Flying 6X Drake. Their conversation was coming to a halt, with Corazon starting to get a grasp of the whole operation of the Beast Pirates. Joker used to be his supplier, and there was a grand plan of making artificial devil fruit, but with the death of Don Quixote, Kaido decided that his dominion shall be filled with beasts. So Kaido struck up a deal with the Marines for an exchange of Zoan devil fruits. He will give them the weapons from Wano. Then another opportunity appeared before him with Teach, setting up another place for Zoans to be delivered to him. But his goal would have been the Holy Land eventually. Too bad he won't be able to achieve this with the captain taking him out ... or will he? Then his powerful crew is based on strength, with the strongest being at the top. So that's how he operates, huh? Corazon blocked a punch and delivered his own, with X-Drake eating the punch to sell their apparent scuffle. Commander, come in. Commander, a voice echoed on the mini den mushy of X-Drake. It was from a member of Sword, one trying to reach him. What is it? For the crimes of founding the Sword Unit. Wait, but Admiral Cusin founded the Sword Unit, exclaimed X-Drake, though his feed was cut, and the informant continued. Sir, Vice Admiral Garp is going to be ... He is going to be executed in Marineford. Oh no. Corazon heard it loud and clear. This is not good ... Not good at all. Wano, Flower Capital. Brother, Lucci had been dealing with the enemies as if they were nothing. His anger at losing to Yamato was enough to motivate him despite the injuries. Lucci swiftly turned at the call and found Kaku, Khalifa, and Bluno. But someone was missing. Where the hell was Jabra? Where is? He began, but pain immediately filled the eyes of the former Cypher Paul agents. Lucci trembled in realization that Jabra must be dead, answered Kaku, breaking the tension in the air. Lucci took a heavy breath and as Khalifa deflected a cocky samurai who tried to interrupt their moment. Who ... What happened? Lucci asked as he grabbed his hair in anger. Hattori realized the pain that his master was in and hung around on his shoulder for comfort. It was the Blackbeard Pirates ... But more specifically, a bullet through the chest by Van Augur. He let the information sink in for a moment. Then suddenly a new group arrived. At this moment, the arrival of the party from Onigashima signaled the impending end for the Beast Pirates. Some remained standing to fight to the death while others fell on their knees from the hopeless situation. Kirara, well, looks like we weren't needed any longer here, Rayleigh. Whitebeard placed his bicento over his shoulder, fresh blood still drying from his victory. Doesn't look like it, huh? Those Blackbeard pirates weren't much ... You got a good bunch here, Buggy, Rayleigh commented. But before Buggy could respond, Lucci approached him. Buggy. Lucci grabbed him by his shoulder, generating a welcome smile from the clown of the Straw Hats. Lucci, came out of your cave, did you? Teased Buggy. Buggy, tell me, was Van Augur killed in Onigashima? Lucci asked, trembling at the anger which he was building up. Buggy immediately caught on that this was a lot more serious than he originally anticipated. Rayleigh and Shaki looked on with interest while Newgate noticed the pain with the rest of the former agents. He knew that look. It was the look of anger upon losing a loved one. It was behind all of their eyes. And Newgate knew, he knew what this was about. And hell will freeze over before he lets this moment be ruined by some beast pirates. So Whitebeard unleashed his bicento on a pack of hyena, and then tossed some rhinoceros some yards away. Van Augur got away, Buggy responded, to which Kaku interrupted. I'll kill him, Lucci, I will end Van Augur. Then from the mountains emerged the silhouette of a black cat. Captain Kuro had arrived. Just the person I was looking for. Kuro ran past some enemies, hacking and slashing any and all that got in the way. Until finally, he got to Lucci. Shaki had since joined the battle, which meant that Rayleigh had to back up his wife. Too bad too, since the story was progressing rather rapidly with Rob Lucci. Buggy and Lucci jumped into the fight to clear a way for Kuro to join them. As Buggy demolished a bear Zoan, Kuro was finally able to get close to them. Khalifa and Kaku provided cover as they had the conversation that Lucci had been waiting for. Lucci, I know who you're looking for, Kuro began, to which Lucci's brain went to overdrive. Memories of his past filled his mind. From his mother's death ... to his father's death, to being shaped to be a government-killing machine, and finally finding a group of people who he considers his family. Lucci finally returned to the present, with Kuro providing the name of the assailant, the person he's been after ever since the beginning. Cypher Paul Aegis Zero Agent, Stussy, and as if weight was lifted off of his back, the search was finally over. Lucci knew who his target was. Good, was his response, and the group rejoined the battle at hand, cleaning up the rest of the thousands of beast pirates. Imagine this. A unit of a man named Edward Newgate Whitebeard was plowing through a field of awakened Zoan like nothing. The first mate of Gul D. Roger, Dark King Rayleigh, cutting everyone in his path with such precision and ease. The sniper queen of the Rocks Pirates, Dark Queen Shaki, putting a bullet through your skull. One of the former cabin boys of the Roger Pirates, and a current powerhouse of the Straw Hat Grand Armada, Buggy the Clown. Then there were 4 skilled assassins who used their expertise to eliminate any and all who opposed their cause. Imagine that. Previously, Wano, outside of the flower capital, day 7. A straw hat laid beside a fallen man, blood was splattered everywhere. And before the fallen man was a vicious dragon, human hybrid, snarling at the fallen figure. Oh no, Montdor dropped the book which he had been using to record the battle. His last written text on the page was ... and Mugiwara fell hard, covered in his own blood. Morgans could only look away, not believing what he was seeing. He grabbed his feathered head and pulled as he could not believe what was happening. What had happened to Straw Hat Luffy? On the first day their blows leveled the island. The poor luscious green forested land that was once a wonderland for its inhabitant had now been leveled into a wasteland. Blow for blow, Luffy and Kaido were not letting up. On the second day, it was similar to the first. This time the wildlife have found a way to escape the hellish atmosphere that the 2 powerhouses were exuding. Morgans and Montdor were documenting the encounter like there was no tomorrow. What a battle. On the third day, Kaido's punches were suddenly getting through Luffy's guard. Morgans looked on, worried for the captain, but it was all for naught, as Luffy was letting him get some punches in. Why? To test out the strength of the strongest. His fist was heavy, but his power was nowhere close to Luffy's will. Thus on the 4th day it was Luffy's turn to overtake the battle. And he started it by delivering a King Kong gun straight through the uggle mug of Kaido. The dragon stumbled back, remaining in his hybrid form. Then Luffy continued the assault with King Kong Godlike. The dragon could not believe that he still had more in the tank. What a unit of a man. On the 5th day the status quo reverted back to normal, and on the 6th day it was more the same. But on the 7th day Kaido delivered a powerful, well-timed Thunder Bagua that knocked Luffy on his back, with those who witnessed the blow thinking that he had died. Oh, a sound escaped the mouth of Mugiwara. Kaido looked ahead in confusion, knowing full well that he should have been killed by that last blow. What? Captain is alive, exclaimed Montdor, who had learned to respect Luffy enough to call him his captain. Then a slap on the back of his head made him stumble a bit. Morgans had his wings crossed with a grin over his beak. Of course, you idiot. Captain will never die. Even the former underground crime lord, head of a massive news outlet, had recognized the superiority of one Monkey D. Luffy. Speaking of the leader of the ever-growing Grand Armada, Luffy slowly got up, shaking the dust from his body. He used Enma to boost himself to his feet. That's all you got, Kaido, Luffy finally said as he wiped the blood that escaped his mouth. Truth be told, the punch of Kaido's hybrid form was like getting hit by several micro-power blasts from the dragon form of the man. You want more, I see. Kaido covered his fist with so much haki that cackles of black haki energy began to escape his hands. Though Luffy wasn't going to let the beast charge up. Instead of waiting for a chance to strike, Luffy jumped at his throat and cut him off before he could even start. Luffy removed the bond with Enma and let the staff become its original form once more. It had been days since Luffy had merged with his staff, but it was now time to go on offense. So Luffy bounded forward, covering the ground in one massive step. Then Luffy brought out his right fist, connecting with the face of the surprised Kaido. The beast was sent flying back, but Luffy's fist kept contact with the beast, ensuring that he continued to be sent further and further back. Then, Enma followed the instruction of his commander and expanded along with his arm to double the acceleration of the beast through the mountains of Wano. Each impact was like a mini earthquake, and there was no signs of slowing down. But how? Kaido's impenetrable armor was pierced by the staff named Enma. The monkey got through his scale somehow, and now Mugiwara had commanded the staff to expand. Their forceful entry through the earth was rapid, and the enlarged form of Enma was enough to force Kaido straight through layers of the mountain range around Wano. Kaido could not even recover, his pain covered by his thoughts. How am I being beaten? I am indestructible. But then a thought crossed his mind. As he finally went through his fifth and final mountain, he came to a realization that this was his end. And to that, he was glad. Finally, a day where someone could finally kill him. He was unmoving, waiting excitedly for the end of his life. Mugiwara stood in front of him, Enma shrinking to its normal size. Mugiwara covered his hands in armament haki and walked slowly towards Kaido. Kaido continued to observe Luffy as he approached him, a smile covering his face. This was it. This was the end. Luffy delivered a earth-shattering punch that caused part of the mountain to split from itself. His fist connected with the dirt beside the head of Kaido, to which the dragon looked on in confusion. I am stronger than you, so now you serve me, Kaido the dragon. At first he had a look of disbelief. Then he finally began to laugh at the situation. Wororo, what is the meaning of this, Mugiwara? Aren't you going to condemn me for my sins of this world? Kaido challenged, using the newfound adrenaline to challenge Mugiwara to kill him, end him of his endless misery. That's not how this will work, Kaido. Luffy placed the staff on his back and crossed his arm, his haki receding from once covering his entire body. Kaido would move, if he could ... but he wasn't able to, for he had lost. If he could though, he would have struck Luffy straight in the face for letting him live. Your ideals are those who are stronger and are on top. So tell me, Kaido, as a beast that was once undefeated, can you not see yourself under my rule?" To this, Kaido began to think. He must be keeping him alive for a reason. Was there a power far greater than himself that Mugiwara needed to handle? Then it hit him. The world government. That's gotta be it. Before, Kaido's true aim was to overthrow the world government and rule the world for himself. But now that he lost, maybe Mugiwara was the true heir to this world. "Is it the world government that you keep me alive?" Kaido asked straight away. "Yes, I will need you for the final war. So serve me, Dragon of the West." Luffy looked down on the fallen Titan, who was once at the pinnacle of his power. This seemed to be the end of the line. And for the remaining ounce of his dignity, he had this choice to make. Fine, but that, the strongest creature the world succumbed to exhaustion and finally passed out. Mugiwara Monkey D. Luffy standing over the defeated creature. The smell of death covered the air. Blood, gore, carnage. This was not how it was supposed to be. Everything was on fire. His crew was scattered, possibly dead. His armada was demolished with the combined force of the two Yonko of the sea. All your effort, and yet you still find yourself here. You have been defeated, Mugiwara. Not yet. My Nakama will. They can't do anything for your Mugiwara. They are all dead. Flashes of his life engulfed him. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook, Jinbei. All of his adventures led him to this, dying at the hands of Kaido. Some luck. Kaido's mace was inches from connecting with his skull. He was seconds from dying, and yet all he could think about was regret. His fist connected with the beast as a last-ditch effort, but the funny thing was, the mace did not connect with him. A cloud of smoke enveloped Luffy as his body suddenly transported to another location, several hundred yards away from his battle with Kaido. Chapter 1. Finally overcoming his demon. The demon which haunted him ever since his travel to this timeline. My name is Kazuki Toki, and I possess the time fruit. In the event that you die, we lose the end war. Again, time is in essence Luffy. I have sent my son and Odin's scabbard 20 years into the future ... and now I sent myself forward where the flame burns at its lowest. To assist you is my last will. Monkey D. Luffy, I, Kazuki Toki, will send you to the past where you deem your love for the open sea began. Goodbye, Luffy. Make good. Chapter 1. A chance was given to him to rewrite the story which resulted in his ultimate defeat, and now to bring it all into a close. The old Luffy had died in the old timeline, replaced by a more confident and competent Luffy that exuded charisma and charm. With Kaido passing out from exhaustion, Luffy finally had a seat, rest which he hasn't had in the past week. He took a heavy sigh after finally conquering the beast. Morgans flew over to where the conclusion of the battle had occurred. Montdor was in tow, not believing what he was seeing. His mother, Big Mom, was one thing, but beating Kaido as well, that was something else entirely. This was truly the age of Mugiwara, and he was glad he was part of it. The end of an era, but a beginning of your new age, Captain. We're to now. Let's rest. And Montdor, Morgans, please tell the crew to regroup in HQ. I'm pretty sure everyone is waiting for me to finish. What about those that refuse to surrender? Tell them they have two choices, leave or join the Straw Hat Grand Armada. With that, Luffy passed out from exhaustion. Although Enma remained tense as to watch his master from any intruder, the black long staff remained erect and alert for any potential threat. The duo exchanged a look and shrugged their shoulders. Well, Captain's orders. And they went to the main island to deliver the news. On the 8th day of the Straw Hat Grand Armada versus the Beast Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy had finally defeated Kaido. Aftermath. Just as the captain commanded, Morgans and Montdor brought the news. Brook had a smile on his skeleton skull, sheathing his cane sword as the end of the war was finally upon them. This past 8 days had been taxing, one that was overshadowed by his 8 decades of experience. The war with Whitebeard was intense, the war with Big Mom was crazy, but the war with Kaido was exciting. I did it, sir. Nami flew straight through the clouds and onto the arms of Brook, embracing her mentor. Brook felt like a proud father as he taught Nami how to fight with her newfound soul powers. Good job, Nami, but may I see your panties now? To this joke, Nami immediately pulverizes his skeletal head. Hell no, exclaimed Nami, causing laughter to erupt from the surrounding. The remaining Wano samurais who were once loyal to Orochi put down their weapon as they have lost. The beast pirates reverted to their human form as they had no more reason to fight. Thank you for your assistance. Robin looked up, and Lily and Stomach along with Dory, Rode, and Goldberg were lifting the giant Rode Poneglyph back to their gigantic ship. Not a problem at all, sis Robin. Though she gritted her teeth as despite 4 massive, full-grown giants carrying the giant indestructible stone, they were struggling. Never in my decade-long life did I know of the existence of such marvels, Dory said as he was trembling from the weight of the Poneglyph. Such beauty, indeed, added Rode. With the completion of all 4 Rode Poneglyph, it was only a matter of time before the Straw Hat Grand Armada would make their way to the Promised Land, the One Piece. Though something else needed to happen before going to Laugh Tale. We must inform the captain immediately, Corazon exclaimed in panic, knowing full well that the captain would want to save his grandfather. The circumstances was still confusing, but there was no time to diagnose the situation. I can't abandon my post with the Marines, but you will always be my commander, Sir Corazon. So I will turn my eyes away from this alliance, and I will assist the Grand Armada against the unjust rule of those in power in Marineford. I will help in saving Vice Admiral Garp, Drake proclaimed, adding another prominent power to the Straw Hats. Though that wasn't the end of prominent allies added to the Grand Armada. So Mugiwara is resting, huh? Yamato placed her club over her shoulder as she heard the news from Morgans. The old man had finally met his match. What kind of man is this Luffy? In the center of the flower capital. Fine, I quit, just let me go. Ulti was raised to her feet by Ryuju. Her binding was cut. Good girl. Ryuju then patted her in the head. I am not a little girl. I am literally over 20, exclaimed Ulti. Her demeanor was as entertaining as ever, though the arrival of her brother shifted her attention to him. Pepe, what have they done to you? She ran up to page 1, who was being helped by Jinbei to walk. I'm fine, Ulti, just bruised. These people are not bad people. I wish to join the Straw Hats. To this, Ulti was shocked, but her shock turned into a smile. Okay, Pepe, she said as she helped her brother. Many of the samurais and ninjas of Wano have also changed their tunes, along with some of the beast pirates. You sure gave us a funky beating. Queen had struck a post, as Marco the Phoenix stood by him. Was there a doubt? Marco asked the former all-star of the beast pirates. We thought we were the strongest in the sea. I guess not. Queen observed as the minks assisted one another on their feet. The end of the war had finally dawned upon them. This was so cool. Carrot had a victory count of 78 samurais, 25 beast pirates, with the 2 meals and 6 hours resting time put in between the battles. The young rabbit mink jumped up and down in joy as the victory was exhilarating. Yes, it was my dear. Mr. Tubonclay was twirling in excitement besides Carrot. In more ways than one, the duo were a powerful team in this battle. HNN, whatever. Kid participated in the war, fought for the Straw Hats, and felt good about it. Though what he did not expect was the watchful admiration of one Charlotte Smoothie. If I can't of Zoro, I guess I'll be satisfied with you. Kid suddenly had a cold sweat travel through his back as the imposing women stood behind him. Then he took a big gulp. Oh, I'm in danger. Back to the Straw Hat HQ, where the Straw Hats set up a base in the middle of the flower capital. Those who were in rotation to rest, and those who were too injured to return to the battlefield all joined in a massive celebration, forgetting their pain, their injury in this momentous victory. One Trafalgar D. Waterlaw plumped down on his butt beside one Tony Chopper. The duo worked tirelessly along with the rest of the medical staff to ensure that they minimized their casualties. This was harder than last time, Law said, remembering not too long ago. They went on an all-out war against Big Mom. Yeah, this was crazy, Chopper agreed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I can't believe how far we've come, from being saved by Captain Luffy and Dressrosa ... to now waging a war against the world. Law waited for a response from Chopper but did not get anything. Chopper, yeah. Though the blue-nosed reindeer was fast asleep, exhausted from their job as lifesavers. Law's worries was replaced with relief and he too fell back, sleeping right where he sat, without a worry in the world. Over in the kitchen, the chefs of the Straw Hats were also having their own celebration. Oven and Nougat shared an embrace, as siblings were glad that the war was finally over, and they did their job well. Not a single member of the Straw Hat Grand Armada went a day without food. Well, those who fought for 8 days straight weren't able to get food, but those people were monsters. Speaking of the monsters of the Straw Hats, the powerhouses have gathered in the square. Sanji arrived with a cigarette over his mouth. His emotional victory against Sasaki was exciting, but there was more work to do. They are nearly there, just a little more, and Captain will be the king. Zoro was carrying Kuina in his arms, positioned in a bridal style. Beside him were the 9 red scabbards, but more importantly Lord Momonosuke and Lady Hiyori. Celebrate with us, my brothers, my sisters, Lord Momonosuke began, taking center stage to rally the participants. For we have won this catastrophic war, followed by Lady Hiyori, the siblings working seamlessly together despite the years apart. Those who participated in the battle with the numbers were disappointed to find no more battles to fight, but they were ultimately glad that the war was now over. Can you believe this bullet? Never did I imagine that I would ever be serving under someone. Shiki was floating beside Douglas Bullet. Yeah, imagine that. In my time with the Roger Pirates, I thought he had assembled the strongest force the world had ever seen. Bullet crossed his arm as he observed the group before him. Speaking of his former crewmate, red-haired and Silvers were having an uncanny reunion along with the clown. I can't believe you got beaten up by freaking Blackbeard. Buggy was giving Shanks a hard time, who remained weakened by the days of torture he received. Buggy, it's more unbelievable that you actually defeated someone, replied Shanks with an evil smile on his face, to which Buggy began screaming at him. Boys will be boys. Rayleigh shook his head as he laughed at the exchange. Shaky and Whitebeard stood on the side exchanging stories of olden times. Back in the crew of rocks. So Linlin is dead, huh? Shaky said to Newgate as she took a deep breath of her cigarette. Yeah, she died destroying her own dream. On a brighter note, with Shiki on hand and Kaido added on by Captain ... Why don't you and Rayleigh should join us? To this Shaky had a smile. Like old time's sake, a mini reunion. Not interested. I'm sure we'll be present for the final war, but we won't be under any other flag. Understandable, replied Newgate. Imagine that, the war was over, though there was another war that was going to shake the very foundation of the world. For deep within the confines of Impel Down, Level 6, the sole inhabitant of the prison was Monkey D. Garp, bound to the wall of the prison without a hope of escape. Before the bloodied old man were the 6 heavenly star, those of which served under him himself. I'm glad you got me. Now let my subordinates go. The only reason why Garp allowed them to punish him without retaliation was the imprisoned subordinates of Monkey D. Garp, all of which were going to be tortured to death if he did not comply. Foolish Garp, you think we will allow for your escape for what you are attempting to do, said one of the elder stars, the tallest of the bunch, assembling a coup within the Marines organization, naming yourself Sword for secrecy. How stupid did you think we were? The swordsman of the group was polishing his blade as he did not even look at the prisoner before them. Deep in the mind of Guard, blocked by multiple layers of haki, a mental battle ensued where Garp was hiding his secrets while the Elder Stars were trying to pry the information away from him. For these crimes, you shall be punished with death. I'm too old anyway, so be it. Garp had a smile on his face despite the faith which he was dealt with. He's had a long and fruitful life, but this is the end, so it seems. Suddenly, from behind the elders, emerged a tall man, one of which exerted a pressure that surpassed even that of Pirate King Gall D. Roger. Even Garp could barely maintain consciousness, which was a testament to the strength of the new arrival. The 6 elder stars immediately fell on both knees, bowing their head directly in the ground. Garp could barely maintain his gaze, as the being before him was exuding too much pressure, and for a man like him to be barely conscious, this being was strong, very strong. Garp. His voice echoed each word and lingered for a moment. You serve a purpose for now. Then from behind the being, the empty shell of who was once Marshal D. Teach quickly made his way forward, delivering a knockout punch straight to the face of Garp. This punch was enough to knock him out for the time being. But before darkness engulfed him, Garp could hear the being say, "To lure my joy back to me." Then emptiness. Suddenly, from Marine HQ, hundreds of massive ships of destruction began to float into the sky, all of which were going into separate directions. The Pluton ships had their targets. Let the second great cleanse begin. Warship Island. Grandpa. Now, the girl had grown into a young woman. Appice was assisted by the Straw Hat Grand Armada in returning a dying breed of dragon back to where he belonged. Brother Zoro, Brother Usopp, Brother Sanji, and Sister Nami were the ones who helped her return the dragon back home, thwarting the attempt of Unit 8 from obtaining the Dragon Eye. She was so thankful for their assistance as they made quick work of the corrupt Marines. She wanted to venture with them, but Brother Zoro said that she was too young, and the pirate life is hard. She should stay with her grandfather and care for him. So she did so. She continuously looked over a hill and observed the sky, thinking one day that her friend will come back to say hello. Yes, Appice, her grandfather asked, now too old to even stand up. The animals have been acting strange. All are basically calling out to run. What do you think is happening? To my wonder. Then suddenly, the earth began to tremble and the air became thick. Screams of anguish rang in the air as countless citizens were being annihilated by several pacifists. Grandpa, why are the Marines attacking us? Appice screamed in panic. Her animal friends were telling her what was happening in the village. I do not know, Appice, but you must get to safety, exclaimed her grandfather. But what about you, Grandpa? Leave me, Appice. My time has long passed. You, on the other hand, must live. In the past 2 years, her grandfather was unable to get up as his life was quickly deteriorating. But in this instance, with desperation kicking in, her grandfather got up and hurried her along outside his home. Hurry now, dear. Grandpa, no. Though as Appice was pushed out of her grandfather's house, a sudden burst of energy crashed straight from the heavens and onto her home. She was knocked back by the impact, her ears ringing in pain. She slowly got up as despair filled her soul. The house which she had lived in all her life was annihilated from the face of the planet. Looking up for an answer, she found herself at a loss for words as a massive battleship floated above her. Tears welled up in her eyes as any ounce of hope was now gone. She simply closed her eyes as she accepted her fate, and the massive ship unleashed a beam of energy straight down when she was on both knees. Wano Kingdom. It didn't take long for Luffy to wake up from his slumber. The first person he would see was Hancock. Then the rest of the queens would be present as well. The queens of the Straw Hats have been told the predicament in which Monkey D. Garp was under, and now the queens would be responsible for telling her beloved. They would first try to tug at his emotional heartstring. with the queens of his life. Nami without her soul entities. Viola was present, Vivi, Ryuju in her raid suit though it may not stay on for long, Monet with her snow loja partially covering her private area to entice the captain, Robin with her arms crossed emphasizing her assets, and surprisingly, Yamato was present along with the other queen. She insists to be there with the initial group as she needed to meet the man, just in case they could not contain him. The group had agreed to surround the area with their strongest, cause they know what he will try to do. Of course they knew that it will be some time as the queens were attempting to do something to weaken the strongest emperor of the sea. Katakuri was present, along with Mihawk, Newgate, Marco, and Oven. Shiki and Bullet were close but they were already manhandled before by Mugiwara, so they don't know what they could possibly do. Rayleigh, Shanks, and Shaki were closed as well. How long have I been out? Luffy sat up. He immediately looked for Enma, which rested on the edge of his bed. Hancock sat at the end of it, observing him, waiting for the perfect time to deliver the news. A couple of days now, replied Hancock. Robin immediately went to his side and caressed his face. How are you feeling? Robin asked. Hancock took a step back to allow for room for the others to observe their beloved. Nami gave him a kiss on the cheeks, while Monet and Vivi began to give him a massage. I feel good, so what's the occasion? Why is everyone here? Luffy's gaze shifted to Yamato, who stood imposingly in the corner of the room, observing him. He kept his eyes on her as an answer was given to him. To calm his nerves and potentially tire him out on his decision, the girls decided to treat their beloved to a relaxing moment. Ryuju could not contain herself any longer as he sat on the other side of Luffy and began to kiss him along his neck. Her kisses were intense, hungry as she hasn't had her moment with the pirate captain yet. Hancock could not contain her hunger any longer, as their mission was to drain him of his energy so that he could not try to do something dire. Dire meaning Luffy charging into Marineford to save his grandfather, where the strategy department has yet to figure out a plan specially directly after the war with the beast pirates. So Hancock immediately removed her robe, freeing her body from the bind that is her clothes. She walked slowly towards Luffy, eventually getting into all fours as her mouth drooled for his member. Luffy raised his eyebrows as both Robin and Ryuju removed his trouser, revealing his. Beep boop. Lemon scene deleted. If you want to watch, go for chapter 51. Link in the description. After Yameo reached her climax, Luffy set her down and let her rest. Meanwhile he crawled between the woman, with Hancock wrapping her arms around him. How are you feeling? Hancock whispered as she was too tired to do anything else. All around Luffy were his queens, all of which were satisfied to the maximum. A sudden change in the mood caused Hancock to tense up slightly. I feel wonderful, say ... What is going on? Luffy caught on. Luffy, you have to promise to be rational about this. Hancock began, her eyes opening up from fear of his next course of action. Go on then, he said, not knowing what she was about to reveal. Drake is with the Marines, but he is loyal to a secret Marine agency known as SWORD. Within SWORD are Marine activists who are not fond of the world government ... You grandfather. Monkey D. Garp is a prominent member of the group ... And by the confirmation of Corazon. Okay, what is going on? Please tell me. She could not lie to her beloved. Luffy, your grandfather was framed as the founder of the group and he is going to be executed for conspiring against the world government. A sudden gust of wind passed through the room, with Luffy looking shocked from the revelation. And he did what they all expected, immediately grabbing his staff and dashing outside the door. His sudden movement was enough to wake the rest of the queens, with Hancock slamming her legs straight to the ground in front of Luffy. The ground broke from the impact, causing Luffy to stop for a moment. Imagine her perfect skin and her ample body completely nude as she slammed her foot on the ground before Luffy. It was both imposing and sexy at the same time. Hancock, please don't do this, Luffy asked as he began to put his clothes on. This is exactly why we wanted to tire you out, because of wanting to do something so rash. Suddenly, Hancock was joined by the rest of the women, all of which were still fully naked but now stood before Luffy to stop him from going. Luffy, let us come up with a plan first, Monet pleaded as Luffy took a big gulp from looking at all his queens and their naked glories. These things take time, and your grandfather's execution date is not set yet. Let us plan this, Robin added, with the rest of the women nodding in agreement. Luffy then relaxed for a moment. He then looked up at each of his ladies. His resolve was clear with his eyes. Despite the amazing woman before him telling him to stop, he was too focused. Hancock's eyes widened as she knew what he was going to do. Luffy, no. Yamato attempted to catch him, but he was too fast. Suddenly Luffy bounded through the roof of the room, clearing all the way to the sky with a single bound. Enma, guide me to my grandfather, commanded Luffy, although there were people waiting for him outside. The entire Grand Armada was there to stop him. Captain, you have to relax. Mid-air, Brook, Sanji, Zoro, and Jinbei have surrounded Luffy. You have to calm down. We have to think this through, Zoro stated, knowing full well where anger will bring someone. Captain, do not do this, Sanji stated. Jinbei whipped up an ocean pillar to attempt to slow the fruit user. Captain, Brook began, although Luffy was not having any of it, whipping out his elongated rubber legs as a whip and slamming down on all 4 of the commanders, knowing them straight to the ground. "Got him, what a monster," Zoro said with a smirk on his face. Luffy then grabbed onto Enma and began to bound from building to building. In his path were different members of the Grand Armada trying to stop him. "Captain, you have to stop." Enel was in his Amaru form, but a single King Kong gun was enough to knock him out of the way. Then Jazu and Crocodile were up next, and Luffy dispatched them easily with a gum bazooka through the chest of Jazu and a gum gatling straight to the face of Crocodile. There's no stopping him. Jazu could not move as he was etched on the ground. Crocodile was beside him, groaning at the painful punches by the captain. The newest members of the Straw Hats, those who diverted from the Beast Pirates. They were about to experience the power of their new captain, with Page 1 and Ulti attempting to do a double headbutt in their hybrid form. Although they weren't able to do a damn thing as Luffy trucked straight through the ancient zones with his bound man form. Page 1 and Ulti could not believe how severely outmatched they were as they groaned loudly from the manhandling they just received. "Captain, please think this through." Arlong and Lucci were up next, with Lucci meeting the fist of Luffy straight through his guts while Arlong was slammed straight down by a gum pinwheel. Nothing was stopping him from getting to his grandfather. No logical thought even went in his head during this trying time. Captain Ya. Up next were Law, Captain Yoi, and Marco, who stood over the rooftop of one of Wano's tallest buildings. Law had prepared his room, and as soon as the captain got within the confines of his abilities, their plan was in motion. Marco jumped straight for Luffy, attempting to capture him with his phoenix talons, although Luffy reeled both arms back, extending them to their limits. Then when Marco was close enough, Luffy retrieved his outstretched arms and delivered a devastating gum bazooka. Although he hit nothing but air as Law teleported Marco right behind Luffy, trading him in the place of Enma. Marco's talons covered Luffy, the duo thinking that they had won. They have not, as Luffy exuded enough haki to get out of Marco's clutches. He then unleashed a flurry of gum gatling to create enough separation between himself and the Phoenix. Then as the barrage ended, Marco could only hang his mouth wide open as a massive Kong gun was sent straight through his face. Law was able to swap places with a pebble to ensure he did not get knocked out. But now, in his futile attempt to stop the captain, he found himself on the tip of Enma. The extended staff pinned him on the ground, knocking him out. Not a single member of the Straw Hats could have stopped him, but those who could possibly stand a chance remained at the edge of the continent of Wano. Whitebeard, Mihawk, Katakuri, Bullet, and Shiki. Luffy saw them in the distance as he dealt swiftly with Hadrudin and Moria. His eyes became enraged at the lengths his crew would go to stop him from saving his grandfather. He wasn't going to let anything happen to him, even if it killed him. Logic was out of the window. All Luffy wanted to do was get to his grandfather. Suddenly, from the hospital wing, where a certain dragon was being treated for his injury, Kaido opened his eyes and understood the command of his new captain. Kaido immediately transformed into his dragon form, and the Western Dragon flew straight into the heavens. He then built up enough firepower in his abdomen and released his famed burrow breath straight through the heavens and into the shore. Those who were meant to stop Luffy had to disperse at the attack by Kaido. Kaido then flew straight down and joined Luffy, allowing him to get on his head as the dragon flew straight through the sky and away from Wano Kingdom, their destination, Marineford. "Damn it all," Katakuri exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the ground. Whitebeard looked onward along with Rayleigh, observing as Kaido and Luffy disappeared in the distance. The determination of their captain was unparalleled. Although they understood his position, he would do the same for any of them. But that was not the extent of their troubles, for from the tower of the Flower Capital, out came Morgans with some dire news. "Everyone ... the whole world is under attack." Morgan's announcement causing confusion with the commanders of the Straw Hats. "This can't be happening," Katakuri thought in his head, already knowing what Morgans would say, with his future sight. "What do you mean by this, Morgans?" asked Whitebeard, to which Morgans was pale from the news he received from his countless information network. "East Blue, Dawn Island. Daden, did you pay me for the fish you took yesterday from the villagers?" Whoop Slap was on top of the mountain, one where the mountain bandit, Daden, currently resided. "Shut it, Whoop Slap." So early in the morning, the two had a friendly banter ongoing. Though all of a sudden, the sky became dark as the sun was covered by a massive flying object. "Hey, who turned off the light?" Daden said as her cigarette fell from her mouth. "That ain't normal," Whoop Slap said as he looked up along with Daden. "North Blue, Germa 66. "Father, you stupid deadbeat. The North Blue is within our grasp and you sit here and sulk," Niji exclaimed as he did not have an ounce of kindness in his heart. It was genetically modified away from him. "Sister Ryuju was right to leave this dump," said Yonji. Suddenly alarm began to flare all over the floating fortress. "What the hell is going on with all that noise?" exclaimed Judge, who decided to look outside. Then his face turned pale as he saw what was blocking the sky. "South Blue, Sorbet Kingdom. Our Bonnie sure is making waves with the Straw Hats, isn't she?" The queen of the Sorbet kingdom, Connie, currently resided in her bed. She had grown weaker and weaker by the years of waiting for the return of her children. She had been talking to an outline of a man, one of which was holding the Holy Bible. He was a giant man, formerly known as a tyrant of the Sorbet kingdom. Mother, you must rest. The giant man attempted to guide his mother to lay on her back, but his mother swiped his hands away. Oh hush, Kuma, your mother is still strong. The elder queen stood on both feet and took hold of her walker. She wanted to look up in the sky to observe her beautiful kingdom. As she made her way to her window, she found that the sun was covered by a massive foreign object. Her eyes widened in despair as a myth had turned into reality. Kuma dear, please embrace your dear mother. West Blue, Kano country. Sigh. In the country of Kano, the onslaught was already underway. Beams of energy was being launched straight through the country, and not a single member of the kingdom could muster enough force to even attempt to deflect the ongoing carnage. Don Qinzhao, the commander of the Hoppo Navy, had successfully slain 2 pacifistas on his way to the injured sovereign. This is the end, Sai, Don Qinzhao said weakly as he continued to bleed out. No, don't say that. Tears trailed down the face of Sai as hell was literally upon them. Sai then looked up and cursed the heavens for their situation. What could this be? What was happening? Morgans continued with the news. The world Newgate ... The world. Countless giant battleships are found around the entire world ... From the East Blue, North Blue, South Blue, West Blue. There is nowhere safe. The Pluton ships have been mobilized to destroy the world. Fuck, exclaimed Oven, who happened to join the group. Magellan was also present as the announcement was brought to everyone's attention. We need to act immediately. I need teams of 4 to go to corresponding areas around the world and try to bring down those damned Pluton ships. If it's not a possibility, then help as many people as possible. Katakuri began to command the troops as he was second in command to Luffy. Go on and assemble your core 4, but I want 1 commander with each group. With his command, the group dispersed, with Katakuri joining his group. It took only a few minutes to organize the Grand Armada into several groups of 4, with his group including Vivi, Pell, and Bon Clay. Their destination was Alabasta. The next couple of groups were headed to Atlantis Island, Dressrosa, Dawn Island, Gecko Island, Drum Island, Amazon Lily, Takoyashi Village, Punk Island, Sabayati Archipelago, Germa 66, those who were staying in Wano to protect the kingdom ... and so on. The dispatch was quick, and there was a group also sent after the captain, which included Bluno and Enel. Make sure to bring him back, exclaimed Katakuri as each group separated. He called after Bluno and Enel as they opened a door. Of course, answered Enel as he closed the door from behind him. The tables were set. It was time to rescue the world. Warship Island, present. Uppies knew she was dead, but nothing ever reached her. She did not feel pain or emptiness. She could feel, smell, hear like she was still alive. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the back of a green coat, and in his waist were the most memorable 3 sword sheaths that she ever saw. Zoro-san, she said weakly. Fresh tears still covered her eyes. Hey Uppies, please make your way to the mirror portal. We need the civilians safe, Zoro commanded. He had all 3 swords out, absorbing the power beam that was meant to kill Uppies. Around him were a long-nosed lady who opened a bunch of mirror portals, a beautiful swordsman that skillfully destroyed 2 pacifistas, and a handsome spiky white-haired swordsman with 2 pink lines trailing down his face, who wore a flashy cool-looking suit. More tears filled her eyes as she realized that she was safe. All right team, let's save these kind people, commanded Zoro. Aye, answered the team of Raisin, Kuna, and Bruley. All hope was not lost quite yet. Marineford, empty throne, his hands etched within the core of his own creation, his own brother, Pluton. He looked into the eyes of his brother who did not have any fear or regret behind them. He was defiant even in death, his soul traveling quickly into the distance. His brother escaped, but where to? What does it matter? This was his world to play with. His eyes opened and the first thing that came to mind was the flawed battleship, the one that can be destroyed by mere mortals with the powers from the Atom Tree. Beside him was the vessel of Cerberus, the body of Teach. He would have loved to have his sister back, for full control of the sea as was his control of the heavens. But alas, his sister was elusive, and the mortals were defiant. Brother ... Was your creation this flawed? Maybe it should not have been created. Its voice echoed as it sat alone on the supposed empty throne. If it was created as intended, wasn't your ship supposed to destroy the wall which separated the seas? These mortals continue to oppose my rule. A cleanse once more will bring out my joy. It then got up and approached the massive window which had a vantage point of the execution platform, several thousands of miles away. Yet he can see it clearly, the entire force of the Marines surrounding an execution platform, where the hero of the Marines rested between 2 blades, ready to penetrate him at any moment. Monkey of the D clan. Garp, you have served me well, but your purpose is to bring me joy, boy. Marineford, execution platform. The marine powerhouses were all present, with the world government, marines, and warlords all being in one place. It was truly monumental. The world government had all the members of the Cipher Paul in the area, all of which were hidden in plain sight. Within the marine population, a certain marine standout noticed a new lady amongst his group. He looked her up and down and immediately scratched his head. "You're new around here?" asked the marine, to which the short-haired, blonde woman dressed in marine attire turned her head and gave him a smile. "Yes, a transfer." "Ah, I see." With that, the marine officer just dropped it, paying attention to the line. Then, with the presence of the world government amongst them, the marines still boast heavy powerhouses within their organization. There are 6 admirals, several vice admirals, and so on. Notable names included Admiral Akenu, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Fujitora, Admiral Ryokujio, and Admiral Z. Then amongst the vice admiral included Doberman, Suru, Mamanga, Onagumo, and so on. Finally, the government dogs. Those who worked for the government as sanctioned pirates. Lady Alvida, the ruler of the East Blue prior to the arrival of the Straw Hat Emperor. Orlumbus the Explorer, a man with a massive grand fleet, all of which rested in or around Marineford at this moment. Bartolomeo Kuma was not present, taking care of something in his homeland. Weevil stood firm, his mother standing beside him with a shit-eating grin about her. Foxy remained smug as always, for the man has never experienced hardship in his lifetime. He won because of his overpowered ability. Trafalgar Law was no longer recognized as a warlord for his betrayal and impelled down. Then, arguably the strongest of the bunch was the man that nobody could seem to find, with Porcas Diaz not showing up for the execution. "For the sins of attempting a coup against the Marines, we sentence your death, Garp," said the pained Sengoku, not looking at the eyes of his friend. He then gave the painful command for the execution of the Marine hero. Flashes of their adventure together, capturing billions worth of pirates together, and rising through the ranks together. To see it end here, it pained him severely. As the blade of the executioner was coming close to the Marine hero, from the eastern wall of the base, a massive fire explosion erupted from the distance. The pillar of fire was a magnificent sight, and yet it was even more amazing that at the end of it, a certain fire fist emerged from the flames. Ace was in Marineford. "Ace, what are you doing against the government?" "You are a warlord," exclaimed a confused Sengoku. Though Ace's answer was sending more fireballs at the Marines, attempting to make his way through the countless Marines with his crew, Masdeus, and Perona. The fleet admiral was conflicted on killing his friend, or following orders like the perfect Navy officer that he was. "Don't touch the old man," exclaimed Ace as he delivered a hikin straight through the hundreds of Marines in between himself and the execution platform. Memories of his early life with the Marine hero were scary, but he was still the father figure of Ace when he would be on the island. He was his protector from those who tried to kill him for being Roger's child. But that wasn't the end of it, as from the western wall, the son of Garp came out, bringing the entire force of the Revolutionary Army with him. "Dragon," exclaimed Sengoku, who had been looking forward to capturing and eventually executing the most wanted man in the world. The man who had been actively causing the most problems for the world government was now here, saving his own grandfather from certain death. A rear admiral who was stationed on the western wall tried to get the jump on the dragon, but instead found himself on the receiving end of a foxfire-infused metal pipe. He then fell flat on his face as the single strike was enough to knock him out. The second in command of the revolutionaries stood over the rear admiral, anger seething through his veins. "Calm down, Sabo. We have a tall task ahead of us, and you have to keep a level head for this mission," advised Dragon, to which he nodded in understanding. The Marines were in panic as they were getting hit from 2 fronts, with the entire Spade Pirates on one side, and the Revolutionary Army on the other. An order was given to continue the execution. This coming from the Elder Stars of the Holy Land. "Call the medics," Garp said with a smirk, confusing the executioner who was now mere inches from penetrating his skin, though the blade would break at contact. The arrival of his adopted grandsons and his own son surged new energy into his soul. "But not for me." Suddenly Garp unleashed a deadly wave of haki that caused those around him to pass out. He then covered his face with a smile as he ripped the chains on his wrist and removed the wooden block that held his head down. "Iwahaha, who did you think I was, brats?" Garp stood over the platform. Now a clear path to his escape would be to join his son and adopt grandson and get the hell out of the Marine base. Sengoku then looked at his friend and Garp looked at him. "It is my duty, Garp." Although if Sengoku was really serious, then everything around them would be decimated. But the fleet admiral was pulling his punches to give his friend a chance to escape. With his weak attempt at punching Garp, the hero delivered a powerful punch, silently thanking his friend for giving him a chance to escape. With Sengoku out of the picture, Garp jumped from the platform and the official escape party began, with Garp easily handling the fodders. Not one of the admirals, nor the warlords moved an inch, observing at the events. Garp was confused at this as he tossed a massive wooden platform at the general direction of the marine admirals, only for it to be sent into space by Admiral Fujitora. What was their play? Then from a distance, a mighty roar of a beast covered the air, and Garp looked up, squinting his eyes to identify the dragon. "Kaido!" exclaimed Vice Admiral Onagumo. "There's someone on his back," said Momonga, taking a tight grip of his sword. Finally, my joy. Chills ran down every person's back, although they could not pinpoint what, for something was coming, and it was coming fast. It's Monkey D. Luffy. Suddenly, everyone was on high alert, for two of the active emperors were heading straight for Marineford, with seemingly forming an alliance. At this news, the warlords were suddenly excited, with Foxy leading the way and intercepting the incoming pirate emperor. Fei, Mujiwara, I have been waiting for this." Foxy stood on the top of the southern gate, pointing at Luffy as he rode on the back of the dragon Kaido. Luffy had a determined look on his face, and despite the opposition before him, Kaido was adamant in clearing the path of his new leader. Mid-flight, Kaido unleashed a burrow breathe straight through the northern gate, demolishing a decent-sized hole where Foxy once stood. Yet the warlord was no pushover, as he had his hands out, slowing everything around him to slow the burrow breathe enough that it did not harm him even a little bit. Fei, Kaido the beast, more like Lamo the wimp," exclaimed Foxy, though his eyes nearly popped from their socket as Luffy appeared before him, Enma connecting with his guts. "Gah, shut the hell up, Foxy." With a single blow, Luffy had entered the battle in Marineford, with Kaido transforming into his human form beside him. "Clear away to my grandfather, Kaido." "Aye, Captain," answered the beast, to which the Marines around the duo deadpanned in shock. The person in charge of transponding a message to the communication depot relayed the information. "Kaido is now serving under Mujiwara." Akenu received the news and crushed the armrest on his chair. "The freakin' pirates are now joining under one flag." This was troublesome. Fujitora smiled at the incoming attack from such strong personnel. Kizaru and Ryokuchi couldn't look more bored. And Kyuzan was buying his time to reveal his actual allegiance, and that was being the actual founder of SOAR. Meanwhile, Zephyr removed his coat and disappeared in a blur, his aim being Mujiwara. Though Zephyr would never reach the straw hat-wearing emperor as Kaido intercepted his haki-infused punches with his own, the collision sending shockwaves all over the battlefield. "Kaido, you've become nothing but a pet," asked Zephyr. His veins threatened to pop from his anger. "I am but a servant of the king," replied Kaido as he unleashed a burrow breath in the face of Zephyr. Luffy immediately jumped away from the battle of the Admiral and Kaido, Enma in his right hand. Enma then activated its ability to clone itself by creating hundreds of Luffy copies, all of which maintained a fairly high tolerance while retaining his rubber ability along with long staff mastery. Not a single man could break his stride as Luffy was mowing through the hundreds of Marines in his paths. Be it giants, long leg, long arm, 3 arms, 3 limbs, humans, fishmen, women, men, young, old, it did not matter who was in his way, for Luffy went through all of them. His clones made quick work of the Marines as he swiftly made his way to his grandfather. Dragon smiled at the arrival of his son, and both Ace and Sabo from both sides of Marineford also smiled with the arrival of their brother. "Big bro Luffy, glad that you could join us," Ace yelled as he hopped over a rear admiral and tossed him across the battlefield. He then erected several pillars of flames and unleashed them all around him. "Run!" exclaimed the Marines, though one of the warlords in particular decided to challenge his might, for from the platform which she once stood, Alvida slid down straight to where Ace was located, unleashing a flurry of silverware which she sped up with her slippery fruit. "Lady Alvida, a pleasure," Ace said with a smile as the silverware simply went through the fire. Human Alvida continued to charge forward, their first eventually clashing in a crackle of haki and flames. "Bro Luffy, it's been a while," exclaimed Sabo with a massive grin plastered across his face. He manifested several manifestations of fox fire traveling through the battlefield to knock out the Marines. This time, it was Weevil who decided to intercept Sabo by swinging his massive Bicento through the bodies of the fox fire manifestation. "Hello, big dummy," Sabo said with a smirk, tipping his top hat at the massive brute. This of course angered Weevil. Dragon and Luffy shared a look for a moment, both of which were there for the same thing, their family. Luffy had yet to forgive his father, but at this moment, they are there to work together. So with a simple nod, they were both on the same page now. And Dragon unleashed a wave of air vacuum that cleared a path for Luffy to reunite with his grandfather. Garp shed a single tear at the arrival of his family, now only mere inches from rejoining with his grandson. Although from behind him, a feeling of dread suddenly filled him as a single entity manifested from behind him. Garp attempted to turn around to deliver his famous earth-shattering strike, but the being caught his hands and twisted him back to face Luffy. Then it was swift yet memorable as Garp could only mouth a thank you to Luffy before his head fell from his body. A smile plastered on his face. No, exclaimed Luffy, as flashes of his tenure in his original timeline replayed back. His grandfather had a smile on his face as a sharpened blade straight through his head, going through with a clean cut. In one fell motion, the hero of the marine was wiped from the planet. Over his lifeless corpse was the being, appearing from out of nowhere and stopping the reunion of the monkey family from ever happening. The powerful being was able to raise its hands, unleashing a powerful wave to force Luffy back with a single motion with its palm. My joy! Suddenly, from around the creature emerged the 6 heavenly stars, all of which were ready to protect him with their life. All the commotion, the battles, were put into a halt as all eyes were on the exchange at center stage. Dragon trembled as his worst fear had come into fruition. Sabo and Ace cried at the death of their grandfather. It was a hopeless situation for all. Luffy was not one to give up as he stretched his arms back, expanding Enma to be a large staff and bringing it down over the head of him. His anger seething through his strike as the surrounding area was destroyed with the clash. And him simply brought his arms up, catching the staff with ease and crushing it in his very hands. The pain of Enma could be felt by Luffy himself, as the perfect clones of himself dispersed with the fall of the long staff. There was no time to look after his weapon, as Im simply teleported in front of him. He brought his arms up and simply backhanded Luffy, sending him back all the way to the place in which he entered the plaza. With the captain of the Straw Hat Grand Armada knocked out by the being, the entire forces of Marineford were shocked to say the least. Sengoku trembled at the loss of his friend, for the strongest man in the world fell to the hands of this unknown entity known as Im. Joy boy ... You've returned in a different form, but you still lack the power to overthrow me, as were your previous attempts. His voice was cold, and it echoed throughout the air. Those who were closed curled up in the abnormal aura that this being exuded. It was like by being close to him, one could just die. You must die again and resume this endless game we play. Im was ready to bring down his hands, aimed for the heart of the vulnerable Luffy. But lightning surrounded him, stalling him for a moment. This moment was enough for the Thunder user to retrieve his captain and tossed him to the waiting arm of a certain door user. Go on, Bluno, I will take care of this. The god of thunder smirked at the literal god of the world, defying him. Im was entertained yet annoyed that Luffy escaped his grasp. Imagine walking into an insane war, where their only goal was to reach their captain to set him free from the grasp of a literal monster. No, Enel, you must go. And suddenly, a door erected from in front of Enel, and as the Thunder user was ready to die for his captain, another was prepared for the necessary sacrifice. Im tried to smite the Thunder user only to find a door before him, with the Thunder user gone. For Bluno has forced Enel through one side of the door, and forcibly closing it, sending him into the door dimension and somewhere far away. Multiple doorways opened for the allies, putting an abrupt end to the battle in Marineford. Im looked into the distance, smiling under his mask. Im, or otherwise known as Uranus, found great joy in the games the humans are playing. In the meantime, he held the head of the defiant door user. Im continued to hold him by his throat as Bluno continued to defy him. The door user built up snot on the back of his throat and spat on the face of the god. In spite of his absolute authority and divinity, Im found the action to be repulsive, and without further delay, Im crushed the skull of Bluno, leaving a puddle of blood in the center of Marineford. Laughable. Everyone who was there could only watch, as they knew that something else was happening. Im himself disappeared in a blur while the 5 Elder Stars gave out orders. The battle was going to commence into the next stage, and that next stage was going to be fought on the final island in the new world itself. All personnel begin loading the battleship. We are heading to Raftel. The orders erupted from all around Marineford. There was no time to rest for anybody. An audible gasp could be heard everywhere. The final island itself. Holy shit. Kizaru dropped his shades at the exchange. In all his experience, whoever the hell this Im was, he knew he was strong. I knew those world government bastards were hiding something ... but doesn't matter as long as justice prevails, said Akenu as he made his way to the transport snail. Orders were orders, especially when it involved killing pirates. Damn it, Garp. Husen gripped his fist as Ryokugyo comforted him for their loss. Their loss. All the years of planning and to lose one of their top combatants. So they knew how to get to the final island after all. Fujitora had an angry expression across his face, following the trails of the entity. But he lost him quickly, which scared him as his observation haki was bar none. He could sense the ant which crawled back to its queen several miles away, but this being. Meanwhile, Zephyr cracked his jaws as Kaido had a good punch. Goddamn dragon. Though Zephyr looked slightly interested in the reveal of someone which the 5 idiots followed. Alvida licked her lips as she became excited from her battle with Ace. Another time. His flames never harmed her as her skin was untouchable ... or was he just holding back? Screw this, I did not sign up for this shit. Foxy got up on both feet. He was utterly embarrassed by the Straw Hat captain. Though before him appeared a pissed-off Elder Star, who held his exposed katana over the neck of Foxy. Rethink your next step, pirate. You are either with the world government or against us. Foxy thought about his next step carefully, assessing whether he should challenge this person. His fruit could work, but would he be fast enough to activate his abilities? Overall, he thought it through. Fine, it was not worth the risk. Orlumbus massaged his beard. Observing the event, a call came in from one of his ships. Captain, what do you want to do? We go. Not like they have much choice. So the massive fleet of Orlumbus followed the Marines towards the final island, where the famed treasure of Gol D. Roger was located. To think that the world government had that information all along. It was very concerning. Weevil had been buried to the ground by his head from his exchange with Sabo. He continued to flail as he tried to get off the ground. It was a tense situation, a short skirmish for the people of Marineford. But the real war was not until later, and it wasn't going to be there. The Marines were on the move, and with the directions given to them by the mysterious M, they were headed to Laugh Tale. Dawn Island, East Blue. The Revolutionary Army arrived in Dawn Island. Ace's ears continued to ring, though he was brought out of his daze by Sabo, who helped him on his feet. Sabo pointed up where the Revolutionary Army was already in action. Overhead was a massive battleship, ready to wreak havoc throughout the island. There was no time to think, they had to move. Ace located the Spade Pirates. Upon seeing the battleship, he did not have time to process his grief, for the island where he grew up was at a risk of destruction. Let's go, brother. Ace unleashed a jet of flames under his feet. Flame Emperor. He built a massive fireball on his hand ready to throw at the Pluton ship. Right behind you, brother. Sabo followed after him, with a jet of fox flames replacing the bottom half of his body. The orange and red spectacle was a sight to see. Fox Brilliance. The flame in which Sabo emitted was different from Ace, as it was pure orange in color, and it was indeed brilliant to look at. Though one particular lady looked around, curious as to try and find the captain of the Straw Hat Grand Armada, but no traces of him. Not even her hollows could locate him. Enel, one of the commanders of the Grand Armada, was there. Bluno made his noble sacrifice, but there was no sign of the captain. Where was Monkey D. Luffy? Wano. Thanks, Sis Bruley. You're really holding the portals well. Center Pink had been tasked with guarding Bruley, who was keeping the mirror portals open for the different groups of Straw Hats that were sent to different parts of the world. The Pluton massacre was underway. Outside, the Beast Pirates have turned the tide by defending the island from 2 Pluton ships. King, Queen, and Jack worked together on one, while the 9 Red Scabbards, Hiyori and Momonosuke, worked on another. Pacifistas continued to rain down on the beautiful land, but the citizens of Wano nor the recently defeated Beast Pirates were going to turn tail on the situation. King flew high, his flaming wings igniting his mouth to pierce through the massive battleship. But his attacks were small compared to the ship, but he did leave a massive hole by launching his flames outwards, burning a small part of the battleship. Queen was tossed to the top of the ship by Jack, who used his inhuman leaping ability to hop on top of the ship. They then began to wreak havoc within the belly of the ship, eventually forcing it to go down. The 3 calamities were no-go joke, and they proved it by taking down Pluton, who thought we would work for anyone else other than Kaido-sama. Queen said as he lit a cigar on his mouth. Not I, replied Jack as he crossed his arms. Yup, King said as he let out more flames to burn the rest of the ship down. The calamities were a force to be reckoned with, and they were now begrudgingly part of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. Lucky for them, the Pluton ship which they destroyed hit the side of the Great Wano waterfall and came crashing down to the bottom of the ocean with no casualties. The Flying Six have scattered, with the siblings joining the Straw Hats, who's who flying to wherever he was. Black Maria was incapacitated and X-Drake was with the damn Marines. Those who can went with the 4-man group plan to help as much of the world as they can. Meanwhile, the Scabbards used their strongest attack to damage the ships, with Hiyori delivering a cut that sliced down the wings of the ship. Hurry with the evacuation. We have to clear the crash site of this damn battleship, ordered Lady Hiyori, to which everyone listened. When she spoke, people followed. Ultimately, Wano was able to defend itself from the incoming battleship. But how was everyone else doing? Atlantis Island. The massive Pluton ship was doing its damage. The pacifistas were killing the humans and fishmen of the island. King Neptune tried his best to protect his people, but alas, he was on his back with a sizable hole on his chest. Queen Ottoheim held her husband as he took in his last breaths. Fisher Tiger remained angry, trying all he could to defend the people of Atlantis. But they lacked the manpower. Not even their giant harpoons could bring down the damn battleships. That was until the Sea Kings themselves rose from the bottom of the ocean, all of which had one goal in mind: to destroy the Pluton ship. Giant crab creatures, shark, whales, and other such creatures emerged from the deep blue and reached for the heavy, the crab able to clamp down the ship. People looked up in awe, watching as the ship that killed so many was being destroyed by Sea Kings. Before he took his final breath, King Neptune was able to see that his beautiful daughter commanded the Sea Kings into action. With that final image in his mind and the feeling of warmth in the arms of his wife, King Neptune succumbed to death. Though it wouldn't be until much later that Princess Shirahoshi would learn of his passing. for she had an island-destroying ship to deal with. Just as Pluton began its descent from heaven, a portal opened that revealed Arlong, Namor, Hatchin, and Delinger. Wow! Arlong immediately froze as he witnessed the power of Shirahoshi. The former weak little girl was now commanding Sea Kings. The battle for the world is going to commence in a matter of days. I have inherited the will of the sea. I don't know how, and I don't know why, but my gut is telling me that I need to head further into the new world, to a lone island filled with mystery. Shirahoshi spoke from the top of a Sea King's head, her voice echoing throughout Atlantis Island. So I say, who is with me? She screamed to the collective approval of the crowd. Poseidon was reborn once more, and this time, she was not going to ignore the faith of the world for her safety. And yet Shirahoshi has yet to learn of her true origin, why Teach stole her from her homeland, and how she was able to find her home with the help of Sea Kings. She just knew where to go and when, but she did not know why. She did not know that she was Poseidon. Punk Island. Tom, Frankie, also known as Cutty Flam, the apprentice of Tom, brought a team with him to take down the Pluton ship that was sent to Punk Island. Polly and Iceberg can only do so much with the carpenters, and it was a welcome sight for the Straw Hats to arrive. Frankie, Blamenco, Scarlet, and Lillian's stomach were his team. Frankie was a master mechanic, immediately jumping into the belly of the Pluton ship and locating its core. He knew of its location due to the one they destroyed in Whitebeard's home island. Blamenco and Scarlet were his muscles, while Lily enlarged and shrunk as she was needed, the group ultimately destroying the battleship. The ship ultimately went down on the eastern edge of the island, and Frankie was now reuniting with his mentor. Flam, or should I call you Frankie now? Tom immediately embraced his disciple, the two sharing a moment with one another. Frankie is fine, the name stuck with me already. Cyborg gave Tom a thumbs up, to which Tom smiled. So Pluton, huh? Frankie knew that Tom had the blueprint. He was going to get around to asking Tom about it, to figure out a quicker way to destroy it. Yeah, the world government has it, but what they have is actually an incomplete version, one that is functioning at 20% of intended capacity. Tom suddenly revealed, to the shock of the group. You have to all leave this place immediately, as the Marines and their buster call will arrive in a matter of days. Some bet you made, for that boy is dead. So when they come and Pluton is not here, that's the thing, you will leave it here. What did you say, boy? Once again Tom began to flare up in anger. This damn brat was going to willingly hand over Pluton to the world government. Tom, listen. Shanks activated his Conqueror's Haki, causing Iceberg and Polly to fall flat on their face. He's not dead yet, he'll be back. I promise. Shanks brought out his hands asking for the blueprint. Tom stared into the eyes of the red-haired emperor. He then finally gave in, opening his safe and giving Shanks the blueprint. Tell me, Tom, is there a way that we can? I see, responded Tom. Chapter 35. Red Hair and I worked together to alter the blueprint, enough so that it does not work at full capacity. Where is the real thing then? Frankie asked, to which Tom smirked. Polly and Iceberg smirked and shared a look to the confusion of the former Cutty Flam. On the time that it would be needed, I decided it would be a good idea to. Tom pointed at the location of the real Pluton, and he pointed down under their feet. Build it from Mugiwara. Oh shit, somewhere, though that wasn't it, for a straw hat wearing man sat up suddenly. He looked around and found himself on a giant rock. He felt light on it, like there was barely anything holding him down. You are finally awake. Luffy's head suddenly turned quickly, finding himself on an outdoor laboratory. He found the person with him to be wearing a lab coat. He wore golden gloves on both hands as he was working on something. His back was turned as Luffy remained cautious. Where am I? Luffy asked. Luffy then remembered that his staff and found the staff connected to several devices. It seemed to be doing well, which calmed his nerves slightly. Your friend attempted to transport you to Dawn Island, but I hijacked the door dimension to instead send you to me. The man turned, revealing half of his space to be cybernetic, with the other having human flesh. They call me Dr. Vegapunk. To this, Dr. Vegapunk opened his arms to reveal that they were no longer in the Blue Sea, nor in any part of the world, for Luffy was now standing on the moon. But you can call me Pluton. Moon? What the hell do you mean, Pluton? Luffy was confused, scratching his head from what this person was telling him. You know, Joy Boy. I mean, you are now known as Luffy. I owe you a great deal. Pluton, also known as Dr. Vegapunk, pulled a lever on his contraption, letting out a flow of liquid to his cup. He then drank from his cup and sat along a chair. He invited Luffy to join him, so he sat down on a strange metallic chair. So would you like me to tell you what's in Laugh Tale? Hell no. Without skipping a beat, Luffy declined the information that this being was going to give him. I thought as much. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled. Your spirit reminds me of Roger, the one who found Laugh Tale, learning the true history of the world. But alas, you do not want to hear it from me, which I will respect. What did you bring me to the moon for? Luffy asked, looking occasionally at his recovering staff known as Enma. You know, Luffy, I may not be able to tell you some things, but I can tell you a couple of things. Dr. Vegapunk revealed some world secrets, one only he knew. When my brother killed me, my soul traveled around the world trying to settle down. but it was not able to due to my brother's hold on the world. So my soul went to the moon, where I inhabited this body. I have since created a civilization on this moon, filled with automatons. Luffy did not understand why he was rambling about moon people. Alas, my loneliness caught up to me and I visited the blue sea under the guise of Dr. Vegapunk, blending into the world and awaiting your arrival. Though every time you are reborn, my brother kills you. Killed? What do you mean? Tisk tisk Luffy, you will know more at Laugh Tale. But anyway, this lifetime is the best chance we've ever had, thanks to the sacrifice of Lady Toki. Luffy, this is our chance to end my brother's tyrannical rule of the world. This is our chance to be the hero. Screw that, I don't want to be the hero. I want to be free, exclaimed Luffy, causing a smile to form in Dr. Vegapunk's face. Oh right, I forgot. I do apologize, Luffy. He smiled and continued on with his statement. Well, you see, back in my time in the Blue Sea, I have worked with countless brilliant minds, my creations of humans. They are fascinating, evolving creatures with tenacity rivaling even my own brothers. So in the Blue Sea I met a man named Bartolomeo Kuma and he asked for my help in making him into a cyborg. For you see, he was dying of a deadly disease, one similar to Roger's. In return for my services, I asked to clone the cybernetic Kuma, for I was working for the Marines as the head of the scientific division. I cloned him to make the Pacifista project with the help of a brilliant human named Sentomaru. He is the nephew of Admiral Kizaru, who graciously provided us with enough light particles to power the Pacifistas. Though in truth, I have a fail-safe for these Pacifistas. Alas, the century-old battle between yourself and Pluton will come to heads once more. So Luffy, once the battle begins, I hope you find yourself at ease that the Pacifistas will no longer serve the world government, but instead be on your side. Sorbet Kingdom, South Blue. Kuma did as his mother asked, embracing her in their apparent final moment. Although the beam which was expected from the Pluton ship never arrived, Kuma looked around in confusion and found himself to be safe. Then the door to the bedroom swung wide open to reveal a young woman, one by the name of Jewelry Bonnie. Or how he knew her as his little sister. Mother, brother, I'm glad we made it on time. Bonnie approached the two and embraced them, sighing deeply in relief. Bonnie, how? Kuma asked, confused at the situation. Outside he could hear machine grinding and the horrible metallic screech in the air. I came here per orders of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. We learned of the Pluton attacks. Outside, more noises ensued where metal continued to grind with metal, until finally the noise had stopped. Sister, what is going on outside? Then suddenly, Kuma's question was answered as Douglas Bullet casually floated down with a metallic sphere in his hands, bouncing it up and down as if it was a toy. Kuma then went to the window, opening it. Bonnie tended to his mother as the two powerful figures spoke with one another. Bullet greeted Kuma. Although they had history with one another, now was not the time to show his disdain. Kuma, right back at him. Then Kuma's eyes darted to the hands of Bullet, then back at him. Is that? Yup, replied Bullet with a smirk. The other two members of his group, Dr. Hogback and Kabaji. Kuma could not believe it. Bullet destroyed the massive ship and compacted it into a tiny metal ball. Please file into single lines. We're here to help you all. Kabaji was organizing the relief while Dr. Hogback treated the patients. Make it quick. I have a feeling that Captain needs us back, Bullet said, then looked at Kuma. I trust that we can get the support of the Sorbet Kingdom. Of course, answered the Queen, the mother of Kuma and Bonnie. She did not know what happened, but if her Bonnie is with these people, then they have their full support. Moon, though my influence is not limited to saving Kuma's life. Luffy was getting tired of the explanation. He wanted to go back to the Blue Sea, but this guy was still telling his story. I also benefited the advancement in genetics with a man named Vinsmoke Judge, though that idiot decided to use this discovery in modification instead of amplifying the way of life for people. Oh yeah, that idiot parent of Sanji, right, replied Luffy as he casually laid back. By the way, why are you stalling? To this Pluton tensed up. He was hiding something after all. Germa Kingdom, North Blue. I didn't need your stupid help, you traitors. Judge crossed his arms at the arrival of his two children. Judge could only watch in awe as his supposed greatest failure was the strongest of his children. For Sanji kicked his way through the belly of the massive floating fortress and destroyed it from within, something that his three other boys could not do combined. The Pluton ship crashed into the ocean and sank to the depths of the sea. Though he wasn't alone in this amazing feat, as he was joined by the giant Dory and the swordsman Charlotte Noisette. Somehow, someway, Sanji, his failure, had made something of himself. Whatever, Judge, we didn't come for you, we came for the people. Sanji had a cigar in his mouth, as he and his group just finished destroying the Pluton ship that was sent to the Germa Kingdom. Half of the fortress was destroyed by Pluton, though Sanji and Co arrived on time. Hey Chen, I told you, brother, he would not appreciate us. Ryuju accompanied her brother on this mission to their birthland. She still cared for her family, though reluctantly. For the people, sis, for the people. Noisette sat on the shoulder of Dory as the people of Germa began to help one another. This is the power of humans, gentle giant. Noisette said as he stood up and observed the people. Amazing how they come together during distress, replied Dory with a smile. Moon, Luffy, in order for the stars to align, I need to keep you here on the moon. Dr. Vegapunk responded as his automaton began to surround Luffy. Vegapunk. Luffy was becoming enraged. What the hell was going on? Calm down, Luffy. I need you here while my brother moves towards the last island, laughed Tail. Once his forces are there, I will get you back to your friends so you can then make your way there. I am merely an ally trying to align the stars. Vegapunk, if you had been watching me as closely as you say you have, I do not like these rules. Luffy sensed the genuine care that Vegapunk was giving out. It was just he did not like to be controlled. Now Luffy, no sudden movements. Don't be like Caesar. He sure knew how to pique my interest back in the Blue Sea. Kano Kingdom, West Blue. Sai found that the end of his life was swiftly approaching, though it never came. With the death of his grandfather came hope. Hope in the form of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. What the? Sai asked in confusion. Many years ago the Kano Kingdom was invited to join the Grand Armada, though they simply declined the laughable invitation. But now they were there. We are the Straw Hats, and we are here to help. Caesar extended a hand for Sai to get up as the other three members of the group were making quick work of the Pluton ship. Byandy, the group leader, launched giant rocks as the Pluton ship. He enlarged and accelerated their launch, causing massive damages to the ship. The other two members of the group were Cavendish and Hawkins, both of which rode the massive rock projectile to get aboard the ship and destroy it from within. The pacifistas stood no chance as Cavendish cut through them on his way to the main control while Hawkins destroyed them with his straw creature. In the end, the massive ship began its descent, only for Caesar to catch it in a cloud of smoke and bring the ship to the water, away from the city. Meanwhile, Sai could only watch as his country was saved by the Straw Hat Grand Armada. Thank you. He still grieved over the death of his grandfather, but he was happy that his country survived. All in a day's work, Byandy said with a smile. I, along with my country, owe a great debt to the Straw Hats. I failed to lend my strength when I was asked to join the Armada, but let me redeem myself and join your cause now. Sure, Sai. The Kano Navy will be a great addition to the Straw Hats, replied Byandy. World. Moon. Gum Gum Bazooka. Luffy cleared a group of automata as he slowly made his way to Enma. Luffy, think with a clear head here. If you go back too soon, then you will lose. I guarantee it. Vegapunk was floating along with his levitating chair. He let his mechanic creation do the work, while Luffy fought them off. He created devil fruits after all. Shut up, you damn puppeteer. This opposition was commendable. This was truly the chosen one. While Luffy was working hard on returning to the Blue Seas, his friends were also working hard on destroying the Pluton ships that were meant to cleanse the world. Unfortunately for him, it was not going to work. Kakoyashi Village. Great work, Oimo. Kashai. Nami stood atop of Zeus as Brook floated by her. The Pluton ship was destroyed by their combined power. Nami and Brook joined Genzo, Belmir, and Nijiko. My, how my little sister has grown. Nijiko crossed her arms at the arrival of Nami. Hi sis, mom. Nami embraced both Nijiko and Belmir. Hello little one, so it's time, huh? Nami was surprised at how observant her mother was. Yes, we have found the map to Raftel. The thing is, the world government does not want us to reach it. I know, so listen little one, I will meet you there, but I have to meet up with some people. Belmir reassured her daughter. Be careful, daughter. Be careful, sister. Same to you. With that, the family embraced. You sure that was it? You haven't seen your family in a long time. Brook asked. We'll celebrate after we win. Nami smiled as Oimo and Kashai went through the mirror portal first. Then Nami followed after, and finally Brook. Syrup Village. Easy enough. Usopp crouched on top of the fallen Pluton ship, using his goggles to locate any parts that he could use. Excellent work, Usopp. Clever use of the pop green. Hiro adjusted his glasses with the palm of his hands as Mihawk casually walked through the mirror portal. It took him 3 swings to cut the massive ship into 3 parts. Not a problem. Alright, well, we have to return. Seems like we arrived before this Pluton could do any damage. Kaya said. Right behind you, babe. Usopp picked apart and ran after Kaya. Young love. Hiro rolled his eyes but followed directly after. Skypie. Enel, Jidatsu, Yuruj, Shura. Heaven's Judgment. Enel delivered a massive bolt of lightning that fried everything within the ship, along with its content. Jidatsu, Yuruj, and Shura could only look on with awe. Hey, imagine if he used that against us, Yuruj said as he swallowed his spit. Glad he's on our side. Shura replied with Jidatsu nodding his head. See, Izzy. Enel walked away from his work, with Yuruj punching the falling ship and redirecting its fall to the sea below. Glad he's on our side, Jidatsu said, this time amazed at what Yuruj just did. Yup, replied Shura. Drum Island. Chopper, Virgo, Moria, Killer. We're done here, Chopper said over a communicator snail. It's been easier ever since we had to deal with that damn Pluton ship with Whitebeard's Island. Virgo said. Yes, thanks to our research department for breaking down the weakness of this ship. Killer added. Good work everyone, Moria said, to which Chopper scratched his head. You basically stabbed the whole ship to its place with your shadow. We just got on board and deactivated it. Chopper said. It was a team effort still, replied Moria, who was very proud of his group. Alabasta, getting tired of these damn ships. Shiki sent the Pluton ship into space, then rapidly bringing it down back to the blue sea. Before it could even touch the ground, the atmospheric pressure was enough to disintegrate the ship. Father, are you all right? Vivi went to King Cobra, who was accompanied by Pell. I'm all right. What is happening right now? King Cobra asked, his age getting to him. We are at war, father. We are at war with the world government. Baby 5 and Izo stayed close, guarding the princess. They were not needed for fighting the Pluton ship. About time, replied King Cobra with a smile. Our army. We are joining the war against the world government, replied the king of Alabasta, the only country that opposed the world government from its creation. His ancestor was responsible for assisting Pluton and having a fighting chance, and now it was his call to fight once more. Dressrosa, Oven and his group arrived at Dressrosa to find that they were not really needed, for the strength of the Dressrosa army was very strong. At the helm of the army was Pika and Kairos, so they did not really need the help. So it's a call to arms, brother. Viola spoke with Kairos, her brother-in-law. It was time for Dressrosa to join the fold. I think I speak for the king. Dressrosa will fight for this war. Kairos looked up at where the Pluton once floated. If the world government wants a cleanse so bad, then we cleanse them. Right you are. Oven agreed with a smile. Guild nodded his head in agreement. Sabayati Archipelago. Rayleigh and Shaki demolished the bastardized Pluton, not even letting it come close to the island they have called home. My, you feel it, don't you, dear? Rayleigh said with a smile. Yes, dear, Shaki responded. The end was near. Elbaf, my brothers, rise up, for our calling has arrived. Here I have the great Bragi, who once led the great giant pirates into prominence. Hadrudin was addressing the crowd. Behind the 4 giants of the Straw Hat, behind the grand celebration, was the fallen figure of Loki, the former ruler of Elbaf. The tyrannic rule of Loki ended with a single swing of his sword. Loki keeled over. His confidence and belief that he was superior disappeared with a single blow. The citizens of Elbaf were no longer going to be isolated. They needed to rejoin the world, or else they would die at the hands of the world government. We follow you, Hadrudin, for your return signals the revolution of the giant race. The elder of the giants spoke up, thus uniting the giant under the leadership of Hadrudin. Hadrudin, exclaimed the giants, hundreds of them joining him. But in spite of the insistence of the elders for a party, they had no time for that, for the mirror portal opened, and they needed to be with their captain. The new addition to the giant pirates would aid greatly in the coming war, and at the helm of this newly revived crew was Hadrudin ... who was completely loyal to one Straw Hat, Luffy. Unfortunately for the Straw Hats, they could not reach all the islands of the world ... and thus many people were wiped out as intended, with the massive Pluton ship destroying the island with its power beam. The pacifistas killed as intended, and without Vegapunk's override, they were still under the control of the world government. The smell of death covered the air. Blood, gore, carnage. This was not how it was supposed to be. And yet in this world, where the opposing force is a literal god, you can only do so much. Islands in the 4 blues were wiped from the planet, its citizens erased from history. If him wanted a cleanse, a fresh new world in his liking, he got it ... but not with a stain on his perfect world. For the Straw Hat Grand Armada were alive. Moon, fuck your faith. Luffy swiped Enma from the healing table, feeling that he was now back to 100%. He had to thank Vegapunk for that, but he had somewhere to be. He needed to return to his friend. So upon calling forth his staff, Luffy expanded Enma and used his superhuman strength to swipe at the automata, knocking them off the moon. Then, like the rash thinker that her was well known to be, Luffy knocked himself off the surface of the moon and launched himself to the blue planet, where he accelerated his descent with the help of Enma's force against the moon. As Luffy made his way out of the moon's gravitational pull, he flipped off Dr. Vegapunk. He kept this form until he neared the blue planet's atmosphere, where he finally turned around to enter the atmosphere. He was then surrounded by flame and began his rapid descent through the world to his destination, Dawn Island. And how did he know to get there? Luck, of course. Luffy, you dumbass. I didn't get to tell you about ... Oh, never mind. Dr. Vegapunk brought out a gun on his right holster. He then pointed it at an empty space and a portal opened up. Time to return to the blue planet and kill Uranus. And Dr. Vegapunk stepped into the portal, teleporting himself back to the blue planet, arriving to where his friend, Tom, resided. Hello, Tom. And of course, as we all know, Tom currently sat at the helm of the massive ship, the true form of Pluton. Hey, Dr. Vegapunk, surprising of you dropping by like this. Their destination, the Red Line, Dawn Island. Their victory was swift, but they knew what they needed to do. As Bruli lets the last person to pass through the portal, the final army of the Straw Hat have finally assembled. All they waited for was their fearless captain, And looks like they did not have to wait for long as Luffy came crashing down from the heavens, landing on his feet. His rapid descent caused the entire group of people within the island to marvel at their captain. And to those who haven't met him, they know of him now and respect him from word of mouth alone. He then observed the army before him, all of which was waiting for his command. Luffy looked around, first at Robin, who nodded her head, revealing the map to the final island of the world. "I have pieced together the road to Laugh Tale, Captain," said Robin. Then Nami embraced him for a moment. "I will ensure that our journey there will be favorable weather, I guarantee it," added Nami. Jinbei had arrived from his journey to Atlantis, now bringing back the entire force of the Fishman people. Arlong convinced the citizens that now was the time to fight. "We brought some extra muscle, Captain." "Ready any time, Captain," Brook responded as Luffy walked past him to take his place at the helm of the assembly. "Nobody will go hungry, Captain," Sanji added as he stood beside Frankie. "Tom is bringing the big guns to destroy the Red Line, Captain. Medicine is all supplied." Chopper saluted as Luffy passed him in his hybrid form. "Anywhere, Captain, I'll hit them," added Usopp with a smirk on his face. "Name him Captain and he's dead." Zoro sat polishing his blade. Then Luffy finally arrived in the front of the group. It was there he stood and looked over the people around him. All followed him. All trusted him with their lives. "My dear comrades," Luffy dusted off the atmospheric dust around him, tucking his long staff on his back as Enma needed a little more rest before the final battle. "It is time to fight. Prepare the ships, our provision, your spirit, for this is the last leg of the race." He then observed the group before him. To Laugh Tale, Katakuri smiled and nodded his head. Mihawk crossed his arms. Hancock nodded her head at the inspiration that was her king. Lucci smirked and Arlong began to jump around in joy. Through the help of Lady Toki, Luffy was able to gather these strong people. Giants of Elbaf led by Hadrudin. Atlantis with the power of Poseidon herself, Shirahoshi. Tom rides the real Pluton with Dr. Vegapunk to destroy the real Red Line. Dressrosa lends their army, Alabasta as well. Luffy expects X-Drake to bring in the Marine members under sword. He knew of Cuzin's involvement, though who else was on there? He had employed the help of Hancock, Crocodile, Kuma, Jinbei, Mihawk, Law, Buggy, Moria, all of which are members of the former warlord in his original timeline. He employs the red-haired pirates led by the Emperor Shanks. He gathered the members of the former Big Mom pirates, with Katakuri and the siblings in tow. Then the Beast pirates are with him, Kaido serving completely under him. His original crew have all become powerful in their own right. Zoro had unlocked the true form of Ashura. Nami has the power of the soul fruit. Sanji is stronger than ever. Usopp was no longer the coward he once was and was completely confident in his own abilities. Robin was strong, Chopper was intelligent, Frankie was creative, Brook was soulful, and Jinbei was motivated. Yeah, a collective scream of approval echoed throughout Dawn Island. From all walks of life they all followed him. From different factions they fell for him. They were the Straw Hat Grand Armada, and they were ready for war. Laugh Tale. Before an all-out war could take place, Luffy needed to know the true content of Laugh Tale, the true story of One Piece, and its significance to his ascendants. The entire Grand Armada moved with haste, but they stopped a couple miles from the Promised Land. They knew what was ahead of them. The entire forces of the Marines and world government. Thanks to Robin's understanding of the Poneglyphs, the Straw Hats were able to locate the final island. Finally, after all these years, the One Piece was finally available for the taking. But they would have to go through the world government and the Marines, for they have surrounded the island of Laugh Tale. They always had the ability to get to the final island. They just forbid access to the final island for obvious reason. Safe journeys, Captain. To see him off, Katakuri stood at the edge of the ship, beside him Hancock and Mihawk. "We won't engage as per your orders," Mihawk said. "Be careful out there." Hancock embraced her love, while Yamato approached the group. "Tell me what the true history is, I must know." With that, Luffy went ahead, jumping down to the small boat below. Corazon, Pudding, and Lucci with me. The trio followed their captain and jumped below the Thousand Sunny and into the small dingy below. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, the strongest members of the Grand Fleet were currently gathered. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Robin, Brook, Chopper, Jinbei, Usopp, Katakuri, Mihawk, Hancock, Korokodi, Enel, Whitebeard, Marco, Jazu, Oven, Smoothie, Cracker, Kaido, Yamato, King, Queen, Shanks, Ben Beckman, Yasop, Ace, Sabo, the 9 red scabbards of Lord Odin, the worst generation, Kazuki Momonosuke, Kazuki Hiyori, Poseidon Shirahoshi, Pluton Dr. Vegapunk. So at the guise of the night, Luffy and a select group of 3 people went to the final island. Hiding in plain sight, moving as a unit, and his party were people important for the covert mission to succeed. Corazon to cover their noise, Pudding for memory manipulation for any personnel that they meet, and Lucci for assassination if necessary. Luffy stood on the helm of the tiny dingy. Corazon slouched over the back of the ship while Lucci looked ahead in a similar manner as Luffy. Pudding was taking a nap with a blanket over her. Their journey was quiet, too quiet. This was good, of course. Lucci tapped Corazon and he immediately knew what to do, surrounding them with his ability to keep their conversation muted. Captain, incoming message from Tom. Lucci then turned to Luffy. Patch him through. Luffy continued to look onward. Static over the sound echoed throughout the small boat. But again, no sound could escape the soundproof room created by Corazon. Hello, Captain. Tom began on the other side of the call. Go ahead, Tom. All right, Captain. The Pluton ship is above the red line where the Holy Land sits, and the old Fishman Island is below. We are ready to destroy the thing down with this ship, Tom stated. Who's we? Asked Luffy. Hello, Luffy, it is I, Dr. Vegapunk. With that, Luffy passed the call to Lucci and began to shake his head. I will give you my aid in this war. Thanks, Lucci answered for the captain. Wait for his orders. Of course, Tom replied and dropped the call. We are approaching the land, Captain. Over in the distance, Corazon called the island. Its shape was so simple, a tropical paradise with no outstanding features. Luffy looked onward. A bunch of fruit trees surrounded the island. But before making it to the island, a massive marine battleship was heading straight for them. Luffy thought that it was time to fight, but the ship came to a sudden halt. Then from the front of the ship, Kyuzen emerged, jumping down into their tiny dinghy. What do you want? Luffy's voice was venomous. After all, his grandfather was dead cause Kyuzen could not reveal his true allegiance. Kyuzen had the power of ice, but he could feel chills run over his back as Luffy's voice was so deadly. To begin, I sincerely apologize for your grandfather. He was a noble and just man. He would not let me reveal my standing with the world government in fear that all the years of our hard work would crumble. Shut up, Kyuzen. I don't want your sentiment. Again I ask. This time Lucci, Pudding, and Corazon watched the ice user carefully, sizing him up if he was going to do anything. Once again, what do you want? Just wanted to let you know that all of Sword are present, and will flip on the world government as soon as the battle begins. And your journey to the final island is secure, as I am put in the head of watching the island. There are some ground troops patrolling it, but nothing your people can't handle. Very well, Kyuzen. Luffy dismissed the Marine Admiral, leader of Sword. Kyuzen nodded his head once, then jumped back on his giant battleship, turning to the opposite direction to avoid Luffy's small dinghy. To the final island they went. Arriving on the final island, Luffy immediately jumped away from the ship. True to his words, there were about 100 Marines scattered on the island, protecting the promised One Piece from anyone who wanted the prized treasure of the late Pirate King. They were silent in their approach, stealthy as they assassinated any Marines who stood on their way. Pudding appeared behind a Marine and pulled his memory from his head. It revealed their mission: to protect the One Piece, even if it cost them their life. Their dedication was for naught as Luffy and the group went through the Marines like they were nothing. Corazon silenced anyone who tried to call for backup. Luffy knew where to go. Somehow, someway, he felt like he needed to go to the center of the island. On his left, Lucci just chopped the neck of a Marine captain, effectively knocking him out. On his right, Pudding just made a Marine officer drool as his memory was wiped until he was a baby. She did not feel bad for doing this as the man's only purpose was to serve the world government, no matter what. Meanwhile, Corazon hovered, jumping from tree to tree to get a vantage point and silence any noise that could possibly escape. That was it. There was no stopping him from reaching the final treasure. It was the Pirate King's inheritance. What was it? Luffy and company stopped at a massive entranceway, one that was well hidden by the heavy vegetation of the tropical island. Wait here. Luffy was going to learn of the true history, and he needed time to observe everything. Luffy opened the massive cavern blockade with one arm, showing his immense strength. He then entered the darkness, leaving his group behind. Upon entry, he could feel that there was a lone presence within the confines, one that transcends the normal aura of a human being. It was as if a spirit was present. Despite not being able to see in the darkness, he was able to follow the spirit, until finally, his long journey led him to what he could only assume was the heart of the island, where within the heavy guise of darkness, a small flicker of light could be seen in the bottom of the massive room. It was where the spirit resided as well. So Luffy followed the small light, and as he got close, he found that it was nothing more than a stone. A small beautiful rock that emitted a small flicker of light. His instincts told him to grab the stone, and grab it. Then what happened next was unexpected, for around the dark cavern, something forced the lights to open from all around the cavern. Its size was definitely larger than he could see, for the room he was in must have been below the island of Laugh Tale. And true to his promise, Gol D. Roger left a massive amount of treasure within the hollow cavern. It was a room filled with treasure, enough to last someone for eternity. Though treasure was not what Luffy was interested in, for Luffy continued to look at the small glowing rock, ignoring the treasure around him. Reveal yourself, he called. Suddenly the rock began to shake violently and emitted a glowing white light from itself. I thought you would be as you are. There was no doubt of who this person was. Hello, Luffy, looks like you found the One Piece. Attaboy. The spirit of Gol D. Roger emerged from the stone and walked towards Luffy, as if it was a real entity. You are the former Pirate King. Luffy knew this by his wanted poster, complete with his red trench coat and epic mustache. A man exemplified power with his mere presence alone. And you are my successor. Congratulations, Luffy. So this rock is the One Piece. A bit anticlimactic, but there's got to be more. No, Luffy, it's the key to the truth. By this I mean that the One Piece is truly an endless amount of treasure that currently surrounds you. But what good is treasure if there is one being who rules the world? You are talking about the bastard that killed my grandfather. Luffy's hands tightened around the glowing rock, though despite his anger, he could not break the stone. Yes, the same bastard that cleansed the world of his existence during the Void Century. Roger began to walk, to where Luffy did not know, but he followed him. Luffy, did you know that I laughed when I discovered this island? Why is that? Luffy asked as they walked side by side. Then Roger pointed at the hat over his head. My straw hat. The Holy Land Mary Jaos. A massive, truly terrifying unidentified floating object resided above the Holy Land. Its citizens pointed up, confused at what was happening before them. The celestial dragons were elevated for having familial ties with the 19 families which supported Uranus. Above the battleship, Tom and Dr. Vegapunk currently look down on the celestial dragon. Why, how times have changed. Among the scientist, Demigod and the Carpenter were 2 members of the Straw Hat Grand Armada, the 2 members that wanted to stay away from Laugh Tale as they knew what was in store. Plus they knew they needed to see through it that the Pluton machine actually did its job. It will be pleasant to finally stick it to these celestial dragons. Rayleigh was the first to volunteer to go with Pluton. After needing to be quiet in Sabayati, this will be nice, Shaki replied. The former first mate of Roger's pirate and the former member of the Rock's pirate shared a kiss before jumping below. They both declined going to the final island. Dr. Vegapunk followed straight after, and the trio wreaked havoc on the Holy Land. The streets of the once heavenly environment were covered in royal blood. For the people of the world, the slaves of the former celestial dragon rose up along with the aggressor. The guards of the Holy Land were no match for the uprising. While all this was going on, Dr. Vegapunk did not fight unless he needed to, for he was in the Holy Land for one reason, and it was located in the dungeons. Dr. Vegapunk knew his way around the Holy Land, for he lived there once. It had not changed in centuries. He made his way to his brother's room, where the Tree of the Devil was located. He observed his creation, angered by the work of his brother. But alas, he must move on, for the Tree of the Devil will go soon enough. He needed to go deeper, deep into the dungeon where the treasure was. He then finally arrived in the frozen dungeon of the Holy Land. Before him was a giant straw hat, one that was dubbed as the national treasure. Why is that? Your secret is no longer safe, brother. With that, Dr. Vegapunk gathered his fist, infused it with his wool, and punched straight through the massive straw hat. It was fake, for the real key was where it needed to be, with Straw Hat Luffy. Laugh Tale One Piece. Your hat is the key to the true history of the Void Century. Roger guided Luffy's eyes to a stone structure that has an etching where his hat fits perfectly. You see, despite his godly powers, Uranus loved his Joy unconditionally, but Joy did not return his creator's paternal love, for Joy knew that it was right to oppose his sadistic creator. For Uranus wanted to keep a record of all his misdeeds, extracting his memory of the events and placing it in one place. And so here we are. Luffy followed behind Roger as he explained what he needed to. He went over the true history of Uranus, Pluto, and Poseidon. At the beginning of time, there was Uranus, the creator of all things, the ruler of the sky. Uranus grew bored of his solitude and decided to create his siblings. Poseidon, who was his sea-loving sister. Then there was Pluton, his earthbound brother, whose obsession with creating new things jump-started the creation of humankind. 20 pairs of men and women were created by Pluton to satiate his hunger for discovery. Though Uranus, who believed his superiority complex far surpassed that of his creation, decided to hunt down Pluton for creating such disgusting creatures, Uranus created 7 stars from his vision, and these stars were used as a weapon in the war against his own brother. Pluton caught wind of this and decided to instill a secret tree filled with wondrous powers, a gift to the mortals to give them an edge against Uranus and his 7 stars. Now where was Poseidon in all this? She wants no part of such conflict. Thus the fruit of the devil shall never enter the domain of the sea monarch. The 20 kings promised to help Pluton in the war against Uranus, consuming the fruit of the devil. But then 19 out of the 20 kings were secretly working with Uranus behind their creator's back. Only 1 king remained loyal to Pluton, and thus on his deathbed, before Uranus slayed him, Pluton gave the loyal king a weapon that could reach the skies and destroy his tyrannical brother, but the blueprint was instead hidden, for the king feared for the life of his family. Meanwhile, the 19 kings who helped Uranus in killing Pluton were raised within a red wall, near the heavens, close enough for Uranus to toy with their desire and greed. Though Uranus never expected his own creation, a boy, one of the star, his most precious joy. In order for Pluton to survive long enough to pass on his blueprint, Joy Boy held off Uranus long enough, but he too perished, living in his wake a dream that one day Uranus' tyrannical rule will be put to an end. It was enough to allow for his resurrection every 100 of years to attempt to kill his creator. What happened to Poseidon? Well, she continued to rule in her domain, passing her lineage to the first female-born mermaid of the royal family. She feared for her people, so she did not interfere with the war of her siblings. Also, Shirahoshi is Poseidon. That old man Vegapunk on the moon is Pluton. And Uranus is the bastard that killed my grandfather. Luffy responded after Roger explained the beginning of time. Roger then guided Luffy to place his hat on the stone etching. Your hat once belonged to Joy Boy, and with Uranus' eternal love for his greatest creation, he made this straw hat the key to his own memories, thus giving the key to the true history. He thought he had the correct key under his castle, but alas, what he had was an imitation created by Joy Boy before he died, with the hat being transferred to the next inheritance of the wool of Joy Boy. Roger then caught his spectral breath. I laughed because I left the straw hat with my sickly apprentice, Shanks. It was then that I laughed at the irony, as my death was coming near. Anyway, it is now your mission to unfold the truth. Go on then, lad. Though once you enter and learn of the Void Century, I won't be present for your journey, for my spirit can only go as far as this entrance way. After all, my spirit can only reach what the real body experienced. Sure, Roger, thank you for your help. With that, Luffy placed the hat into the etching and he was suddenly launched to an empty field. Luffy looked around and found that Roger was gone. Though he was not alone, for around him, the lone god of the world sat on his throne on his empty field. Void Century. Uranus grew tired of the resistance of the humans. They did not want to be subdued. They rose up with the leadership of David. For David was the inheritor of the wool of Joy Boy and he wielded the power of the sky. The straw hat wearing David countered everything Uranus wanted to happen, for the resilience of men outperformed his own ambition. So Uranus came to a conclusion that the only way to rule the world as he wanted was to erase everything in relation to David and his resistance. In order to do that, Uranus needed to burn everything down so he could reshape it into his image. On the morning of the first day of the onslaught, Uranus raised titanic monsters made from the earth to slay any who resisted his rule. The titanic golems killed everything in its path, without a care of the innocent and the guilty. David learned of the massacre and brought along a group of resistance forces, though Uranus was ready for them. David was brought to submission as his friends were beheaded before him. But his will was strong, and David said, "One day you will get what you deserve." And David was killed. Little did Uranus know, David was the inheritor of Joy Boy's will. Uranus did not know of this, but once he learned of his actions from his 6 stars, he grew into a depressive state, for his love for Joy was unconditional. After the death of David, Uranus is the key to his memories under the Holy Land, the Straw Hat. And then he went on a rampage, vowing to erase everything in existence, for he could only express his pain through violence. Though the resistance continued to hide from the power of Uranus, David's story began to evolve into something more, something that surpassed time itself. The wool of Joy, which was the wool of David, transcends time, eventually evolving into the wool of D. The Kazuki family etched the true history into indestructible stones known as poneglyph, recounting the true events of the massacre. Throughout the centuries, the skill needed to read this ancient language disappeared, and the only people who could remain in hiding in fear of losing their lives. Finally, after 700 years of death, pain, and suffering, Uranus finally rid his world of the resistance against him. Not once did Joy Boy reincarnate in this time. At least he thought he did, as there are people who hid their intentions well. For Joy Boy had reincarnated into a little boy, who would later be known as the daimyo of Wano, protected by the sword god himself, Ryuma. Yet in life, there is death, and so the daimyo passed, but so did his will. The wool of D was passed on to the next inheritor, or Joy's resistance, then on to the next until it found someone who could resist the power of Uranus. Then the lineage of the wool of David and Joy now rests on the hand of one Straw Hat Luffy. But Uranus, or now he is known as M, could not move against the wool of David or risk exposing his deep secret. So instead, he worked in the shadow, and he lived that way ever since. He created the world government with his 6 stars as his puppets, acting as the head power of the organization to keep himself in control. Members of the Cypher Paul worked for him, killing any and all who could pose as a threat to him. The Marines were made to counter the age of piracy, but never could Uranus account for the rise of power of his Joy. How the wool of D transcended time and was now passed on from Zebek to Roger and finally to Luffy. How the true key to his secret was not hidden in the Holy Land, but in the possession of the late Pirate King, his apprentice, and now his successor. Then there was nothing, for Luffy had learned so much in so little time. Yet the new king of pirate only became angry with the revelation. All the pain and suffering of people around the world only for one man to control the world. How selfish and sadistic. If anything, Luffy will only prove once again that humanity is resilient no matter the circumstance. Luffy then turned from the memory Exiting the tunnel which he had entered and retrieving his straw hat, he made his way past the mountains of treasures, past the dimly lit cavern, and back out to the surface of the island, the trio waiting patiently for him. "I've learned all I needed to know," Luffy said, feeling the rock on his pocket. Not a single person asked what the One Piece was, for they knew they would know when the time comes. It was then that the Straw Hat Captain pulled a golden mini snail, contacting the head of his armada. "Katakuri," he called. It took a few seconds for his right-hand man to respond. "Aye, Captain, attack," was his simple command. "Aye, aye," Katakuri replied with excitement in his voice. The air was covered in silence, as Luffy and company waited for the signal. Suddenly the air was filled with alarm as the sound of gunfire and explosion covered the air. The once quiet dawn was filled with so much noise, it was deafening. Luffy then looked at Corazon, Lucci, and Pudding. "Let's go." With the command of their commander, the Straw Hats in the island of Laugh Tale went forward, jumping the war-filled ocean of massive marine ships against pirate ships. Hundreds of devil fruit wielders battled against one another in a war of ideology. Luffy activated Gear Second, preparing to make one massive leap to the Thousand Sunny, which led the Grand Armada into battle. Though something flew through the island, its target obviously being Luffy. Though the attacker was intercepted by Lucci, whose speed was top-notched amongst the Grand Armada. "Take care of it, Lucci," Luffy said, knowing who it was that tried to assassinate him. He then embraced Pudding and Corazon and bound to his main ship. Behind him, Lucci was left behind with a blonde-haired assassin, leader of the Cypher Paul Aegis Zero, Stussy. "I've been looking for you." Lucci looked menacingly at the person who killed his parents. A village on fire. A man, possibly in his 30s, was running. From what? He couldn't tell. In his arm was a child, no older than 8. His father stopped, holding the child up and holding his shoulders, violently shaking him to his senses. "Listen here, boy, she is dead. Your mother is dead, and it is because of my weakness." The child stopped crying, still not understanding the situation. "If you are not on top, then you are dead." And as the words escaped his mouth, a bullet went through his head, blood spewing all over the child. No tears escaped the child's eyes as all he could do was freeze in shock. And before him, an uncanny figure with a strange-looking mask. The figure's left hand held a gun, its barrel still hot from the bullet which escaped it. The masked figure pointed its gun at the child's head to no reaction. Then as the masked figure was about to pull the trigger, the child disappeared in a blur, attempting to kill the figure which murdered his father in cold blood, but he was not able to reach him. It took another 2 masked figures to subdue the boy who was going berserk. The masked figure disappeared in the shadow, with the child's eyes never leaving the assailant for even a second. "Who the fuck are you?" responded Stussy, a sadistic smile plastered across her otherwise beautiful face. "I'm the person that's going to kill you." Aboard the Thousand Sunny, Luffy arrived at the mothership of the massive pirate fleet. Pudding and Corazon got oriented and made their way to their own group. He then addressed the people present. "My orders are simple." Luffy then got up, looking at the people before him. "Get me to him, and we'll end this once and for all." Above him, Kaido in his dragon form circled around, roaring into the sky at the declaration of the newly crowned Pirate King. Luffy found the One Piece, and it was now time for the Pirate King to take the world by storm. It would not be easy, but he knew he could do it, for Luffy had his armada, his friends, his family. Meanwhile, him had his puppets, his slaves, his blind followers. Love will triumph against tyranny, always and forever. Would you believe me if I said that every major power of the world was present on or around the island of Laugh Tale that day? There was the side of good. Im headed the world government, with his mysterious 5 elder stars. Of course, Im had his dog in Cerberus, or Teach. "Come now, dog. The world needs to learn a lesson of fealty." Im led the way as the vessel of Teach followed him aimlessly. Then the Cypher Paul division was present, from Aegis 0 to Cypher Paul 9, led by the mysterious but powerful agent Stussy. Would this be enough? Stussy revealed her true allegiance. Once posing as a member of the underground world, she was actually a Cypher Paul agent. She threw a microchip consisting of Baris, the universally accepted language of the underworld family. "You have quite the nerve to show up here," said Dufeld, the underworld king of the Lone Sharks. Regardless, he plugged the chip in his reader and found that it contained a huge sum of Baris. 500 billion to be exact. "Another 500 billion will come once you do what we need from you," Stussy said, looking around the room of the underworld kingpins. He grazed over the seat of Morgans, but the traitor was now with the Straw Hats. "All right, sweetheart, where do you want us?" replied Ymir, loving the amount of berries he was about to earn. It was through money that the world government employed the underworld to their cause. With the likes of Dufeld, Drug Peklo, Jiberson, and Ymir along with their many employees and murderers under their wings, Kong bridged the world government from its subdivision branch of the Marines, where it is headed by the Fleet Admiral and the 6 Admirals. This will determine whether a renewal is on hand, or if his rule will persevere. Fleet Admiral Sengoku: "I'm conflicted, Kong. On one hand, he killed my best friend." Sengoku begun. On another, this is my duty. Admiral Akenu, Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Fujitora, Admiral Ryukiju, and Admiral Zephyr. Absolute justice will prevail, or so I swear to my death, proclaimed Akenu. Yeah, Zephyr and Fujitora agreed on the ideology. So intense, Admiral Red Dog, joked Kizaru. HNN, grunted Ryukiju, with Aokiji being obviously quiet, pondering. Then a large group of powerful vice admirals below them, along with the many ranking officers within the group, Smoker, Suru, John Giant, Momonga, Dalmatian, to name a few. There were many more. But then the Marines had their warlords, the pirates of the government. Alvida, Foxy, Weevil, and Orlumbus are what remained of the former warlord system, with Kuma, Ace, and Law joining the enemy's cause, oblivious to the Marines. They had a mole within, and that mole was Sword, formerly found by the late Monkey D. Garp. Kuzan now heads the fighting force within the Marine organization. Their goal was to overthrow the world government and maintain actual justice in the world, not the corrupt absolute justice that the propaganda wanted to push. On the other side of the war, there were the evil, or so they say. Monkey D. Luffy led the Straw Hat Grand Armada and their allies. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook, and Jinbei. Whitebeard, Kaido, Shanks, Katakuri, Shiki, Bindi, Bullet, Marco, King, Ben Beckman, Oven, Mihawk, Hancock, Crocodile, Kuma, Moria, Lucci, Yamato, Buggy, Arlong, Enel, Guild, Bonnie, Kid, Yuriwouch, Hawkins, Apu, Killer, X-Drake, Bartolomeo, Leo, Hadrudin, Cavendish, Sai, and Idio, Rayleigh, Shaki, Tom, and Dr. Vegapunk were on the Holy Land, aboard Pluton to destroy the Red Line. Alabasta, Dressrosa, Atlantis, Drum Island, Sorbet Kingdom, Hapo Kingdom, Elbaf, and so on. The Straw Hat Grand Armada were here to settle this blood feud, one that began with the lonely Uranus, creating two siblings which eventually rebelled against him, where his own creation turned against his twisted ideologies. But who knows who's good, who's evil, until the victor of the war is determined. For every one fighting being allied to Luffy, there were 10 working for him. Alas, the war of the world is underway. Get a fucking doctor here. Oh my god, my arms. Please, no more. Screams of pain and agony rang throughout the air as two opposing forces came to head. On one side there were the Marines and the world government. On the other there were the pirates and Alliance fighting for the freedom of the world. One fighting for the deceptive ideology of true justice. The other fighting for the truth and freedom of the people. One was led by the tyrannical god, Im. The other, the liberator of the world, Luffy. One was the creator of the world, Uranus. The other his greatest creator, the inheritor of the wool of D, Joy Boy. Im sat on the helm of his golden vessel, its structure made of the finest material. Around him were his stars. Once again Joy will challenge him, and once again Joy will fail. Though he felt something was off, for a moment he could swear that something was off. He then received a call from Mary Gioi's. Im-sama, we failed you. Then emptiness. A ringing of destruction echoed in the other end of the call, then a familiar voice echoed from a distant. After this wretched land, we'll make our way around the planet ... to destroy the Red Line. That voice could only belong to one being, his creation. It was Pluton. True to his word, Pluton led the way in destroying the Red Line. His island-destroying ship unleashed a beam of powerful energy, one that could not compare to the bastardized version that the world government had created. The beam of energy was so powerful that it blasted through the holy land of Mary Geos all the way to the bottom of the sea, even hitting and destroying the old Fishman Island. The true purpose of the world-shattering monstrosity of a ship was now fully realized. To destroy the Red Line that divided the world and raised the traitorous celestial dragon into the heavens. Dr. Vegapunk sat on top of his creation, admiring the view below. Yes, while the celestial dragons fled for their lives, countless slaves were freed and placed on the deck of the ship by Rayleigh and Shaki. And the destruction of the Red Line was underway. Laugh Tail, the Holy Land is gone, said Kong, speaking towards the 5 heavenly stars. When the entire forces of the world government were called, the entire forces showed up. It does not matter, another will arise once this war is complete. The man with a scar on the left side of his face and gray dreadlocks spoke up for the group. Little did they know, humanity was on the brink of a revolution, one led by Monkey D. Luffy. For the Straw Hat Captain had sent his forces forward, and a full-blown war was underway. Get a fucking doctor here. Oh my god, my arms. Please, no more. I'm here, little one. Just keep breathing and don't think about the pain. Dr. Kiriha held the hands of her patient as he was gasping for air. Mama, did I make you proud? The young Alabaston warrior succumbed to his end in the hands of the doctor, and Dr. Kiriha could not do anything about it. She wallowed in sorrow for a moment before getting up, a cannonball nearly decapitating her. Doctor, you must keep your cool. We are at war. The person who diverted the cannonball was Virgo of the infiltration unit. He had been going through the members of the Marines who were foolish enough to get in his way. The active goal of the Armada was to get through to the back line of the world government. It was there that Kong along with the 5 Elder Stars resided. Then of course, Im himself sat on his throne, watching everything transpire. Then hundreds of thousands of Marines stood in between, with the high-ranking officers all present for the final war. Dufeld, Drug Peklo, Giberson, and Umit, the crime underworld kingpins, were faced with opponents of their own. Enel, King, Oven, and Magellan faced the crime lords. Even the admirals were there, and they were itching for a fight. All but Cusin, who promised that they'd revealed their allegiance as soon as war broke out. And he kept true to his promise. As soon as war broke out on both sides, Cusin emitted cold air from his hands and created a bridge. "What the hell are you doing?" Zephyr was the first to notice, but Cusin was off. Then other members of the Marines began to follow the sword commander and turned their blade from fighting the pirates to helping the pirates. What the hell is going on? Vice Admiral Smoker quickly encapsulated several Marines and tossed them overboard. "It's a fucking coup." Beside him, Captain Tashigi, Lieutenant Isuka, and Vice Captain Belmere revealed their true allegiance. They were then joined by X-Drake, who assisted the other sword members. "What are you doing right now, Admiral?" Before Admiral Cusin could get any further, Admiral Fujitora caught wind of the changing tides. Fixing what is broken. Cusin's target was none other than the Elder Stars, and eventually Im for killing his mentor. "Not on my watch." The gravity user forced a downward slash, pulling a meteor from orbit into the Earth to where Cusin stood. Collateral damage be damned. Though he knew this would not be enough to slow the Admiral, he did not account for an interference from a mere pirate. As his asteroid came racing down to the Earth, somebody jumped towards the falling rock, slashing it into 3 pieces, dicing it into smaller and smaller pieces until it was rubble. Isho looked on in admiration as the swordsman landed before him, with Cusin moving on to his target. Isho was stopped by a fellow swordsman, a damned pirate, a pirate by the name of Roronoa Zoro. Now, old man, don't go swinging your sword violently. You might break your back." And Zoro landed above the Marine swordsman, crashing his 3 swords with the blade of the Admiral. Roronoa Zoro had jumped from ship to ship, taking aim at the Marine Admiral, and he wasn't alone in his pursuit, for right beside him, a blur of a certain blonde-haired chef appeared before another unsuspecting Marine Admiral. Admiral Kizaru suspected that the Straw Hats would combat him with someone like Katakuri or Enel, but instead, the Prince of the Vinsmoke family emerged from their roster to challenge the Light Loja. "I'll dance with you, Admiral," Sanji proclaimed, and even with light in his arsenal, the Admiral was surprised as Sanji was able to intercept his particle kick with his own kick. Black-leg Sanji truly is a monster. Oh, Admiral Zephyr was now trading blows with Shanks himself, their fist destroying the very ship that they stood on. "You've become younger yet as dumb as ever, red-haired." Zephyr threw a haymaker which Shanks dodged. Their blows could cost continents to shift, but they had to hold back or the people within the ships would fall to their death in the deep blue. "And you're an old fart, see?" Shanks countered with an uppercut which Zephyr caught with his bare hand. On another ship, Admiral Akenu was surprised at his opposition, for his magma was much stronger than Ace's flame and Sabo's fox fire. "You dare oppose me, you damn squirts." Admiral Akenu covered both arms in magma while Ace covered his right arm in red flames and Sabo covered his in orange with yellow flames. "Captain Big Bro Luffy specifically asked us to destroy you," said Sabo, "and we are happy to oblige." Added Ace. Admiral Ryukaju was next, with his opponent being the new wielder of the soul fruit, Nami. His vines reached for the floating weather manipulator, but Nami aboard Zeus was too fast. "Eventually, girl, I will get a hold of you," Ryukaju said with a smile. "Sure you will." With a wink, Nami sent a flaming thunderbolt right at the Admiral, and their battle was getting heated. With the Admirals occupied, Kong and Sengoku stood before 2 more figures who were troubled in their own rights. Kong stood face to face against Whitebeard, and Sengoku was against Kaido. "Did you imagine that we'll fight alongside one another again, Kaido? I am but a servant of my king. If it means working with you, then so be it," Kaido responded. Meanwhile, Kong and Sengoku removed their coats, arming themselves in armament haki. It was time for war. Now the Elder Stars were another problem, the 5 being as mysterious as they are. Katakuri, Mihawk, Hancock, Arlong, and Crocodile were the 5 members of the Grand Armada to challenge the Elders. "So you are the puppeteer." Cusin's ability was enough to stall the Elders and freeze them in their seats, allowing him to go to the throne room of the massive golden ship. It was there he found him, sitting on his iron throne. "I am who I am," replied him unfazed. Cusin tried to get the jump on him by launching an icicle spike, but the room suddenly became heavy, his icicle shattering. Though this wasn't the only thing that shattered, for Cusin found out quickly how powerful this man was. No, he was no man, this was a god. For Cusin found his right arm crushed within the grip of him, appearing beside him in less than a second. "Foolish of you to think you can contend against me, mortal." And then proceeded to rip the arm straight out of the body of Cusin, forcing the former admiral to reel back in pain. though no time to scream in agony, for he had to close the wound by freezing it. Then he had to go all out, unleashing all of the attacks in his arsenal right at him. With one hand he was still able to manifest his trident-shaped icicle spears, a wave of cold air, and all he got. And what showed his effort? Absolutely nothing, as Im remained unmoving. Not a single drop of blood was able to fall from the divine entity. All that for naught. Such a shame. And Im once again covered the distance, his hands extended out to pierce the heart of Kuzan. Strangely enough, Kuzan was still conscious as his heart was removed from his body. For a second he could utter a single sound. Oh. Then there was nothing, as Kuzan collapsed backwards, lifeless as Im was quick to take his life. Disgusting, these humans, Im said. He was angered by their resilience, and so he unleashed his creatures which he used to torment the Void Sentry, his golem which killed the resistance that David gathered. From the very depth of the sea, a large trembling began, and suddenly, from deep into the Earth's core, several hundreds of massive golem creatures emerged, causing humanity to once again experience the cleansing. Yet even with the hundreds of golems emerging, humanity will not surrender, not this time, for humanity had Luffy. The Will of D lives on within the King of Pirates, for Luffy forced his way through the Sea of Marines, then through the tightly guarded golden ship, trusting his allies to handle the enemies which stood against him. Then he finally reached the throne room, where the fallen, lifeless figure of Kuzan currently covered the hallway in blood. And Im, well, he sat on his throne, observing every move that Luffy made. Welcome home, my joy. Im opened his arm, expecting an embrace from his favorite star. I don't know who the fuck this joy is, but I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm here to end you. Venom seeped through his voice, as Luffy was out to kill this being. So be it. And the War of the Heavens was underway. Would you believe me? I said the final war was here. Straw Hat Grand Fleet Intel Unit Captain, Lucci v. Civil Paul Aegis Zero Lead Agent, Stussy. Their skills were well matched, with one dragging the other to a fist fight. In his blind rage, Lucci forgot his fundamentals, his advantage of being an awakened Zoan. For Stussy knew how to play with her prey. She knew how to drag the match along and force the opponent to situations that were in her advantage. Their final battlefield is the desolate tropical island of Laugh Tale. Their field was enormous, and yet Lucci felt confined, as if he was trapped within a cage. All these years of hunting me down, and you are about to come up short. How do you feel about this, Lucci? Stussy gave him a teasing smile, one that was both seductive and scary at the same time. The woman who murdered his parents in cold blood was finally before him, and he could barely make her sweat. Shigen, Rokuagun, Soru, Jippo, Kami-e, Tekai, no matter which form of the sixth style, Stussy matched him perfectly. She was mocking him, which got on his nerves, right where she wants him. Though what Stussy did not account for was the sheer growth of the former Cypher Paul agent. She kept tabs of the former agent until he sailed with the Straw Hat Pirates, thinking he would eventually die out in the dangerous waters of the New World. She was very wrong on losing her mark, for Lucci has grown exponentially, not just in strength, but also in capabilities. Little did she know, he had mastered the 6 styles, but on top of that, she had gained experience from being around the strongest people in the world. As the dust cleared, Stussy was shocked to find that Lucci had covered the distance and wrapped his hands around her neck. He did not let up as he dragged her body on the ground and tossed her into the sky. That wasn't the end of it though, as Lucci launched himself after her. She covered herself in haki, but that was not enough as Lucci delivered a powerful Shigen directly to the belly of Stussy. This broke her guard enough, and Lucci continued his onslaught, not letting up for even a second. Before he could finish her, he let her survive for only a moment longer. He wanted the satisfaction of an answer. Why'd you do it? He asked as she stood over her unmoving body. All the bones in her body were fractured into so many pieces that it was a miracle that she was alive. The haki that emitted from Lucci's leopard hybrid form retracted, and he stood over the agent. She began to cough violently as her lungs were punctured. She then sat up, using every ounce of her remaining strength to look at Lucci in the eyes. I don't know who the fuck you are talking about. I killed so many people, I've become numb to it. With that, Lucci determined the judgment of Agent Stussy, and there was no other choice but death. He held both hands in front of him, with Stussy looking him directly in the eyes. He bloodied look emphasizing the evil that she'd done throughout her life. She accepted her judgment. Shigen, with his arms outstretched, the impact was enough to cave the chest cavity of the fallen agent. She coughed up her last breath before plopping down like a sack of potatoes, the light disappearing from her eyes. Lucci has obtained his vengeance, and now his purpose was fulfilled. AHHH, he yelled at the top of his lungs as he fell on both knees, then falling flat on his face from exhaustion. If the fight lasted for another second, he probably would have died. Lucky he won when he did. Lucci wins. Straw Hat Grand Fleet Strategy Unit Magellan v Deep Ocean Current Unit. Magellan stood before Unit, aboard an iron ship which Unit uses for his trading business. Warden, I have some business with you. Unit whipped out an anchor that he used as a weapon, with it being attached to a chain and a ball at the end. Is that so? Magellan let the poison drip from his body, no longer experiencing the side effect of his ability due to the medical advancement of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. You tortured my package transporters. Yumet unleashed his anchor, tossing it at the direction of Magellan. The former warden tried to melt the anchor only to be hit head-on by the anchor, causing blood to drip from his face. What the? Magellan took a moment to recover only to find Yumet with a massive smile on his face. Sea prism. Yumet began to toss around the heavy anchor, swinging it as if it was lightweight. His smirk was annoying, and yet Magellan had no issue with the obvious disadvantage. I have no problem with fighting without my abilities. Magellan will rely on his weapon, the warden blade he was given and impel down. When Mugiwara retrieved him from certain death, he made sure to bring the sword with him. Now it was going to be put in good news. Do you still know how to use that blade, warden? Suddenly Magellan appeared before Yumet, slicing down and catching the master trader off guard. Lucky for him, he was able to bring his anchor up on time. Answer enough for you. With a menacing look in his eyes, Magellan had a slight smirk. For one, he didn't need his devil fruit ... but that did not mean he wasn't going to use it. Magellan swung his sword diagonally, pushing back the anchor-wielding traitor. Eat shit, warden. Yumet used the other end of his anchor to swing the heavy ball on the back of Magellan's head, but Magellan caught the metal ball completely with one hand, despite the job of the sea stone being to weaken the fruit user. Though the warden had enough juice to catch the sea prism ball and toss it back at the face of Yumet. Yumet dodged it, but Magellan already had the higher ground, landing on top of his own blade and pushing down on the anchor which Yumet held over his face. Magellan smirked, activating his fruit. As long as the anchor doesn't touch him, he's not completely nullified. Magellan had been exposed to the sea prism arena known as Impel Down, so he knew how to handle it. Now that he held the anchor in front of him, Yumet lost his footing in stopping the poison from reaching him, and Magellan let it drip on the illegal traitor. It burns. Magellan's poison continued to drip down on Yumet. The illegal traitor could not push off the heavy opposition. He could not block the poison raining down on him either. Magellan continued to push down his sword with his full weight and poison over the helpless Yumet. Yumet reflected on his life as the poison rained down on him. From a young man in the Grand Line to a scrappy trader who figured out the sea, he grew an empire to which he garnered the interest of the underground world. Now he was pushing the merchandise, the product, and getting a cut of the Covenant underground money. He continued to claw until he was on the top, and finally, now that he was ... well, looks like his sins finally caught up to him. Many years of turning his back on his beliefs to be on top, and now to die by poison. It was a hell of a way to go. Eventually Yumet collapsed, melting over the poison of Magellan. Magellan finally hopped away from the melted skeletal figure of the former Grand Trader known as Yumet. To finalize his victory, Magellan grabbed the sea prism anchor and whipped it around, jumping in the air and finally landing the anchor through the core of the iron ship, sinking the ship that Yumet worked so hard to create, finalizing his victory. Tisk, underground powerhouse my ass. With that, Magellan rejoined the war, helping his crewmates against the Marines. Magellan wins. Straw Hat Grand Fleet Cuisine Unit Captain Oven v. the Concealer Jiberson. It was strange. At one point Oven faced off against Jiberson aboard his own battleship. The next he was suddenly within a massive warehouse, one with endless crates with no end in sight. Charlotte Oven looked in front of him, noticing the suave warehouse manager directly on the end of another aisle of many shelves of crates. You know, Squirt, I never pinned you for a follower. Your mother was a great woman who always led. And to see you under the same person who killed her. Jiberson was playing mind games. Too bad Oven wasn't buying. So Oven deciphered quickly that Jiberson was a devil fruit user, similar to Capone Budget. Though Jiberson held Oven within his massive storage space of a body. Soko no my model? Warehouse. Fuck, you're smart, exclaimed Jiberson, grabbing his hair on the top of his head and laughing at the quick wits that were in the child of Big Mom. If it wasn't for the money, I wouldn't even want to thread this waters. So you were hired hitman, Oven commented. Meanwhile his eyes were traveling throughout the warehouse, trying to get a read of the area. The boss of the underworld doesn't move unless there is an undeniable offer on the table. For the amount that blonde-haired agent offered me, shit, I would kill anyone. Jiberson was no idiot. Noticing the movement of Oven's eyes, he then let him experience some of his abilities by crashing some heavy crates on top of Oven. Unfortunately, Oven simply melted the crates by contact, not fazed by the heavy product within the crate. That move was a distraction, as Jiberson disappeared within his warehouse. On the outside world, Jiberson simply sat behind a desk, with his legs stretched out over a desk. He simply whipped out a cigar and took a deep puff of the expensive stick. Though within his body, Oven had been fighting an endless army of Jiberson's hired muscles. Oven threw a punch here, kicked there, tossed some people to ward off another horde. These thugs were no joke as they were employees of the underground world. But Oven was much stronger than these nobodies, slicing and shoving them out of the way as Oven made his way around the massive warehouse looking for a way to get to Jiberson. But he didn't have to find him. He would just need to get out of this warehouse body of the Storage King. So Oven stopped running, and instead he activated his hottest form, turning into pure heat, one that was so hot that the weapon of the thugs melted if they got within his range. Just a matter of time before Giberson had to no choice but to release him. Giberson's body heated up until he could not handle it anymore, ejecting everything within his storage space. His warehouse of illegal products were ejected into the open sea, hitting allies and enemies alike. Though this was put to an end when Oven finally appeared before him, grabbing him by the throat and literally superheating him to death. Giberson screamed in agony until there was no more sound left out of the Underground Emperor. Finally, despite his strong front, Oven was truly exhausted from the onslaught. But the war just started, and sitting down was not an option. So he gathered himself, took a deep breath and got up. He joined the war once more. Oven wins. Straw Hat Grand Fleet Guerrilla Unit Captain Enolvi the Godfather Dufeld. How about I buy your services for 1 billion biri? Dufeld isn't called the Godfather for nothing. He buys everything with money, even people. Ironic how he was brought out of his comfortable throne to fight in a war for money. Goes to show how money talks, and the world government was ready to pay astronomical amounts to ensure their dominance. Dufeld's thinking was to make a quick buck, then return to his underground empire as soon as he'd done what he was paid to do. That's the only way you can rise in the world, money. Too bad Enel cares not for Dufeld, nor such trivial things such as currency. He valued loyalty. He values his true king, Luffy. Within seconds, Dufeld felt his body go through 1 billion volt of lightning, and in an instant, the Godfather fell face first on the deck of his own ship. Scum, and with hardly lifting a finger, Enel made his way to another ship to assist his allies. Enel wins. Straw Hat Grand Fleet Strategy Unit King v Drug King Drug Peklo. The final member of the Underground Emperor, Drug King Peklo, was splattered across a broken battleship, his scythe somewhere far away, and his body was bent in a way that it should not be. King stood over the broken-down monster, unleashing a wave of fury that scared his hired muscle. King wins. You sure made quick work of that, commented Law as he had to run back to get some of the injured to the medical tent. If Kaido himself, the strongest man I know, was subdued by Mugiwara, then he has my full support. With one final look at the Drug Emperor, King transformed into his hybrid form and joined the fight once again. The war was raging on into a huge debacle. Marines and pirates alike were dead set in achieving their goal. For the world government, absolute justice. For the pirates, Luffy was the king of pirates. Red-haired pirates Captain Emperor Shanks v Marine Admiral Zephyr. Both of his hands were bleeding, and Zephyr was face down on the ground. The hacky clash was intense. It was enough to cause those around them to pass out. But in the end, the Emperor was too much for the purple-haired admiral. And the results were final. He took a deep breath, and for a moment he surveyed the war before him. How was everyone else doing? He wondered. He then got up once more and rejoined the battle. Here we go. With a red streak, Shanks rejoins the war. Shanks wins. There was a story of a man and a woman. One from the heavens, one from the depth of hell. That was a bit of an overstatement for the man who came from Skypie. And the woman came from the care of Doflamingo, who could be argued as the devil himself. This is the story of Wiper and Baby 5, and how they became more than friends. He dragged himself along the journey to the Blue Sea. Once the Birkin God was defeated, he had to join his journey with undying resolve. Captain Luffy decided to protect him by dropping him off at the floating restaurant, where he spent many years developing into a young man until he was ready to join the Grand Fleet. It was there he met her. Oh, how that day was one for the ages. He fell deeply in love with one, Baby 5. Baby 5, a girl who was thrown away by her own parents. She had craved for a purpose, to be someone's significant other. In another life, Baby 5 would fall madly in love with Sai of the Hapo Navy. But this was not the regular timeline, for Baby 5 fell madly in love with the Skypie gorilla. It was like a match made for the heavens, for Baby 5 was any weapon imaginable, and Wiper is the expert in guerrilla warfare. So ever since meeting in the floating restaurant of Barady, ever since spending all those times together, she was his as he was hers. They have gone through countless missions together, never once failing. I need a. Wiper extended his arm as he called for his partner. On it, babe. Baby 5 knew what he wanted, immediately changing into a Gatling gun. That's my girl. With a cigar in his mouth and a smile on his face, Wiper began to unload the bullets onto the wave of Marines that charged at him. This was a war, and casualty was to be expected. Watch out, called out Queen of the former Beast Pirates. He had become instant friends of the Straw Hat Grand Armada, and swiped his massive dinosaur head at a Rouge Marine that tried to blindside Wiper. Good-looking big guy, said Wiper with a thumbs up. No problem, friend. Queen's huge metallic neck was used by both Kid and Uruj to hitch a ride onto another ship. The duo were working together and taking down Marine crews. They hopped off as soon as they were over another Marine ship and joined Capone Bajet and Killer in taking down the ship. Here you go, fucker. Kid tossed a metal pole towards Uruj, who gladly accepted it and swung it around the entire ship. Duck. His swing was enough to destroy the upper part of the ship. Killer and Bajet duck as instructed while Kid hitched a ride on the metal pole to strike down the captain of the marine ship. On to the next, called out Kid. Let's go, replied the trio. The giants of the Grand Armada were in a tight tangle with the giants of the Marines. John Giant was owning up to his reputation as he took down some of the prominent members of the Grand Armada. I feel sorry for you, brother. Hadrudin, the captain of the giant pirates, collided with John Giant as they wrestled each other for command. Shut your mouth, pirate. John wrestled Hadrudin for control. Each movement caused a tremor in the sea. Did you know that you and the other marine giants were traded like livestock by a lady known as Mother Carmel? What about Mother now? Down below, the two titanic giants battling. Cracker in his attack form fought side by side with Vista, Ohm, and Kabaji as they used their sword play against the Marines. Raisin and Daz were joining Cavendish as the Marines were being pushed out of the way. They were clearing the way, for one of their own was testing his limits against one of the strongest that the Marine can offer. Straw Hat Grand Fleet Sword Unit Zoro v Marine Admiral Fujitora Issho. On his waist were 3 different swords as he had to make an adjustment to his set. Wado Ikemanji returned to his proper owner, Kuina, who is now fighting alongside the troops against the Marines. Shisui returned to the land of Wano, as Zoro returned it to its proper grave. Aim no Habakiri and Enma returned to Momonosuke and Hiyori as they are the rightful inheritors of the supreme grade blades. So then he was left with Sandai Kaitsu, the cursed blade that found him as a master. Nidai Kaitsu, its predecessor that was given to him by Tengayama Haitsu for his involvement in ending the 2-decade-long strife of Wano. And then once the two swords came together, its first iteration manifested out of thin air, presenting itself to Zoro. The Shodai Kaitsu has recognized a new master, and now the 3 brother blades were reunited. I have never once wished ill upon my opponent, and yet you straw hats are getting in the way of true justice. Issho took a swing downward. The pressure of his gravity was enough to sink a person to the core of the earth, not Zoro, for he pushed up against the gravity of Issho and met him by slicing his blade at the Marine Admiral. The two exchanged strikes, with Issho exerting his gravity and Zoro pushing against the adversity. I don't care about your stupid justice. All I care about is that the king reaches his goal. His blade on his right hand took a slice forward, aiming for the neck of Issho, though the admiral leaned back enough to miss being cut. But Zoro followed up by pushing with the sword in his mouth and pushing the admiral back and using his free arm to try to cut once more. Again, Issho diverted the attack by using Zoro's momentum against him. The gravity user created some space between them and slashed his sword diagonally 3 times while seemingly pulling something down the heavens with an invisible force. He then continued his parry with Zoro until the 3-sword user felt something strange from the sky. Oh shit. Zoro then realized that Issho had brought down 3 giant meteors from space. How will you take care of that boy? Issho said with an angry look about him, though he would not let Zoro get enough space to stop the meteor. Lucky Zoro, he didn't have to, as Kuina, Sasaki, and Smoothie each jumped to the heavens and sliced down the meteor with their powerful abilities. What the? Issho was too shocked to give Zoro enough time to recover and go on to the offensive. Without the trouble of the meteor, Zoro is going all out. And by all out, Zoro opened his left eye, revealing the eye of Ashura. The swirl of purple aura surrounded him as devilish power surrounded him once more. Ashura. Zoro used the power of the devil to ensure his victory, disappearing within a blink of an eye behind Issho. He then sheathed his 2 blades in each hand and finally sheathed the blade in his mouth. Zoro then closed his left eye to suppress the demon energy of Ashura. I see. Issho could not believe it, for he was outmatched. He then fell on both knees and finally on his face. Rorno Zoro wins. Straw Hat Grand Fleet Cuisine Unit Sanji v Marine Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. Stupid Mosshead Sanji had been engaged in a duel with the Light Loja, but the Light user was not gaining any advantage with the mortal man. Despite not having any devil fruit power, Vinsmoke Sanji was holding his own against Borsellino. Crazy enough, the Light Admiral was not quick enough to catch Sanji, even being light. Sanji was quick enough, with Haki in his legs to kick Borsellino to the sky. Then he followed up with a skywalk to keep kicking Borsellino higher and higher. The Light user gritted his teeth as he was unable to recover or even attempt a counterattack. Then finally, as Sanji decided it was high enough, Borsellino drifted for a moment in the sky. It was as if time slowed down with Borsellino feeling multiple ways. Though as he did previously, Sanji now came crashing down from the heavens, with his legs lit into flames. Like a meteor, he came crashing down through the core of Borsellino, launching him to the sea. Sure, Borsellino was a fruit user, and sure he will probably die in the sea. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Oh well. But instead of falling deep into the ocean, Borsellino was caught by Sentomaru, saved from his death. The Light user was knocked out cold, but Sentomaru now had a grudge. Too bad he would be able to explore it as a radical beam hit him straight to the face. and it came from the Straw Hat's own, Cyborg Frankie. "All yours, Frankie." Sanji gave him a thumbs up before helping out the outnumbered pirates and engaging the fight against the world government. Frankie then retrieved his arm only to find Sentomaru with an angry look about him. He was pissed. Frankie did not care, for he unleashed his arsenal of weapons, raining down hell onto Sentomaru. Too bad for the Vice Admiral. He was done before the fight started. Smoke came out of his mouth as the white of his eyes were the only thing visible, and Sentomaru fell face first, defeated. Borsellino also out next to him. The big hitter of the Marines were going out one by one, but they still had the significant numbers over the pirates. Vinsmoke Sanji wins. Straw Hat Grand Fleet Finance Unit Nami v Marine Admiral Ryukachu. The vines chased after Nami as she zoomed around the Marine Admiral. For starters, she had been observing, with Prometheus burning any vines that got close and Zeus doing the flying to avoid the plant attacks. Green Bull remained still with his arms crossed, following Nami around the sky while using his body to follow her sporadic movement. His vegetation continued to follow her around in the sky. Well, that was until Nami took notice of the heavy vegetation surrounding them. It was even getting in the way of the Marines and other people fighting in the battle. Nami noticed a giant green pillar emerging from all the heavy vegetation. It seemed like he was making a tall route, but what for? She took a moment to remove her vision at the Admiral only to find him mere inches from her own face. Ooh. He then outstretched his hands to surround Nami with a massive amount of plants. Ryukaju had used his giant plant as a traveling mechanism to get from one place to another quickly, and with Nami being close to his massive contraption, he was able to catch her. Too bad it was for naught, for Nami had unleashed a thunderous energy from the heaven at the plant Admiral, and once his grip had loosened from the strike, Nami then followed up by enlarging Prometheus into a massive fireball, one that could rival the Flame Emperor Ace makes. Perish. Nami then commanded the fireball to come crushing towards the plant user, and it swallowed him whole, eating up on the majority of the plant that he created. Monsters existed within the Straw Hat Pirates, enough so that the Marines were starting to lose, and lose big. "Come now, Zeus, we need to aid our friends," Nami commanded, and the duo zoomed past the burning battlefield. The remains of the plant Admiral sprawled eagle on the ground, unmoving. Nami wins. Straw Hat Grand Fleet Beast Unit Captain Kaido v World Government Fleet Commander Kong. Kaido was a dragon flying directly at the massive gorilla. Kaido. Kong had transformed into his mythical Zoan form, model King Kong. The massive gorilla captured the head of Kaido, sending him several steps back. Kong swung down, knocking down the dragon to the ground, but Kaido recovered by unleashing a burrow breath right into the face of the gorilla. This was going to be a battle of endurance. Good thing it did not have to go on any longer as Kaido stopped playing with Monkey. It was only a matter of time till the fleet commander fell into the iron mace of the beast. Kaido let out a mighty roar as his voice echoed throughout the battlefield, with the fleet commander falling into his might. Kaido wins. Straw Hat Grand Fleet Vanguard Unit Captain Whitebeard v Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I mourn the loss of Garp as much as you do, Sengoku. I should have realized it sooner. How I was merely a puppet to the grand scheme of things. Sengoku merely sat down, crossing his legs. At first he was angry. Then he accepted his stupidity. On with it, Newgate. I will not put up a fight. No, Sengoku, you will not die such a pitiful way. Whitebeard slammed his bicento along the ground. Straw Hat Luffy will come out victorious against this so-called god, and he will bring freedom to the world. This being cut Garp's head off like it was nothing. He defeated Mugiwara in a single strike. What hope does he stand against such adversity? And what I learned from engaging in a war against him: never bet against Mugiwara. As Newgate determined that Sengoku had no fight in him, he jumped away from the fleet admiral and destroyed 2 ships with his powerful Quake Punch. Straw Hat Grand Fleet Porcas D. Ace and Revolutionary Army Vice Commander Sabo v Marine Admiral Akainu. Ace and Sabo combined their ability to push the admiral back. He got desperate and unleashed a rain of lava that ultimately was not enough to stop the fire user and the fox fire user. A finishing blow came into a combined punch from the 2 brothers, both meeting the chest of the admiral. Akainu fell into the arms of both brothers, a gaping hole on his chest. The magma was not enough to melt the flames of the 2 brothers. Ironically, Akainu died the same way he killed Ace in the original timeline. How things change. Meanwhile, in the massive golden ship of Uranus, I wonder how Luffy is doing. Hancock had left the petrified Elder Star to wander off as she was worried for her lover. Tusk to think that this would be it. Crocodile dropped the mummified body of the Elder Star. There was no doubt in my mind. Arlong placed his saw shark blade over his shoulder. Mihawk had cut his opponent cleanly in half. No more returning for the Elder Star. It was a clean sweep. None of the puppet heads of the world government survived the onslaught of the strongest members of the Straw Hat Pirates. This is the extent of the Elder Stars, the Machai user said as he looked down on the enemy that he defeated. Then a call came in the pockets of Katakuri. Yes, it's done, called in Rayleigh. Good. The red line was no more. and the entire world is feeling it as the tides and the marine life begin to mix together, causing several storms and unnatural disasters to occur at one time. No more red line, no more grand line, no more new world. It was only one world. It was only the entire world, made into one piece, all together as it should be. Now there was only one important battle left to determine the future. It was good and well that his pawns were defeated, but no one else can defeat the big bad. No one but Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy versus Uranus Im. Luffy had one thing in mind, and it was the bastard who caused years of suffering and pain. I'm gonna be the hands to put an end to your tyranny. Luffy dashed forward, with him unleashing a flurry or thread-like objects, similar to that of Doflamingo. Being experienced against such attacks, Luffy deflected them with Enma, using his entire body to absorb the attacks by covering himself in haki. Just as he got close enough to strike, Im barely moved, swiping his hands to the side. This action caused a strong gust of wind to manifest in thin air, pushing Luffy to the side. He would have slammed against the hard golden walls, but Enma absorbed the impact by expanding. A small dent on the golden wall was created. All right, Luffy imbued some force into his second attempt of a mad dash, bouncing off the golden wall with his rubber ability. With Enma in his hands, Luffy unleashed a barrage of bow strikes, attempting to pierce the god. Yet again, Im was ahead of Luffy, manifesting an impenetrable barrier that could not be pierced. It was an ability similar to Bartolomeo. Luffy could only grit his teeth as he continued his onslaught. To no avail, of course. All your effort, and yet you can't even reach me. How futile my joy. His voice echoed in a cold manner, almost chilling to the bone. But Luffy had no time to ponder in such a trivial manner. I'm gonna be the one to kill you, he exclaimed with such ferocity that his following strike with Enma was enough to cause a crack on the barrier. Foolish boy. Im erected a diamond pillar along with a golden boulder. He then attempted to smash Luffy in the middle of the two rare materials. Not being one to surrender so easily, Luffy brought Enma in the middle, stopping the two rare materials from crushing him. The traitorous monkey is a distraction. We do not need my joy. Im brought his arms up, pushing Luffy away from his trusted staff. It was then that two light particles slapped on either side of the rare materials, crushing the staff to pieces. No, Luffy exclaimed, reaching out using his rubber power, but it was too late. Enma was crushed into unrecognizable pieces. Enma, tears welled up his eyes as he witnessed his friend and brother in arms dissipate in thin air. Thank you for giving me purpose once more, Luffy, was the last thing Enma communicated with Luffy before evaporating into nothing. As you see, my boy, you are nothing compared to me. Im had not changed expression in the entire battle, for he had been toying with Luffy for the entire time. But Luffy was not a man to give up, not after all the people in the universe relied heavily for his victory. Luffy was slow to get up. His eyes were hidden under his bangs as his hat had been blown to his back. He curled up his fist as his body began to be covered by jet-black thick armament haki. Defiance. Im raised his arms. Fire emitted from them as they rushed towards Luffy. Though instead of dodging it, Luffy attacked the flames straight on. He let out a loud scream as the pain was agonizing, yet he could not let up. Fuck you, Im, Luffy yelled on the top of his lungs. He used all the force he could muster in his fist as they once again collided with the invisible barrier. The force of the impact caused crackles to erupt in the air, and finally, Luffy was through the tough barrier. But at what cause? He lost Enma, used most of his power, and only to get mere inches from the god. History is repeating itself, my joy. Im stood over Luffy, looking down on his defeated form. Not yet. Seems like a second wind entered Luffy and he got up quickly, switching into his second gear and unleashing a powerful uppercut. The force was so great that Luffy embedded his foot on the ground to give power to the uppercut. Luffy then switched to his third gear. Despite the power behind his punch, Im remained unmoving, almost like the punch meant nothing to him. So in Luffy's third gear, Luffy unleashed a barrage of Kong rifles, causing enough damage to make him move his head to the direction from the punches, but not enough to make him move. Still not good enough. So Luffy switched to gear 4th, unleashing a vector punch from different angles that even Im could not possibly follow. But he did, for the god of the heavens, Uranus, Im, followed every single thing that Luffy did and took them, not moving from his spot. Is that all? Im then grabbed Luffy by the throat with such ferocious tenacity that he was sure his neck would snap. Yet again, Im continued to toy with him, using his free hand to imbue quakes into his punch, slamming it against the core of Luffy. Gah! Luffy spat up some blood from the impact. Then Im tossed him in the air. Darkness swallowed his entire being and Luffy was transported to a different location, one where he was surrounded by familiar faces. Where am I? Luffy said out loud, only for his voice to echo into nothing. Die by the hands of your friends, my joy. Then the vicious cycle shall persist. A new void century will arise from your continued betrayal. Im's voice trailed off in the emptiness. He sent Luffy to a dimension within the darkness of the Yami Yami no Mai. Then Im also implemented the Cage no Mai to animate the corpse of some corpse on the battlefield. Now to complete the mind games, Im also implemented the illusion fruit, putting the faces of Luffy's fallen comrade on the zombie army. Luffy was now surrounded by people he cared for: Garp, Crocus, Bluno, Gladius, Zeph. "You let me die, boy," said the illusion of Garp, looking menacingly down at Luffy. "I am sorry, Grandpa." Crocus and Bluno brought him on his feet, with Garp preparing a punch to the face of Luffy. "You failed your own family." Garp unleashed a powerful flurry of punches at Luffy, causing more blood to come out of his body. After the flurry was done, Luffy's head hung down. He seemed to have been defeated. Though Luffy began to laugh, instead of feeling pain, he laughed. "Why do you laugh, boy?" Garp went in for another punch, but Luffy dragged Bluno to block the strike. Then he pulled Crocus as well and tossed him towards Garp. "These punches are nothing." Luffy then looked up and sent a deadly glare towards the impostors, and thought that he had finally rid himself of his biggest failure. His love for Joy Boy was unparalleled, his defiance enraging. Yet he had finally dispensed of this century's reincarnation of Joy Boy. Or so he thought. From the portal to the darkness emerged the man he thought he destroyed. Luffy was once again a thorn on his side, and Im was livid. Exclaimed Luffy as he brought his fight forward once more, his strikes much heavier than the last. "What is this?" Im had thought he was victorious, and yet here he was, back again. What more is that Luffy managed to make him take a step back to block the strike. No longer can he claim that he was unfazed. Luffy continued his onslaught, not letting him recover. But the god had the power of the world in his hands. He brought his arms to the heavens, pulling a meteor from the sky. The massive object made its rapid descent to where Luffy stood, but it never arrived. For outside, a giant stream of water emitted from the ocean, stopping the meteor of its descent. No longer was Poseidon going to sit idly by for her brother's selfish reason. For Poseidon, no Princess Shirahoshi interfered in his action. No longer was she going to let him torment humanity. Luffy smirked at Shirahoshi's action. A visible pain could be seen at him, who gave part of him to make Poseidon. Then another betrayal finally arrived at the body of him, for Uranus had destroyed his red line, using the massive island-destroying ship to destroy the wall that divided the sea from one another. He was much weaker than before, and Luffy took full advantage of it. He prepared his fist, imbuing it with all the years of pain and suffering that him had caused. Memories of his death by the hands of Kaido, a second chance by Lady Toki, reuniting with his brothers, Ace and Sabo, gathering a crew of misfits with Mihawk, Arlong, Broly, Katakuri, then an eventual Grand Armada. He fell in love with Hancock. He stood toe-to-toe with Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. He killed Big Mom, Charlotte Lin Lin. He subdued the beast, Kaido, and he allied with red-haired Shanks. His fist was imbued with all the memories and experiences of his past, the pain, the suffering, the happiness, and the love. He once more punched the heart of the god. This time, the punch would not be deflected, absorbed. This time the punch was a clean hit. What? Im could only muster a few words, unable to accept that a clean hit had landed at him. But the punch was much more powerful than the last, for this punch went straight to his heart. Before Im's vision could disappear, the god of the sky, Uranus, looked upon Joy Boy for the last time. Luffy had punched straight through the chest of him, his heart bursting at impact. Uranus grabbed the face of his Joy for the last time before finally collapsing with a loud thud. Luffy had slain a god. Luffy had beaten him. Monkey D. Luffy has killed him, exclaimed Morgans, who had been watching the exchange with great interest, writing every single thing that occurred in the fight. He projected his voice for the entire battlefield to hear. The war was over. 10 years later, at the end of the new era, 2453 Marines were killed. 5432 pirates died fighting for Luffy. After his victory against the god hidden in the world government, Luffy stood over the highest point of Im's ship, looking down on all the eager people for his statement. Pirates, Marines, Cypher Paul, world government. It did not matter which faction you were part of. The new era was upon everyone. Luffy gathered himself, reminiscing on the things he went through on this second life. He would never have experienced this reality if Lady Toki never sacrificed herself for his survival. He could claim to be the new emperor, but that wasn't his style. He didn't want to rule the world, he wanted freedom. But people waited for his statement. The whole world required structure, and he wasn't the man for the job. His voice carried a heavy weight, as everything he was going to say would go down in the new history of the world. I am Monkey D. Luffy. He looked around, catching the eyes of his commanders, comrades, lovers, and friends. Most of them had tears in their eyes as the dream of ultimate freedom was finally upon them. I am a pirate, and nothing will ever change that. Around the world, people feared that Luffy would call for the end of the world government. But the world needs structure in order to function. So while I call for the end of the holy land of Marijoa, I will not call for the end of the I understand that piracy is viewed as a bunch of pillagers and rapists. That is not what I want. Luffy then looked at Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, whose justice was fair. Marine Fleet Admiral will assume command as the sole head of the Marine Division, for when there is good there is evil. Sengoku took a bow at Luffy, but Luffy dismissed it with a wave. I do not want your admiration. I want the entire world to make their own destiny rather than to fall in line with what people want you to be. I want people to dream and grow from your dream. There is no more world government composed of just kings and queens by birthright. I would like democracy where the people elect who they want to represent them. He looked around once more, people nodding at his statement. As for me, well, I am not much of a politician, but I want to continue to be free. So this unreachable island known as Laugh Tale will be my only demand. I want this island for my own. Nobody would protest against his minor request. For all he's done for their world, it was really nothing compared to what he could actually demand. With the eradication of the red line, I ask you all, please get along with one another. No matter the race, your status, every single one of you are living, breathing beings of this world. It might be due to the heavy fatigue, but his words were never lost to the citizens of the world. With his last words, he simply nodded his head and fell face first, exhausted from his exchange with him. His first commander and friend, Katakuri, was first to his side, picking him up. This is Straw Hat territory now, commanded Hancock. Please kindly go on your way. If anyone still wants to challenge this, we are still ready to go. Enel, Lucci, Crocodile, and Magellan, all the rest of the capable fighters of the crew, who can stand against the greatest empire in the entire world. And yet he did not want to be known as an empire, just a normal country with their own set of government and rules. The Straw Hats dropped their arms, and so did the Marines. It was a standoff for some time, but people finally began to filter out. The surviving ships that did not succumb to battle were used to transport the people present for the monumental war. Then eventually, there was no one left. No one but those loyal to Straw Hat Luffy. It took another week before their fearless captain woke up. In the meantime, the Straw Hat Grand Armada began to build a kingdom fit for someone like Luffy. Supplies came from different corners of the sea. They never lacked material. Luffy sat up quickly. His head continued to throb violently as he had been in a coma for a week. Where am I? He grabbed his head, but luckily, someone was there to answer all his questions. Luffy, my darling. Hancock immediately ran to his side, embracing him in a loving embrace. Hancock, what happened? He looked around in confusion. He was in a massive room, with the bed being huge. At the time, only Hancock was by his side, though he can only assume that the side of the bed was for all his queens. You won, Luffy. You freed the world of him and his terrible influence. Oh, is that so? Luffy sounded relieved, but he was still concerned. Tell me more. Well, when you had Dr. Vegapunk destroy the Red Line, a huge tectonic shift occurred within the world. Hancock assisted Luffy in standing. The Red Line no longer divided the four seas, and the current generated by the Grand Line was no more. Now the four seas can freely travel towards one another. Even the Sea Kings are no longer a problem, as Poseidon commanded the Sea Kings to not attack the surface dwellers. So it's true then, M created the Red Line to divide the seas. What a despicable entity. Luffy then continued to look around, finding that his intentions were fulfilled by his crew. The land of Laugh Tale was no longer the final island of the Grand Line. It was now part of the larger networks of islands in the brand new world. Luffy joined Hancock in walking through the streets of his new land. People waved at him and gave him a warm welcome. In front of the group was none other than his trusty commanders, all of which had been eagerly waiting for his revival. Captain, it's been some time. Katakuri, his most trusted comrade, along with Mihawk, were there to greet him, the both of which took turns embracing him. I don't know why, but I feel that you mean to say goodbye. Luffy had a gut feeling, sensing it from every one of his commanders, except for his queens. 10 years later, come here, Luffy. You have become so strong as the time progresses. A tall yet gentle man raised his son to his shoulder, tossing him and playing with him. I have turned 8 this year, father. What did you expect? The son teased as he was being tossed by his father. Katakuri, Luffy, dinner is ready. Stop playing. We have guests. Sandersonia, the sister of Boa Hancock, called for the duo to the dining hall. It has been 10 years since the world has been freed from the grasp of the god. And life has become normal. People were beginning to move away from the age of piracy, and have now begun to experiment and grow into inventors, industrializing the world. Dad, Mom, look, Uncle Frankie is on TV. Luffy ran to the TV and turned up the volume. The primary architect to the industrial revolution of the New World was none other than Cyborg Frankie, a friend of Katakuri. Wow, he seems to have developed a new technology. Airplane? Seems crazy, but I've seen crazier things, Katakuri said, continuing to walk past the TV set and carrying his son. Come now, son. We have guests. Going through a set of double doors, a large group of people were around a massive table. Attention, the head of the family has arrived. Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Boa Sandersonia, and the heir of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Luffy. The crowd fell into silence, acknowledging the arrival of the head of the family. The young lord immediately hit his head onto his father's shoulder, but his father whispered to him, If you are to honor your namesake Luffy, you must be brave in front of your people." To this the young lord turned to face the crowd. The group was known as the Charlotte family. Oven, Cracker, Smoothie, Raisin, and so on were all present. Vinsmoke Sanji along with Vinsmoke Pudding were also there. Their daughter, the young Vinsmoke Sora, was also present. She was but a little baby, recently born to the beautiful couple. The Charlotte family had become more open, no longer exercising arranged marriage, so therefore any one of the family could marry someone they chose. For Brule, it was always Arlong, and therefore she currently resides in Atlantis as queen of the land. For Chiffon, she continues to love her husband, Capone Bajet, along with their son, Pez, as they bow when Katakuri lays eyes on them. "My family, please, none of such formalities. We are all here to celebrate my son's 8th birthday, so we shall celebrate as this occasion calls for." Katakuri called and the group began to cheer. Unfortunately, not everyone could make the special occasion. Of course, everyone was busy doing their own thing. Just feel the waves, people. You don't want to be tense. Be fluid. The instructor of the surfing class was demonstrating proper form. "Jinbei, if I fall in the water, you have to catch me." Funny enough, Edward Newgate was on top of a massive surfboard, practicing proper form in dry land. He always wanted to learn. Now he finally worked up courage to do so. "I got you, Newgate." The red-haired man was already in the water, surfing the highest wave that the lagoon could produce. "Screw you, red hair." The two became close friends, and to the surprise of many, even the dragon began hanging out with them. "Worororo, a simple wave will not stop me." Kaido, the former emperor of the sea turned ally, ran to the water thinking he got it, but instead as soon as he touched the water, her fell flat on his face. The curse of the sea still remained. "Kurarara, you idiot Kaido. Wait for the instructor to guide us to the water." In the heart of the land formerly known as Thriller Bark, Gecko Moria panted heavily as his scissor blades have been knocked out of his hands. Around him were Shiki, who had been sitting against a tree, battered and bruised from defeat, Vista, who continued to stand, but barely, and Daz Bones, who continued to lay flat on his back. "You may move on to the next test," said Moria with a smile on his face. "It has been 10 years since the 10 Swords have been formed, an organization of the best swordsmen in the world, acting as stepping stones for the next age of swordsmen to challenge to earn a place." "Do I get to face him?" asked the eager young swordsman. His hair a vibrant green color, similar to his father, his tenacity similar to his mother. "Before you face your father, young Kushiro, you must first challenge Cavendish, your mother Roronoa Kushina, and last Dracul Mihawk, the number 2 ranked swordsman. Then you may challenge your father." "Bring it on," said Roronoa Kushiro with a smirk over his face. He was after his father's title, and there was nothing stopping him from reaching it. "Young ones these days are insane, aren't they?" commented Shiki the lion. "Aye, they are the future of this generation. I'm glad I was able to help pave his path," replied Vista with a smile over his face. "You know, it's been a while since you visited us." Galdiace took a swig of his drink, pointing at the man before him. Sabo had an apologetic look about him, scratching the back of his head. "Oh well, me and Koala have been busy. She is expecting again." Sabo put the blame on his wife, while his son, Dragon, and daughter, Luffy, played with Roger, the son of Ace, and Isuka, and Rouge, their daughter. "I only kid, Sabo. We've just missed you." Ace embraced his brother and returned to his seat. "What news then?" Sabo gratefully accepted the tea created by Isuka, the former marine officer. As hard as they tried, they could not ignore their feelings for one another any longer. So as soon as the war ended, Ace looked for Isuka and kissed her, admitting that he had cared about her for a long time. He just could not act on the feelings in fear that she would be executed for having a relationship with a pirate. Isuka called him stupid and kissed him some more. "You know, these days, nothing really exciting ever happens. Did you know that Robin opened up a Grand Line University and she is seeking some help for instructors?" Ace leaned back on his chair, balancing it on one stool. "I accepted a post as the physical education teacher. I recommended you for history instructor." "Aye." Sabo began to ponder. "He'll take it," Koala said with enthusiasm. "With barely any bounty hunting jobs, this will be a perfectly safe and secure job." While the missus spoke. "When do I begin?" On the island formerly known as Laugh Tale, a university had been erected to educate the children of the world. Its initial opening saw thousands of children attend, and talks of opening different branches in different islands has begun. In the entranceway of a particular classroom, along its door was a golden plate with the name of Dr. Tony Chopper. The stomach is filled with millions upon millions of microorganisms. They are used to break down, not absorb, the food which you ingested. It is which part of the body that begins absorption of these important nutrients. Chopper was in his human form, towering over his chalkboard, looking around the classroom for anyone to answer his question. He noticed a raven-haired young lady with enthusiasm to learn. Yes, Olivia, the daughter of Robin and Luffy, one of his many children, as he had a fruitful harem. The small intestine absorbs the nutrients starting from the duodenum, then the jejunum, and finally to the ileum right before the large intestine. Olivia answered, causing Chopper to clap. Excellent, Olivia. All looks like we have a guest. Chopper had his eyes fixated at the entranceway of the classroom. With it being an auditorium-style room to accommodate for a large class, the entranceway was up a flight of stairs, where Robin, the headmistress of Grand Line University, was present. Headmistress, to what do we owe this pleasure? Dr. Chopper, children, I wish to pull my daughter aside for a moment if that is okay. Sure, go ahead. With this, Olivia went up to meet her mother. Hi, mother. Olivia embraces her mother. What's going on? I just wanted to check up on you. Being the second eldest of the monkey family, you must become an example to your siblings. Yes, mother, I will do my best. I know, dear. Robin gave her daughter a kiss on the cheeks before ushering her to return to class. I love you, Olivia. Love you too, mother. A single tear falling in Robin's eye. She was so proud of her child. Her feelings were overwhelming at this moment. Miss Robin, is everything okay? A young, black-haired young man was running to his next class, stopping as he noticed the tears falling from her eyes. Oh, Garp, everything is well. Run along now, you must make it to your next class. Garp, the son of Luffy and Hancock, the eldest of the monkey family. Garp, wait up. An orange-haired young man with freckles along his face chased after the young man. Careful, LJ, Robin said, laughing at the young men in their attics. LJ, or Luffy Jr., was the son of Nami and Luffy, the third eldest of the family. Sorry, Miss Robin, I mean headmistress. LJ rushed after Garp and the two headed to their next class. See you at dinner, Robin called out. She checked her watch and smiled. Only a few more hours. The monkey siblings. Please take a seat. Swiftly now. Brooke, the music instructor of the university, had done it all. He became a rock star in the past 10 years, finally settling down as an instructor in the Grand Line University. LJ took a seat behind the drums while Garp took the electric guitar. PSD, Garp, Mary is looking at you, LJ whispered from beside him. It's no secret that the young ones had a crush with one another. Shut up, LJ. Garp threw his pick at LJ, causing the young man to throw his drumstick at him. This commotion caused the two young boys to wrestle. Brooke had to intervene quickly before it got out of hand, though Garp looked toward the direction of Mary, and she was giggling. Nice. Mary was the daughter of Usopp and Kaya, naming their daughter after the late caretaker of Kaya when she was sickly. Speaking of which, the duo had returned to Syrup Village, with Yasopp and Banchina joining them. They have created an elite marksman class in the island, providing the best training for those aspiring to be marksmen. In Sabayati Archipelago resides the largest financial district of the world. Who else to operate at the top but Nami and her business partner, Guild Tesoro? Looks like the Moon Project is going to launch in a few days. Nami took a sip of her coffee as she looked through her mechanic screen, created by Frankie the Master Inventor. Thanks to the rise in space interest, investors have been clamoring for a chance to get into the market. Guild checked his logs, making sure that his numbers are balanced. Listen, Guild, clean up here, I have dinner to catch. Nami then tossed a handbag over her head. But Nami, Guild protested, but his boss was long gone. Of course, he then went to the nearest Den Mushi, calling his own wife. Baccarat, care to join me for dinner? If Nami was going to play hooky, what's one night? Moving on, the savior himself, the unofficial king of the world, Monkey D. Luffy, currently sat on the edge of the mountain, his queen, Boa Hancock. He caressed her hair as they overlooked their land, relaxing at the cool breeze that went past them. We have another hour before the children begin heading home, Hancock said as she took a deep sigh, enjoying the moment with her husband. To think that I would have a family of my own. Can you believe that? Luffy remembered his past, how he had to start over to get to where he was now. His friends were successful in their own rights, his harem filled with beautiful queens and mother of his children. You are a wonderful man and you have done nothing but care for every single one of us, treating us with the respect we deserve. There is no life I would like to live without you in it, my love. Thank you for that, Hancock. He then exchanged a long, passionate kiss with his love, breaking it only for a moment to stare into her eyes. We should go. Everyone will be waiting for us. Of course, she said and gave him another kiss on the cheek. Let's go. She extended her hands, inviting Luffy to join her. He took it and the two made their way down the mountain, returning to their home. Hello friends, I know you like this story so much, and that's why you all stick to it this long. Please do comments. Love from Luffy Fanfics YT in author's comment section. The fanfic link is in the description. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.